Good morning. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Super appreciate it, girlies. Thank you for being here. Let's warm up with some birthday greetings. Shout out to all our Tauruses, all of our May babies. Shout out to our April Tauruses as well. And our May Geminis, honestly. Shout out to all the May babies. Happy to be here with you today. It is a work day, so I usually do work my birthday just because if it falls on a weekday, might as well be here with you guys. I think it's nice. Last year's stream was a philosophical topic of my choosing, and I chose ableism and reproductive rights because it was trending. It was trending at the time, okay? And today we are doing sort of, actually, ironically enough, kind of similar, but not really. It's going to be about having unprotected sex in the big 2026, which is insane. Okay, you guys asked me to talk about the ABBA situation that was happening, ABBA from ABBA and Preach. And then later in the stream, we will be talking to the ThoughtSpot Irene, who will be joining me to do an astrology, not reading, but going over my chart because it is one of Irene's special interests, but it is not one of mine. But I do enjoy hearing about astrology. So I thought I'd have her come on and help me read my birth chart because I don't understand it. And people always ask me, like, what is your moon rising? I don't know. I forget. So I thought this could be fun for the astrology girlies. Again, I have a lot of fun with it. So she'll be here in like 4 hours, literally. She'll be here like 11 a.m. Pacific. So she'll be here way later, which is good because we're going to need that time to go over that first story I want to cover with you. Tomorrow I'll be back like normal. It's a Friday tomorrow. And I was thinking about clipping the Britt Hartley, Matt Delahanty stuff for the weekend or whenever I get around to it. It's a pretty long segment, but I also think it's really important because, it sort of plays into all of these gender dynamics, all of these attempts that all of us are trying to do with our quote work. It kind of plays into the Dr. Cheyenne stuff. Like ultimately, it plays into this TikTok. Actually, let me show you this TikTok. About expectation. Oh, yeah. I was thinking about who we give social credit to. I was thinking about even with my own job. Am I muted? It disappeared for a second, right? Hold on. Testing. Am I still here? Testing. That's weird. I feel like that happened yesterday. Am I doing something to my microphone? Is my mic, maybe my wire's getting ready to go? Testing. Okay. And then I switched screens. So maybe testing. Is my mic still on here? It is, right? Okay. Let me know if that happens again. Monkey D. Trevor with the super chat. Thank you so much. Says it's a baddie's birthday today. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you guys for the happy birthday wishes. I see you guys. You're so sweet. Miss Mama is a Taurus sun. Question, should have known. I am a Taurus. I love being a Taurus too. I think it's so me. It's so me. But this plays into what we kind of talked about yesterday about authority and about sort of credibility and also about belief systems. There was a lot of passionate chatters yesterday talking about, astrology is bad and these things are a scam. And I understand the passion. And I also, I caution everyone from thinking, throwing everything away is necessary. So this plays into also, okay, this is the dilemma. How do you explore the unexplorable or the unexplored without turning into a conspiracy theorist? You rely on good data. That's the only difference between a conspiracy theorist and something that's true. Data. Real data, not assumed data. I can't tell you how many stories come up on my timelines and I just Google and I go, is this true? Is this true? And then I find out, okay, it's a conspiracy theory. It's not even true. The data is not even there. It's just, Katie, thank you so much for the super chat. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And so watch this TikTok and then we'll have a conversation about it. And then we'll jump into also the idea of like being the adult in the room. And I don't understand how adult people in their 30s are getting unplanned pregnant in 2026. I don't even understand it. How much more information do you need to have available to you? Like, kind of insane, honestly. Like, as a married person who uses contraceptives, insane. Like, something is seriously wrong with your judgment that you are risking bringing a person into existence when you're doing the one thing that guarantees bringing a person into existence. You know what I mean? It's like so silly. Watch this.
This whole Cheyenne Bryant fiasco is indicative of one of the largest issues that we're facing in society right now, and it's misinformation and misplaced authority. Usually I don't hop in on issues like this, but I think that this is particularly relevant. Give me a second to explain this. Because of the way the algorithm works and how easy it is to create content, there's just tons and tons and tons of information that is out and about, and it's hard to know what's real, what's fake, what's AI. These are ongoing questions that are hard for anybody to comb through. And when people seem authoritative, when they speak on something with confidence and they seem like they know what they're talking about, we tend to trust them. We tend to believe what they say. This is a feature of human psychology. This ties in nicely to what my entire platform is about.
Pause. Hold on. Before he tells you his credentials, Red Song with the super chat says you have to pin these super chats to your shirt like they did it to birthday money in school. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And actually, you just brought back a little bit of a memory because I never had that happen, but I have seen memes about it. That's such a good point. And thank you guys for the happy birthday wishes. Love that. Listen to his credentials and think about this, what he just said, because I actually think this plays a huge role in the... Okay, hold on. Listen. Should people have to get degrees to speak on things? Obviously not. And yet, it kind of helps to know that you've really studied it or you cared enough about it to learn about it, right? Armageddon, thank you so much for the super chat. Oh, it's like a super comment with like a little GIF. Cute. Oh, I can't like it though. I can't give it a heart. Well, just know I gave it a heart. And thank you for being a member. I appreciate you. Oh, cute. That's so cute. I really like that emote. Cute.
Astrophysicist. I'm a scientist.
Listen.
Of human psychology. This ties in nicely to what my entire platform is about. I'm an astrophysicist. I'm a scientist. I'm a science communicator. I believe that it is absolutely integral. It is critical. It is of the utmost importance that everybody that is involved in society has some sort of scientific literacy. You have to understand how we can know information, how we can test things, how we can support arguments with evidence. How do you know that the person who's...
I do think it's funny that he has a football helmet in the back of him in the background, and I keep thinking TBI. Also, I am not pregnant. No, chat, I am not pregnant. No. Chat says, are you pregnant? I am not pregnant. I am on birth control. I am not pregnant. No. But being pregnant in the big 2026, crazy. I am not pregnant. Okay. No.
Giving you this information isn't just lying to you. And so one way that I go about addressing that is digging into physics, right? Like, what do we know from the expansive knowledge in physics that we have built over the past several hundred years? And I think that feigning this doctoral expertise, this authority, certification, and qualification, these credentials, is extremely nefarious because people, at the very least, hope that they can trust the people with those credentials. If you don't have a foundational base of knowledge that you can stand on, you will never be able to tell if someone is lying to you. It is clear to every single academic that Cheyenne Bryant is lying about this.
Oof. And we continued the conversation from yesterday about Cheyenne just saying like she couldn't get a hold of her dissertation, which makes no sense because people can do it. And also people who've gone to the school that closed down also said they were able to get a hold of their paperwork. Original, thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks for being you. Cute little emote as well. And I think like, first of all, guys, I really appreciate, I don't know if I'm expressing enough, gratitude, but I feel a lot of it. I'm a little overwhelmed, if anything. If anything, I'm being a little autistically shy. But thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. It really does. And with that said, I'm going to awkwardly transition into the topic. He is speaking of a bubble experience, a bubble awareness, a bubble language indicator, right? So this is why I say, and this is why I feel like we have to stick to our lane sometimes, because when you stick to a lane, you learn a lane. You learn the language. You know what to look for. You understand the discrepancies in the statements or theses. For me, I struggle because I'm not in this bubble. I am a guest. I am listening. I am trying to understand. And yet, I think we all felt like from a non-academic perspective, the obvious feeling that Cheyenne was lying was simply that a yes or no question turned into a 3.5 minute explanation yesterday. So I don't think you need to have a degree to have discernment. I do think you need to have an education in the field in which you are studying and or engaging in, depending on how, this is key, how you're engaging in it. So she called herself a therapist. She said she had clients. She talked about licensing. She, used it to brag about her standing. And in this video, he's going to show you something she said on the Shay podcast, Shay, that even I didn't know about, that I was like, oh my gosh. So just give it a second. But I think what's so frustrating too, and just like as a woman, and then I'm sure Black women can speak on it too, but as a woman, it is very frustrating to watch women grift. I will just say Cheyenne doesn't represent all women, but it is very annoying to me. And it makes me like sit there and think, man, with my limited time on earth, what are we all supposed to do? Are we supposed to counteract this? What are we supposed to do with this? But it is very frustrating to see like, women are already discounted under patriarchy, like we don't need help. And so that's really frustrating because I think she could have been someone, I guess, had she not been a grifter, somebody great to represent serious women in a field, but,
Forget science for a second. I have a PhD. There it is right there. I haven't hung it yet, so don't get at me for that. But I know what it takes to go and get a PhD. I know what is required there. It's based on doing research. There is a long paper trail for a PhD. There's going to be first or at least co-authored publications.
Exactly. It's a big deal to get a PhD. Like, I don't know if, like, I get overwhelmed just thinking about the process. It's a big deal. Key with the super chat. Thank you so much. Cakes and Candles, biggest bro. Cute. Gagged. Adorable. Love it. Thank you.
There's going to be a public dissertation that you should be able to look up online, no matter where you do your degree. There's going to be evidence of the credits, not just the classes that you took. If it was like a master's.
By the way, Dr. Mike Israetel, if you follow the Jim Bro bubble, his was torn to pieces because people were questioning the science in his dissertation. So like, as an example, he's a PhD, he is a doctor, and people tore his shit to shreds because it's accessible. I think Cheyenne Bryant is running into an issue where had it existed, they would have torn it to shreds. And the fact that they can't tear it to shreds because it doesn't exist means she was lying.
Program or something, but the PhD, the research credits, those should be available somewhere. And of course, if you got your degree conferred, like there's a paper trail. But if you don't have that base knowledge about what it takes to get those qualifications, you won't realize that she's lying. I'm gonna show this clip from the—
Oh, hold on. This is crazy. Before we get into it, Mars membership for 6 months. Thank you so much. Says your work is important. Happy to support you. Happy birthday, Brittany. Thank you. 37 girls, 37 and feeling great about it. Honestly, don't believe any of the propaganda. Life is so much better as you age. You get prettier, more secure. Your money is up. Everything is good. Do not believe any of the propaganda. I would never want to be 25 years old again. Never in my life would I want to be 25 years old again. 37 is fabulous. It's fantastic. I can't wait to be 45. I can't wait to be 50. So don't believe any of the propaganda. I'm telling you right now, it's fabulous. It is so good. Every year I get older. What a celebration, truly.
Shannon Sharpe interview she did to show exactly what I mean.
My track shoes on, even though people get heels every day now, and my track shoes are still on. I'm never taking them off. And I ran as far as I could. I ran into 6 degrees, 3 doctorates, a master's degree, a house at 19, my first home.
First of all, shout out to her for making—
the audio was really low. I tried to turn it up. Did you hear what she said?
It work in her life. I feel like that really resonates with me, kind of coming from nothing, really working through the mud and making something of yourself in your life when it seemed like you didn't really have the options, especially the path that you took. So completely resonate and don't want to take anything away from her on that specifically. But hear what she said. She ran into 3 doctorates, and Shannon Sharpe just doesn't have the foundational knowledge of—
It's true. If somebody said, oh, Brittany, I have 3 doctorates, I'd like, oh, that's crazy. I wouldn't, now I kind of get it better, but I think I would have been ignorant if somebody said that to me. I'd be like, okay, wow, that's amazing. That's really hard. But I really didn't understand the weight of what that means until this whole debacle, because I'm just not in the bubble, right? Alice membership for 33 months, the age of Christ. May the Lord Jesus be with you today. May she guide you. 33 months, just like he was 33 years old when he died. Wow. Wow. Guys, I should grift to being a Catholic podcaster. That's my next grift. You said I'm 37 later this year too, and I couldn't agree more. Here's to getting older. It's so good. It's so good. Honestly, the only disadvantage, to be transparent, the only disadvantage to growing older is that meme where it's like, why is it always kids saving the world? Can it be adults saving the world? And then you try to get out of bed and you realize your neck is stiff. I woke up yesterday with the worst neck pain in my life because I slept wrong. The only disadvantage to getting old, though, that's it. Everything else, it's a perk, okay? That's the only thing. It's just this old body, but everything else is great, okay?
About academia to ask a question there. If I was interviewing her on my podcast, which I do have a podcast, by the way, check it out, Curiosity Theory, I would have said, whoa, 3 PhDs, that's insane. Because I know what it takes to get one. And I would have asked, I would have stopped her.
Oh my God, you guys are doing too much. Key with the super chat for $37. 37 on 37 looks cooler. I can't believe I didn't think of that the first time. You're way too generous. Thank you so much. And you're a member on top of things. Thank you so much. Really, thank you. But it's true. It's true.
Like, oh, what are your PhDs in? Not to critique her or to catch her up or something like that. I'm just going to be interested. I'm like, oh, you have 3 PhDs. What are they in? And maybe she would be like, oh, well, one of them or 2 of them were honorary. And it's like, oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
I
Then it's
see
like,
what you're
oh,
saying.
okay.
But what's your actual
But like, exactly, what's your actual field of study?
research PhD? And like, what type of research did you publish? That question would have just led to this getting exposed because you have this information, which then leads to what she said on the Breakfast Club interview. She was pressed about this and she prefaces it saying that this isn't for all the haters who are trying to tear her down. This is for her fan base who's concerned about her. And she goes to explain something. She just lies the whole time. Nothing she says makes sense. But watch that rhetorical tactic. She says, this is for my
I'll answer that in a second, chat. As someone turning 30 this year, any suggestions or something you wish you knew? Or yes, and it will relate to the story we're about to cover. I'll answer that in a second.
Fans who like want to know more. She gives a lie about how the transcripts got lost or it was this company and they were going to pay her back and she was not going to get the degree or she was going to be able to get a refund. It's not how any of it works. Academics know that. And when they point that out, she prefaces the entire thing to make it seem as though these are just people who are hating on her, trying to tear her down. And she mentions pretty privilege and pretty punishment, where she is being punished for being pretty. This is an insane thing to say. She got caught lying.
Okay, I will just say it is a little frustrating because I do think it's playing a role to an extent. But I think Dr. Cheyenne is weaponizing it in the same way that people felt like with Tyler Catastrophe, that fatphobia and transphobia were playing a role. And I do think that's true, whether we know it or not. Subconsciously, we are biased people. And Dr. Cheyenne is very hateable because she is pretty. I know that sounds crazy, but pretty people get twofold of reactions from people. They're either incredibly liked and assumed to be innocent, or they're incredibly hated. So I think she's a woman and a Black woman. And I just think, like, if we've seen anything about the way Black women are treated in the United States, I don't think it's that crazy to think that she would be hated simply for being pretty, because she could fit perfectly into that mold. And she gives kind of, forgive me, pick me energy and being only on these male dominated podcasts. So generally that type of a woman will be also like annoying to other women. And so I don't think that that's that weird, but I do think she's weaponizing that real phenomenon for her benefit. And the same way Tyler Catastrophe, absolutely people are thinking about the fact that he's trans and or fat and or whatever else. And I would say that there still is a lot to be upset about Tyler. So I think it's not, it's for us. We have to make sure we are being good thinkers. It's not really about Dr. Cheyenne or Tyler. It's about us. Are you being truly, are you using real discernment and wisdom when coming to these conclusions about people? And we're too biased not to ask ourselves these questions. So just hold yourself accountable more than trying to be completely accurate about whose side you should be on, what side. Just think, is this correct or is this my prejudice playing a role, right? Spooky with the super chat says, happy birthday. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you guys so much. You're being so kind. And yes, chat says discernment and critical thinking. Exactly, because I do think there's something here that's being dismissed too quickly. And I do think it sounds a little bit like, Because you know how there was a white guy on the podcast and Dr. Cheyenne was like, hey, this is your white privilege. And he's all like, what? As if, oh my God, white privilege has never played a role in the criticism of Black women. Like, you know, and I just like, don't act like that. You know, for a fact, your whiteness could be playing a role in your issue with Dr. Cheyenne, right? Let's go, Millie. 5 Brittany Simon memberships. Congratulations to everybody who got it. Woo woo. And again, maybe he wasn't, but you don't know. Okay? So that's what I'm asking for people, just to consider that they could be acting within prejudice or bias, and then to come to the conclusion about what their actions mean or what they're trying to say about Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
All the academics could smell it from a mile away, but if you don't have that information, she can fool you. And again, this is what our politicians do all the time. The people who are running this administration right now are relying exclusively, and this is a bit of a different conversation. They are relying on us.
I'm glad he added it though, so I knew where he stood.
Not knowing simple physics, basic health and medicine. Anyways, this is all a huge problem. Misinformation and misplaced authority. This whole
Okay. Now, I think this plays a role sort of in commentary spaces. So you know how Duthie made that video about commentary people making kind of slop and people kind of getting mad at it? One of the reasons one of the reasons, this is so hard because this plays so directly into classism and also like racial and gender politics. But one of the reasons I am trying to decide for my own career and my own goals is how much I need to do to separate myself in any way from people that are just here to have fun. Because like, I don't mean this in that way, but I don't really want to have fun. Like, I want to have fun, but I don't want to have a career that's fun. I'm not a child. Like, I don't want to come to work every day and be like, I just want to have fun for the rest of my life. Like, I want to work. And I want to talk about ideas and I want to try to solve problems that humanity is facing. Like, I kind of don't want to have fun. So I don't know how to do that in a way except to study more and go into the bubble and make sure that I'm engaging with the bubble's framework. So I've been thinking about this a lot lately. Like, I want to know more about the thing that I talk about, which of course is philosophy. And though I've read thousands of books, I could never read enough, you know? And so there's something at play here that happens where, commentary channels like Abba and Preach is a commentary channel. They have almost, 2.5 million subscribers, 2.2 right now. And when they're caught in these sort of messy situations, which we'll talk about right now, Abba getting a girl pregnant, a girl getting pregnant by Abba, there's like this idea of like, but who even are these guys? They're commentary channels and they're not serious. Like, their job is fun. They're comedians, but they're not. So when they're not serious thinkers when it comes to gender politics or anything else. They're guys who make very fun, if that's your content, casual stuff you watch while you eat, right? So when they get into shit, people are like, oh my God, I can't believe Abba did this. But if you watch Abba's content, though I agree with you, there were some shocking parts of this story that even I was like, damn. With that aside, you really don't know what these men think about anything. You really don't know how they would actually engage in relationships. You actually don't know anything about their morals or values. They don't actually talk about anything serious, even if they cover serious topics. So you actually don't know where their line is. And obviously, disclaimer, Abba and I used to have a working relationship. We used to, we could have in maybe another timeline been even like friends at some point, like real friends, but we didn't go that direction. I had DM'd him about the streamer Destiny after Destiny went after me for saying not to watch him, even though we were working together too. And I asked Abba, like, would you be willing to stop talking to Destiny in order to maintain this connection? Because I don't want to talk to anybody who's talking to him. It's obvious he's an abuser, all this stuff. Before even the bad stuff, like the really bad, the legal stuff came out. Abba said no. He would rather basically pick Destiny over my connection with him. And I said, okay, that's fine. Like, thank you for the good times. I wish you well. We left. What I got from Abba was sort of what this woman kind of testifies as well, is that he is, though seems reasonable, I find him to be conflict avoidant. Meaning his values were questionable. He basically told me if Destiny is being cruel to bad people, he doesn't care. And I said, it doesn't matter what Destiny does. It's a testament to your character that you think people should be punished. I'm asking you, do you think it's okay the way he's treating people, especially women, as me, other girls? And he said, it doesn't matter. I think they're bad people. And I said, okay, so I can't be in contact then, because the idea is like, it's not justifiable to treat people badly because you think they're bad people. But I think that is how Abba thinks, which is why these text messages to the woman he got pregnant makes so much more sense when you think about it from that framework. We'll go over it. Girly, how do I even say your name? Hi Lee Glim. Hi Lee Glim. Hi Glim? Hi Glam. Girly, thank you so much for the super chat. For the Balcony Future Fund, thank you so much. I've had this set that I want, like a very specific vibe. We're going to go look for it. We're going to shop around Croatia. I'm trying to buy local. And I'm going to try to find this set I really want. I appreciate that. When I get it, I know it's a when. I just don't know when, literally. I will send you guys pictures. So when we covered this story, I just wanted to be understood that I had a good interaction with Abba when I talked to him, but obviously it was superficial. Because ultimately, when we had an opportunity to do something kind of real, he declined, which was to stand up for what was right. And that was fine. We didn't talk since then, and it was what it was. And then the really bad stuff came out with Destiny, like the even worse stuff that even I didn't know, but nobody knew about. And then he cut ties with Destiny. So that was our timeline, just for, obviously, so people don't go like, isn't this the girl that used to collab with? Yes, I used to collab with Abba. And yes, I was kind of hoping he would be better, but like, there you go. Kita, thank you so much, says, hi, Britt. Thank you for being you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Lady O's gifted a membership. Congratulations, Diet Water, for getting that membership. Congratulations. Chad said, like, being 35 or however old he is and getting someone he wasn't serious about pregnant shows me he isn't smart or wise. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's bad. Okay. Right? Chad said, like, how are you giving people advice when you can't even wear a condom? Oh, wait until you find out his reason. This is, guys, I almost spit out my coffee listening to Abba's side, because I think a lot of people, I watched like 3 or 4 videos talk about this story and they just watched her video. It's worse when you watch his. Like the fact that nobody brought up this part, I didn't see in anyone's video that I watched them talk about his reasoning for not wearing. I'm just like, what? Okay. Also, for the person who said any advice for people who are younger now that I'm older, I will say this: wear protection. Use protection. Okay, she didn't use it. He didn't use it. Both of you are irresponsible. Both of you are irresponsible. Okay, wear protection. I had sex for the first time at 22, and I had unprotected sex at 22 and still took a plan B right after. Okay, that was my protection. And then right after that, I got on birth control, and I've been on birth control since. I've been on birth control almost consistently, give or take, from the age of 22 till 37. I am married, and 3 years into our marriage, we use protection. We're married, but we don't want a baby, right? So the fact that like, okay, so just for context, here is the woman, Libby, and just so you can get a vibe from her, here's her video.
Hi, my name is Libby.
And she is not an entertainer or content creator, so just keep that in mind.
And I was a girlfriend of Abba from Abba and Preach. We were together for 5 months and involved with each other for about 8 months total, but 5 months of that was a serious, committed relationship. I know when someone thinks 5 months, they think what can really happen in 5 months, but I think most would agree the first 5 months of a relationship can feel very intense and be filled with a lot of love. And that means you can feel the opposite of that intensity if things are not aligning or if things are not compatible. I'm going to be talking about a pregnancy in which Abba ultimately walked away from, and I'm going to be talking about the difficulties and the emotionally harmful interactions I've had with Abba. I want to acknowledge something up front, and that is, I know exactly who I'm speaking about. I know exactly who Abba is. Abba is articulate. He is persuasive, and he is calculated. Abba is the king of receipts, and anyone who really knows Abba would not willingly put themselves in the position I'm putting myself in right now, unless their experience was significant enough to speak on. I'm not here to cause spectacle. This is all informational. and I'll just leave it up for interpretation.
I will say this. I don't know her true, deep intentions with doing this video, but thank you, girly, because if all the girls do not listen right now and avoid this man, and that's what I'm saying, like, if my brother did what he did to this girl, I would literally tell every woman not to date him. I mean, I tell women not to date my brothers all the time. Okay? But like, even if her intentions were bad, which I don't think they were, but I don't know, I can't read her mind. This is ridiculous. What this situation is ridiculous. And also, please use protection, girlies. If you're a person who gets pregnant, okay, if you're the person who gets pregnant, you have to watch out for you first. Just quick story. When my partner and I, because we lived in different countries, when we had done our dates on the internet, we were like, okay, I think this is something serious. We really want to get to know each other. We met each other within a few months of talking, and we talked a lot all the time, like 30,000 messages were last time we counted, before we even physically met, we had talked to each other like 30,000 messages. Like, we were philosophy, politics, morals, ethics, money, health, all of the big questions. Okay. When my partner came to fly out to the US to meet me for the first time, I got on birth control, $1,200 cash. Okay. Got an Explanon. Okay. We went and both got tested. We both got STI panels done. Okay. And then we met each other and we said, even though we spent all this money to prepare for sex, should we meet each other and not want to have sex, either party could revoke. Okay. This was not, oh, I spent this money, so now we must have sex. It was, I'm going to spend this money to be responsible. And if we have sex, at least we know we're safe. Okay. We had sex. Okay. And it was great. And it was great because we didn't have to worry about the fact that one of us was going to get pregnant or somebody was going to spread something that was unnecessary. Somebody was going to do something. We had taken precaution. Okay. The fact that in 2026, ABBA and this girl were not using protection for whatever status of relationship they thought they were in is insane to me. So just to hop over to ABBA, who's doing a live show about this situation, and this is all that has happened this week, okay? Here's this reasoning why he didn't wear protection.
Me and her dated for some time, and we talked at length about what we would do if she got pregnant. And both of us landed on we would keep the child. And the reason why we would want to keep a child is because for her, she presented herself as a Christian, someone of faith. For me, I'm pro-choice. You guys know that. But at the same time, I tell myself, like, if it's my child and it feels right and we're in a union, then I'm more than willing, even if it's unexpected, to assume my responsibilities and do what I got to do. The three things that she presented to me that surprised me in all this was that, one, she said she would never quit. She's not a quitter. You know what I mean? So that to me was reassuring because I want to work through problems, want to work through issues, fights, everything. And, I value that in a partner. Second thing she told me was that, she wouldn't get an abortion. For her, keeping children really important. So I'm like, cool, it's not my faith or anything like that, but I get that and I respect that. And the third thing is that she's not a cheater and she doesn't believe in courting the attention of other men. Okay. And this third one turns out is the reason why we're here today. Okay. She presented herself as somebody who, if I'm seeing somebody or whatever, I wouldn't even let another man come up to me and talk to me. I think it's disrespectful. She presented herself like as one with such strong boundaries and not, entertaining other men.
It's just weird that he would date a Christian because as far as I know, he's not one. He was raised by a Muslim mother. He is not a Muslim and he's not a Christian. So what are you doing bothering religious women? What is up with you guys? Are you not taught to date within your bubble? Why is a Christian dating a non-Christian? Hello? Like, what is he messing with a Christian woman for?
It almost was a lot. For me, like if I'm seeing somebody, if they're exclusive with me, that's all I don't need you to know you said goodbye to someone because they said hi to you at the gym or you ran away. But she felt the need to explain to me it's a big deal to her. So I said, fantastic. Now, let's get to the first thing. We had these conversations about keeping children or not. And I should give you guys a little bit of background. Now you're going to get medical information, okay? Up until about 2.5 years ago. So 2.5 years ago, I went to the doctor, and essentially, I won't get to the long gist of the conversation because it's none of your fucking business. But the doctor kind of told me, like, hey, listen, your sperm count's mad low. I don't think you have kids. So in my head, I'm like, shit, I didn't get a vasectomy. That's like kind of good news, but I wanted kids. Maybe I didn't know, but part of me was like, maybe I won't. So I meet this girl. We hit it off.
Okay, for the record, guys, low sperm count is not impossible. Okay, it's not infertile. That's not what that means, right? Chad said that's a little awkward to ask him since you consider him a colleague and not a friend. Okay, guys, at work, you're both things. Abba and I would have called each other friends, but we're not real friends. You know why? Because we didn't have any real conversations. Okay? Me asking him as a colleague not to collaborate with a predator is because our brands matter. We don't collab with people all of the time in this space that says, I'm not going to collab with a white nationalist, right? So if you're collabing with a white nationalist, is it okay that I'm like, hey, are you going to keep doing this? And by the way, I sent the same message I sent to Abba to like 6 other people. And most of the men were like, I'm still going to collab with Destiny. I was like, okay, bye. And the ones who didn't, I still am cool with to this day because even they were like, fuck that guy. And oh, notice that Abba only stopped collabing with Destiny when it became a problem for Abba, not when it became a problem for Destiny's victims. Because Abba doesn't consider any of Destiny's victims real victims because he thinks these women are BPD and deserve it. So just for clarification, in the YouTube world, it is very important that you're careful about who you collab with, which I learned after collabing with Abba and Destiny, because I didn't realize my reputation was going to be associated with these stupid fucking men. And that's why I had to put my foot down to say, are you going to keep being stupid? Because apparently not. In 2026, he got a girl pregnant. Bro, brother, sir, do you know what I'm saying? What do you mean you got a girl pregnant in 2026? And what do you mean you're casually going to make a baby with somebody over 5 months of knowing them without any serious commitment? What do you mean you're going to build a life with a woman you're fighting with? By the way, they both agree they had a lot of fighting in the first 5 months they were together. Process that information. What good relationship do you know that says, oh yeah, we fight all the time? Why is Abba even in a relationship where he's fighting with somebody? This is why I say I do not fight with my partner. My partner and I have been married 3 years, known each other for 4 years. We do not fight. That is the key difference between my past toxic settling relationships and my high compatibility healthy relationship. Fighting, okay? And that's the thing, okay? Great Pilled Pod, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, happy birthday, you nailed this so long ago. Thank you so much. And chat says birth control can fail, but don't fail to use birth control. Exactly. Like, had they both, or had there been birth control involved and it still failed, okay, then what are you gonna do? I'm on birth control, it could fail, right? We'll have the conversation, but at least I'm on the birth control. Do you know what I'm saying? So the fact that her and Abba both agree they were fighting during this relationship is so weird. So again, this isn't even about them. This is, I want you to review their relationship and learn from it. These are people who are too damn old and should be too damn smart to make these fucking stupid decisions. Like, what are you, 15? So you need to lock in and remember this. You need to remember how, you know, it doesn't matter how successful he is, how smart he is, how capable he is. He still did one of the stupidest things I could ever see someone do in 2026. And not to be this girly, but for a man who's a millionaire, you did nothing to consider protecting that money. Kind of surprised, like kind of a little bit surprised. Not that this woman is a gold digger, because this woman, as a Christian, should never have been engaging in premarital sex anyways, right? What was she thinking? So again, people don't know their values. Like, people don't really know how to protect themselves. And it doesn't matter how much, like, he makes funny content or how much you make good, whatever, you still make these decisions. Like, what an insane decision to make in 2026. In 2015, sure, totally. 2026? That's crazy.
You know, relationship's going great. You know, it's crazy. You guys have never, ever seen any person I've been in a relationship or dated. And yeah. So this is my ex, okay? Libertine Kalina, all right? And this is the profile that I saw about her, okay? So here she is, you know what I mean? Nothing crazy, you know what I mean? She likes archery. She's a family person, you know what I mean? Nothing too crazy. So this is what I know about her, okay? She cute. Yeah. I might have some beef with her now, but I'm never going to say she was ugly. She wasn't a Chinese escort, so everyone would ask. So anyways, I thought I was shooting blanks, you know, and we was getting it on, and it turns out I wasn't shooting blanks. Big surprise to the both of us. You guys, I don't know why, man. Everyone was messaging me like, "Abba, you stressed?" I'm like, I'm really not. Okay, so
that's kind of the problem. Back to her video.
I met Abba July of 2025, last year.
I'm going to whip you back and forth between the two of them.
And it was really fun, and it was really interesting, and it was honestly full of love. 4 months into the relationship, I start to see incompatibilities and inconsistencies that made me question the relationship and started to make me feel doubt. Ironically, as I started to feel those doubts, I found out I was pregnant. I was very nervous, but I knew I wanted to keep the child. I told Abba about the pregnancy, and he was actually very supportive. He was very excited. He always talked about how much he wanted children, and he said he was sure about the pregnancy, and he said that he was always very sure about me. I, however, did not feel sure about Abba. Like I had mentioned...
Okay, pause. If you're dating somebody seriously, that's why I changed to courting. I stopped dating and I switched to courting because it felt like, hey, we need to be very serious about what we're doing, because I was engaged within 6 months, or at 6 months we got engaged, okay? Married at 1 year. So it's not the time they knew each other, it's the seriousness in which they knew each other. See how they're not on the same page? Abba's like, yeah, I'm into this. Let's do this. And then she's like, but I'm not sure. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you need to make sure you're on similar pages, and or did you have serious conversations? Did you talk about serious topics? Did you plan pregnancy? Like, the fact that they were so irresponsible about pregnancy is exactly the point I'm always trying to make with everybody, guys. Okay, this is what I'm trying to make. This is the point I'm trying to really get you guys to understand. And I know you know, but for the people who might be new to the audience, we are too casual with bringing life into the universe. Like, we are so fucking casual with making a new baby that, you know, and honestly, I think the little bit I did know Abba, I did kind of think better of him, even though I have no reason to, given how things went. But I couldn't believe that, like, you know, out of, like, I don't know why I keep thinking that, because there's no data to tell me at this point that Abba should have known better. But, like, I mean, or that he would have known better as a person. But I just, you know, I couldn't believe it. You know, like, making a baby is just so insane. It just, anyways.
I started to see some core fundamental differences with our values, our lifestyle, and especially how Abba handled things emotionally and how he handled things communicatively. As time goes on, during the pregnancy, I still start to feel even more anxious and more nervous. And I think I start to confuse my anxiousness with being with Abba, or moving forward with Abba, with my confusion and anxiousness with the pregnancy and if I wanted to continue the pregnancy or not. And terminating the pregnancy was never in the question. It was something I never wanted to do. But as time kept going in the relationship, I still felt like it was pretty rocky. And I talked to Abba and I said, maybe an abortion is something we should do, even if that isn't what I wanted at all. And Abba was not happy with it. Abba was quite disappointed, and he tried to support the decision as much as he could, but you can tell that he was struggling with it a little bit. We make our first appointment for the abortion, and Abba visits me to be there for me, and we don't go through with it that day. And when he leaves, I make another appointment, and I cancel that one. And I think in total I canceled 3 abortion appointments. And I think, you know, maybe I should give it more time and see if my feelings change. And so I set an appointment for after the trip I had planned to Montreal to visit Abba. I visit Abba in Montreal, and we get into our biggest fight. And this was a real turning point for me. And I know it's hard to imagine Abba upset, but he does get there. And not only does he get there, he goes past the point of the threshold of where anger should stop. Abba resorts to name-calling and degrading language, and resorts to ridicule and mocking, and it does teeter on the emotionally and verbal abusive side, and I hate to put a label on it like that, but that is truly what it felt like. And don't take my word for it. I will be posting examples in this video or the next video.
In this video, she'll post.
After that trip, I realized that I always wanted to keep the child, and it was the relationship that needed to be looked at. And so I cancel that last appointment, and I call Abba, and I tell him, you know, I'm so sorry for the back and forth, but it was never in my values to terminate the pregnancy. I think I'm anxious about us, and I think it's better if we co-parent. And I was thinking about
she's got construction happening in the background. She's not a streamer, a YouTuber, so we're just going to put up with the bad audio, but it's just construction.
Kind of environment I would like to raise my child in, and everything like that. So Abba's really upset, and we hang up, and he tells me to get the abortion. And he tells me I don't have anything to say, just get the abortion, and I'll wait for the abortion updates. And I
So I'll wait for the abortion updates. I will keep you updated. She said, I would consider what you said over the phone and about having an abortion. My values ultimately were not to get it. I'll think more and consider what you're telling
said,
me.
I will consider keeping you, oh, sorry, I will keep you updated. I will consider what you said over the phone about having the abortion. My values were to ultimately not get it. And he said, just so we're clear, if you change your mind for the 10th time, I will not be involved. And then
It says we will cease to talk then. Okay, so he's upset because apparently she's going back and forth about whether she wants the abortion. But I just want you guys to process something. As a pro-choice girly, having an abortion for some people is a very difficult decision, especially if she went into it thinking she doesn't want to have an abortion. And she's not just dealing with the abortion part, she's dealing with the relationship ending part. It's a lot to consider. Child care, will he be in the child's life? What will happen? Will we be, there's a lot of layers of stress happening, and she has to make a decision very quickly. Like in Europe, I think I have 8 weeks to have an abortion. You know what I mean? In the US, some places it's up to 24 weeks. You only have so much time to make this decision, right? So it's going to get even crazier when I tell you he blocked her for 3 weeks while thinking she was pregnant. 3 weeks of a pregnancy is 3 weeks. Like, we are facing so much abortion rights. Like, people are threatening abortion rights. And so he says he's pro-choice, but he does not understand the weight of making this decision. Okay. And mind you, she's conflicted about this decision because she thinks Abba might be the wrong partner for her. And she's deciding, should I have a baby with the wrong person just because I'm pregnant and it's against my values? Or should I give this child, should I not have this child so it doesn't end up being born into a family that's broken? Like, she has a lot to weigh. It's a lot. And the fact that he didn't think that she would go back and forth on it, like, that's the part that I think is so bad about this whole thing. Like, it's a big decision. It's a big deal. And you're acting like it's just make the decision. Are you keeping it or not? This is why I'm saying, please don't put yourself in this position. Use birth control. I can't believe Abba didn't use birth control. I can't believe this woman, Libby, didn't use birth control. Habibis, you're already having premarital sex, so don't tell me it's your religion. And lots of Christians use birth control. Why aren't you on birth control? And again, birth control can fail, but I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be in this position if you were on it.
And I kind of snap back a little bit and I'm like, then don't be. And then he blocks me. And he blocks
her. He blocks her. Abba is we'll go back to his video, but he blocks her. Girlies, what do you mean you block somebody? This is why I say I do not block Inner Circle. You guys, you're all fucking crazy to be blocking people when people are pregnant. There is a baby on the line and you're blocking people? What are you doing?
me for an entire day. And I'm so sorry for the construction in the background. I have to make sure to speak loud. Sorry about that. I said, hey, I need to talk to you about the baby. I'm still blocked. And I tell my cousin to message him to unblock me. And
mind you, they're in a relationship and they're dating. If I'm dating somebody, my siblings usually have access to that person. That's the problem with dating. What do you mean by dating? Courting? Our families were involved in the courting process. Like, that's what I'm saying. So, like, he is going to paint this like stalking or blackmailing. But from my perspective, like, you're dating this girl and you got her pregnant. Why wouldn't she have her cousins reach out to you? You're being so weird. You're the one who blocked her, right? Now, let's watch his video too as we watch her video, because some of you guys are saying, oh, after watching his video, I may be changing my mind, But process this situation for what it is. Two irresponsible people who are engaging in adult activity, who are not taking any precautions to prevent this pregnancy, who end up in a pregnancy situation where they knew they were fighting in their relationship and they had problems. This is what I'm saying is outrageous about the situation. Not that it's Abba, not that it's Libby, but that you're two grown-ups in a situation that is so fucking preventable. You're supposed to learn this in high school. You're literally supposed to learn this prevention tactic in high school. It's called wrapping it up. And the fact that they did not learn this is insane to me. And this is what I'm saying about the world. These adults in this world are so irresponsible when it comes to having babies. You do not care about those children. And it's disgusting. So let's go back to Abba's video.
And we had a conversation about it. And initially, she's like, okay, we'll do this. And this is the only time that she ever told me she wanted to have a kid. And when she told me that, I said, okay. You know, like, I wasn't expecting this, but if this is where it's turning, then I'm going to assume my responsibilities. But yeah, let's do this. So this happens, might have been November, October, I don't know. But at this point, my life changes a little bit at that point because I'm in my head now focused on dealing with what's in front of me. I have a huge responsibility, so I'm shifting all things in my life to assume that responsibility. You know, I'm shifting my investments, I'm shifting my work stuff, and I have a hard time explaining this to you guys. I've never fathered a child before, but being a dad was something that I told myself if I was going to do, I would do it the right way.
Oh, pause. Being a dad the right way is wearing a condom. I'm the best mother in the whole world for not having children. You start by being a good father before the children exist, not after.
And so for me, it was really important that my life was in order. And even though I'm successful on YouTube or whatever it could be, and I'm doing fine financially, I'm doing great, I think there's a lot of things in my personal life that I could have in better order. You know what I mean? I could be in some better shape. I mean, take my health a little bit better, so I'm here for a long time. Mindset things, like I was really getting ready for the prospect of this. A week goes by, and all of a sudden, I start getting messages from her on a regular basis of her feeling unsure. And the whole time, I'm being incredibly supportive. Don't worry, guys, I'm going to show evidence of this. But for me, it's very tough because from that point on and for the next 2.5 months, she flip-flopped between I'm not sure and I'm not going to have the child. Now, I could only be supportive because as you know, this is a man's world, but when it comes to kids, babies got control, women got control. So even if I didn't want to have the kid, if she tell me no, then that is what it is. I told her how I felt. I told her why I wanted to go forward with it. She felt differently, and she would waver. And all I could do is be respectful and be supportive. Because at the end of the day, like think about my options from my perspective. She's carrying my kid. If I stress her out, it may result in a miscarriage. If I make her feel alienated, it might push her toward abortion. All I can do right now for the health of the child and for her health as well is to be supportive. That's all I can really do. So that's what I did. And I tried. You know what I mean? I tried. And one time she said dead set on having an abortion, even though I was against it. And I flew down to be with her, not to convince her not to have the abortion, but to be there for her through it. Because it doesn't make sense to me to have a partner and they're going to go through something as traumatic as an abortion and I'm not there. Okay? We were committed. So I flew down. And let me see if I can find this in the notes here.
Hold on, this is a live stream. I'm going to afford it.
So right, you guys are, this is a conversation that me and her had months later after most of this happened, okay?
Yeah, continue going on.
And you're
Also, can I just say, why are you both recording each other? If I find out my partner's been recording me, I'm divorcing them. Period. I do not record my partner. For the record, I've never recorded my partner. I don't even take pictures of my partner without their consent. Okay? So I don't know if these are voice notes. I don't know if they're recordings. There were some cell phone convos. I think they're voice notes. That's what I'm going to assume it is because Abba is a voice note guy. He used to send me voice notes. I used to send him voice notes. So I think that's what it is. Okay, yeah, I see chat agreeing. It's a voice note. I think that's right. But I just want to make sure they're not recording each other because that's where I got confused. But if it is voice notes, then that's fine because we use voice notes all the time. I love a voice note. If it's a recording, it's weird. So let's hope it's a voice note. We'll be good faith and assume these are all voice notes.
I knew to know that, like, you're saying, like, you knew what I was going, like, I explained, like.
Chat says they did both. So they did record some of the conversations. And then some of them were voice notes. See, that feels so weird. There's a call recording in her video, I think. Yeah, I don't know why they're voice. I don't know where they're. Okay, so again, this isn't about Abba or Libby. We're using them to learn about our own lives, right? We do philosophy through pop culture here. And what I want you to process is if you're in a relationship where you feel scared enough to record your partner, you should probably be out of that relationship. Now, I assume she did it to protect herself through the abortion process or the fact that he was a streamer, but you got to really think about these things. If you're dating somebody and you're fighting a lot, break up. You know what I mean? If you are dating someone, be serious. Have all the serious conversations. And if you love your partner, protect them from pregnancy. If you love your partner, protect them from STIs. If you love your partner, protect them with their money, with their health, with their everything, you know? And so that's the problem, I think, with all of these conversations. Like, you have to think about it, right? You have to think about the context of the situation. And honestly, we should know this about Abba in a sense that he is not, you know, everyone else's business gets put out on the internet. That's the risk you have as being a public figure. He doesn't get privacy when he spends his life going after other people's private business too. So he knows this. He's a grown up. He knows the internet's going to come for him. That's why he's making this stream. He doesn't get to be exempt. He doesn't get to find a girl on Instagram and decide, I'm going to DM her and I'm going to be with her and within 5 months get her pregnant and then block her and then have an abortion and then all this other stuff, right? He is messy. He's a public figure. We're going to talk about it. And yet what I want you to do is learn about it. Learn about how out of all the people, and I know some of you think it's obvious like Abba would be in this situation, but I'm telling you, a lot of people see Abba as stoic and very level-headed. And that's why he weaponizes her mental health against her, by the way. Right? I want you to watch how he does it. He's going to paint her to be super crazy. Well, he's really reasonable. And the audience will agree with him because that's what Abba's brand is. Abba's brand is that he's really, really reasonable and responsible. Then why are you getting a girl pregnant? If you're so responsible, why is this even happening to you? This all could have been avoided with a condom. Like, do you know what I'm saying? So be very careful about reading the context of the way that this brand has been built, Abba and Preach. Okay? He is the logical one and all the girls are crazy. And that's why when I reached out to him initially about Destiny, he sided with Destiny because he's like, all these crazy BPD girls, all these BPD girls. Well, you know, what are you then? What's your excuse for what's your explanation for getting a girl pregnant in your old ass age? You know what I mean? Do you have BPD? Or no, are you just like throwing BPD people under the bus because it helps you with your audience and it helps you with your narrative?
The debilitating decision making, like I was doing every day. I was going back and forth every day. I was just trying to figure out what to do, and I regret the way I handled it. And I feel like the first few weeks, I was like thinking about you first. I feel like I was like in a triangle of like, okay, if I don't have the baby, then things can continue going on with Abba. But if I have the baby, then it's just like all this pressure with someone, you know,
I understand that's what you thought in your head, but like, I think the frustrating part for me is I literally flew down to be there for you for the abortion. I don't know how things were going to go afterwards, but like, I would have supported you regardless. But
but it didn't seem like that. It didn't. You kept saying like you're never going to be the same.
But that's just true, right? Like you are not going to be the same either, and that's okay. Like,
wait, so they are having a conversation. So they are recording the conversation. This isn't a voice note. This is a conversation. Why do you have a recording of a conversation you've had? See, I was right. How do you record a conversation you're having? I've never recorded a conversation I was having with my partner.
I wasn't going to lie to you and tell you I was going to come out the other side one way, but I told you I'd be supportive and I'd be there for you, regardless. I didn't go down there to convince you not to do it. I went down there believing you were really going to do it. That's why I went down there. And like you wanted to talk about it, I didn't even want to talk about it when I came down. You were trying to comfort me, and I said, it's okay.
But you were having a hard time, and I'm not going to argue.
Guys, again, I know people are like, hey, watch part 2, there's more info. It doesn't, listen, my work is not, I'm not drama farming this. We're using it to have a conversation about your life. I don't need to know more details about this situation to make it clear you never need to be in this situation. Lock in. You never need to be in this situation. You need to watch this train wreck and say, how do I avoid this? You avoid it, 1, by clearly talking to the person that you're courting, having sex with, or being intimate with. 2, you get STI panels done. You get condoms or birth control locked in, vasectomies, proof of medical care, concern for the person you're engaging with. You communicate, you get friends involved. There are so many levels to this, but mostly we're doing this to help you guys because this could be you. And I'm saying this was so avoidable. I cannot believe I even have to make this stream. This was so avoidable.
You know? Don't think that I look at you and I don't care about how you feel. Like you don't think at the time I'm like seeing you and I do love you and I'm like looking at you and I'm like, this guy's devastated. And then a part of me is like, I also don't want to, but I'm like, again, I was like in this triangle where like, okay, if I don't have the baby, things can still move forward because it's like we can still figure out if we're compatible. We can still figure all that out. And yeah.
Which, by the way, is very normal in pro-choice circles. Lots of people I know, lots of women and men I know have abortions to later have babies down the future or have abortions to keep dating to see if they're compatible. Her suggestion is actually really modern. That's why I'm like, are you a Christian? Because that's a very modern suggestion. The fact that he's making a face at it is so funny to me because that's very typical. I know a lot of married people that have abortions to later have babies. Or like I said, like So just the fact that he's making a face, because that sounds crazy to conservative bubbles, like, oh, you want to keep dating after aborting my baby? Yeah, lots of people do that because you're not ready for pregnancy right now. I know a lot of people who have abortions. It's usually something like this. So the fact that he's even like making a face is so obnoxious.
I don't think if the pregnancy happened, I don't think any of this would have happened. But sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know. I think I always told you the outcome I would have preferred. But I told you I would support you regardless, and I'd be there for you. And I think I try to show up both emotionally and physically by being there in person. I think I went out of my way to try to make that clear to you. And I also didn't lie to you. I didn't tell you I'm going to be fine, everything's going to be great. I told you, like, it's going to be tough on us. It's going to be tough on you. It's going to be tough on me. I don't know how I'm going to change afterwards. I can only tell you that I'm dreading it. And I think that's a reasonable and like mature response to the whole situation. You know, I don't need anyone to coddle me or anything like that. Like, I know these things are going to be difficult. And who knows, maybe it does break us. Who knows? But I would never force you into parenthood before you're ready. And I always told you that. So what I'm saying there is because she didn't want to have the kid, and I was saying I did, right? I told her, though, like, I'm not going to sit here and convince you to be a parent. I think that's weird. Like,
Okay,
I can't
good.
force someone to be a parent. So if I'm having a
But you forced each other to be parents because you had unprotected sex, you fucking idiots. I love you. What the fuck are you thinking? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you already did it. You already condemned both of you to pregnancy, to parenthood before you were ready by not wrapping up. Okay? Please. Like, that's what I'm saying is crazy about this whole conversation. You are too fucking old to not understand how contraceptives work. You're too fucking old.
kid with somebody and I'm the one who wants it and they don't want it, I'm not going to force them into parenthood. So I told her what I felt and then I stopped. I stopped trying to convince her to keep the kid. She didn't want to keep it. So, I just accepted it and tried to be supportive, but I was in this really weird position. So I'll keep going. Always. And I understand you may have not felt that way, but I think you don't know from my perspective, like, I really tried to convey to you what I wanted while letting you know that I would have your back to the best of my abilities, whatever you choose.
See, I would have your back no matter what, but he didn't have her back because it ended up being like a whole situation. So then I don't even know what he's promising here. And that's why I say, guys, if my partner and I went through, okay, marriage is easy. I'm married. Marriage, easiest thing I've ever done. Life is hard. Parents dying, children dying, genocide, war. Life is hard. Marriage is easy. The fact is, obviously, this isn't a high compatibility partners because they turned on each other. I tell you, before my partner and I were married, we had 3 or 4 intense situations happen with life. And the way we handled it as a team just reassured us we should get married. We never turned on each other. We never called each other names. We never had fights. We just together felt the weight and burden of adult responsibility, handled it, and dealt with it, okay? We had a death, we had health problems, we had all these things come up, and we leaned on each other. In dating, in courting, in getting to know a person, you want to have just enough time before you get engaged to really make sure this person is someone you can lean on. Because this was a perfect example. See how badly they handled it? See how obvious it was they shouldn't be together? Because life gave you a hard situation and you fucking turned on each other. And this is why they shouldn't get married. And that's what I'm saying to you. Like, allow life to give you an opportunity. Date as long as you need to have opportunities organically show up and see how people handle them. Don't cause an issue. Don't cause a mess. And then talk about regular compatibilities, of course, as well. But
I understand you might have felt differently. I'm just saying what I said and what I tried to do in terms of actions. Okay? Right? Because you didn't want me there for the abortion. Remember? I had to convince you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to be there.
look, the timer flashed on the bottom of the screen and it said 33 minutes. Who's recording a 33-minute call?
And I told you it's my responsibility. It was not to convince you. When I got there at the hotel, I was not trying to talk to you about it. And I know you were trying to say sweet things to me to tell me, like, we'll have more kids in the future. All this stuff. I was like, you don't have to say this stuff. It doesn't make me feel good, and it's okay. Like, I'm going to be there. We just got a big day tomorrow. Let's just get through it. And, like, that's me telling you I don't like what's happening, but I'm here because I care about you. You understand? So
Yeah.
I think what's tough for me is, like, so she didn't want me there for the abortion. I flew down anyways. And the night before the abortion, she was talking to me. She was like, we can have more kids in the future. So she didn't want me there for the abortion. I flew down anyways. And
if you were raised in the 90s and 2000s, which I know Abba was, he is going to think this was a deeply romantic gesture. It's 2026. It's just a consent violation. She didn't want me there, but I came anyways. Yeah, unless she is also stuck in the 90s, this is not romantic. Now, she might think it is, or it might just make her feel like, and again, I don't know why she didn't want him there. That's also important. Maybe she was embarrassed. Maybe it was too intense. Maybe it was too, it's just sad they couldn't do anything together. But this is proof that they were just dating. That's what I'm saying. When you're just dating, you're not married. You're not a team. You're not committed. Do you know what I'm saying? So of course she would have separate money, do things differently. But when you bring a baby into the equation, like this is when shit gets real. So I think that's really interesting, but I know people are going to hear that and go, he was there. He tried to be present. I have a feeling Abba's a man. And Abba did the man thing. Oh, I'll be there. I'll be supportive. I flew out. I was there. But like that's not the kind of support. This is like, you know, that conversation between men and women, like men are like, I supported her. And women are like, that's not what I'm asking for. And he's like, but I gave you literally what you wanted. You got to know what your partner really needs. Your specific partner. When your partner says this, what do they really mean? And then decide if you can communicate and understand this partner to give them what they need. Okay? But again, it's not even about Abba or her. It's about you guys remembering that like this situation is avoidable if you actually really understand the person you're dating. Like truly see them as a consciousness, not just the person you're having babies with, not someone to fulfill your life, not someone to whatever, but really respect and love them. There's no respect or love in this dynamic, even though there was, I'm sure, for a time. Obviously, it's what probably got them to 5 months. But there's not really respect and love for the consciousness.
the night before the abortion, she was talking.
Like, I'll give you an example that's superficial, but I actually just connect. When I reached out to Abba about the Destiny things, I said, I know we're not friends like that, but I wanted to believe that you would care that he had been harassing me for 2 years. But Abba didn't, because he doesn't care about me, the consciousness. Okay? And he doesn't have to. But the fact that he's treating this girl that he was dating similarly feels crazy to me. Like, you know, it's like, do you love the consciousness or is it your value? So now, since he didn't care about me, the consciousness, I asked him about his values. Hey, since you don't have to care about me, the person, I absolutely respect that because we don't know each other like that. What about your values? What about your morals and values? Say, it doesn't matter that Destiny is abusing people on stream in a way that's so obvious, because he didn't just go after BPD crazy girls, He went after stable BPD girls who happened to have BPD. Okay, stable girls, reasonable women, people, he started doxing people, right? That was the question. It's not about, and then what was Abba's justification? They're crazy, so they deserve it. And I feel like that translates to how he's treating this woman. She's crazy, she's blackmailing me, she's insane, I have all the receipts, she's manipulative, she's all these things. Interesting. Yet in this whole video, we're 20 minutes in, I don't hear any conversation about how fucking stupid I was, irresponsible I was, how wrong I was to even have sex with a woman. I heard, well, my doctor told me I have low sperm count, so I thought I was shooting blanks. That's what I heard from a grown-up. Ridiculous.
I mean, she's like, we can have more kids in the future. And I'm like, right before you're going to go end this, that's what you want to come for me with? So I'm like, just stop.
See, I told you, I called it. I already knew. He thought it was going to be weird that she suggested an abortion and kids later. So he took it personal versus that's very common practice. Lots of people do it.
Okay, I'm not here to be sour. I'm not pouting. It's okay. Let's just go through with this. I wake up in the morning.
And also, why do you want this baby, Abba? When later you texted her that if she kept the baby, you would have nothing to do with it. See how he's framing the story? He framed it eventually. Guys, he sends a text message to her that eventually says, if you have this child, I want nothing to do with it. I will never meet this baby. So remember that in context. You don't know that though, but I know that because I've seen the stories. So remember that remember his whole like, I want a baby, but I only want it on my terms. And I'm not going to let you have a baby that isn't going to be raised with me. This is what I'm trying to say to you, but you'll see. Hold on.
She canceled the abortion. So this is like the 9th time already that she's changed her mind between having it or not having it. And I can't stress this to you guys enough, how fucking debilitating and mentally breaking it is.
Did you get a therapist? Did you get a counselor? Did you get professionals to come in? Did you help her? Did anybody seek counseling? Yeah, it's really hard to make the decision to have an abortion, especially when you don't have a partner, because you guys aren't partners. She couldn't rely on you. You're not married. You're not committed. You're not her partner. You're just a guy who fucking got her pregnant. So yeah, she's going to need a professional to come in and help her with this very hard decision.
I have to deal with somebody changing their mind. Now, I'm sympathetic because I can imagine it's a stressful situation. You're deciding your future, you're hormonal. You know, I'm being as patient as I can be throughout the whole process. I'm not saying nothing because I don't know what it's like to carry a kid.
Well, maybe that's the problem. What do you mean you didn't say nothing? You didn't get a professional to come in. That's what I'm saying. Men do absolutely nothing and go, I'm doing the most. Men literally go, they literally tell you a story about how they did nothing. And then they're like, but I was there. So you did nothing.
To be honest with you, it was tough on me. Okay. The same was tough.
I believe that. By the way, I can be deeply empathetic and agree. It was probably very hard on Abba. It was very confusing, but he is operating like every man who in a tough situation goes, it's like they forget. It's like their brain turns off or something. And then there's like, what do I do? What do I do? I don't, anything but what you're doing right now. Changing her mind like 9 times is not a negative, but you hear how his audience is going to hear that as a negative. So what? She changed her mind nine times. It's a big deal. I know people who change their mind 9 times over a dress they're going to buy. You know, it's a big deal. So I don't know why you're acting like that's, you know, but he's saying this because to him, he thinks it's crazy. So now his audience thinks she's crazy. And I'm sitting here going like, so you don't understand what she's going through and you're not even trying to get it. Cool.
On her. I'm not here to villainize her or whatever. All my friends have nothing nice to say about her. Okay. They say she didn't have, we're pregnant, it's lying, whatever. I don't say any of that. Because I know despite what the fuck she's doing now and all this goofy ass shit, she's not a bad person. At least that's not the experience I had with her. Now, maybe I'm stupid, whatever it is, love struck, whatever you want to say, but I'm just not going to sit here and pretend like she's the demon or whatever. I just think it was a very stressful situation for 2 people who weren't ready at the time, and I think we just didn't handle it the best. And you guys are seeing it unfold publicly, and I think it's stupid that it's happening this way. But this narrative that I didn't want to have the kid or some baby drama is not real. For most of our relationship, it was me trying to tell her not to do it, okay? So.
Okay, hold on. Let's go back to her.
He says, hey, I unblocked you for a second to say stop contacting me, regardless of what you choose. I will never decide to keep in contact with you. You're not my responsibility. Now don't reach out to me again. And then if you guys are reading this, I'll mention what's going on here in a minute. But I said, why did you block me after you wanted updates? He says, because I don't want updates. Sorry, I wasn't clear. So I'll be clear. I don't want to ever hear from you again. He says, keep it or don't. I don't need updates. If you do this solo, good luck. If you don't, keep it. Great. And then he blocks me again. And I am so exhausted at this point on how Abba handles conflict and how he resorts to shutting down and avoidance and stonewalling. And especially at a time that is very critical and sensitive, I just want to show you this. So this kind of will show you an example of Abba's volatility a little bit. I think within the span of 4 months of our relationship, I think I was blocked like 100 times. And I typed in the word block in my search history for my messages. And the first time he blocked me was in August 7th, the beginning of August. And I think we met in the middle of July. And this was just 3 weeks after we met. And so then he blocks me again at the end of August, and then a few times in September, and then October and November and December. And anytime that you see the word blocked on my end, I'm just telling him like, hey, can you unblock me? You still have me blocked from Instagram or something. And that doesn't stop there. I now type in the word blocking, which is different from blocked, but
Okay, chat, hear me out, chat. Because I see you doing this thing. You said, I think he was struggling generally because he didn't know if she was going to be a father or not, because she kept changing her mind, which is why I get it was tough. And she kind of weaponized it. Okay, I just want to say, because I see you running defense for Abba, right? You starting to cut him out of it completely. Listen, I don't know what video of Abba's you saw, but just process the fact that even saying she was manipulative, what do you mean by manipulative? Manipulative means intentionally deceiving, right? Like, you need to understand that, like, when we have these conversations and you say people are manipulative, you could be manipulated easily. How do you know you're not being manipulated by Abba? Again, you you cannot think she's manipulative if you watch her video alone. If you watch his video, you could see she is, but do you really think that, or does it make it sound like it? Because what grown man in his 30s is having unprotected sex with a woman and being shocked that, like, how do you know he didn't baby trap her? How do you know Abba didn't maliciously try to get her pregnant? He said he wanted a baby. He said he wanted a family. You know what I mean? Even though he knew, they knew. So, like, how do you know that? I'm saying, think about the words we're using and ask yourself, are they patriarchal? Because Abba's community is already pretty anti-women in a big way, right? So, like, think about, like, just that fact. I'm not saying you have to agree with Libby or agree that whatever she did, but I'm saying just imagine the situation and everything that is happening, and imagine that he is blocking her, that he is saying, if you have this baby, but you don't want to be with me, I don't want anything with this baby. That's Abba. So just to be clear, that is the story. Is Abba says he wants this baby. He just wants to do it right. So he wants to marry her. But if she has this baby and they're not married, he doesn't want anything to do with the baby. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Do you see how threatening that feels as the woman who's pregnant? And now you're like, what the fuck? Like, that is the craziest request I've ever heard from a person. Is like, oh, I'm not going to be a supportive father. I'm not going to, be there. I don't ever want to. This kid's never going to know me. By the way, if I am not mistaken, Abba did tell me, and it is public, of course, that his father is not in his life. So I think it's very important to him. He was raised by a single mom, and I think it was very important for him to be a present father. But you see how we repeat patterns of behavior in our childhood? Because why would you still abandon your kid even if you didn't like the mom? Do you know what I'm saying? Why would you do that?
Still have a bunch of where he's like, I'm blocking you here. And I put blocking here because I didn't block him here. I was telling him, like, hey, you keep blocking. And
it says it would be best for me to cut any communication between us. I think the difference between me blocking a number and you blocking someone is I'm blocking because my partner told me he will leave me after the I'm pretty, and then it cut off. I understand blocking now. Cousin, do you feel like I'm blocking? A relationship is grounds for a breakup when you explicitly told them not to. Blocking me was crazy. Like, they're all going back. This is just like the text messages, but I'm not even sure. This isn't a very clear context for me here.
yeah, so now
But she's explaining it.
And I'm upset. I am 9 weeks pregnant. I'm feeling emotional. I'm hormonal.
She meant 9 weeks. She says 9 months pregnant. She meant 9 weeks.
All these changes. And I don't want to blame it on that specifically because I knew that I was also exhausted from the dynamic of Abba and I. And so this is a blemish on my part in all of this. But I pretend to send a screenshot of Abba's message saying that he doesn't want to be a part of this anymore. I pretend to send it to Myron Gaines.
Okay, she pretended to send it to Myron, which, by the way, we already knew they were both immature. Again, you don't need to take sides. You need to understand that they're both deeply immature, but only one person in my mind was truly out of pocket with his actions, and that was Abba when it came to treating the woman he got pregnant. Again, they're both silly. They're both immature. But it's not the same. Just like mutual abuse isn't a thing. Hear me when I say this. I know you think it is because we all thought it was. Mutual abuse is not a thing. One partner is always typically actually doing most of the abuse. And I really do think it's Abba in this situation. And I think Abba, if you don't want to call it an abuse, is toxic. It is a toxic dynamic, okay? Because again, she is literally debating an abortion of his child. They're going back and forth. He's getting overwhelmed, right? So it's like this idea. Okay, now keep in mind, I'm glad she told the internet because women should heed caution, but it won't matter because even Destiny had a new girlfriend soon after his whole debacle. There will always be toxic people who will date toxic people. Please don't be one of them, right? Don't be one of these people. So this will be a warning to all the people that give Abba so much of the benefit of the doubt because he comes off cool and collected. But Abba is a boy just like the rest of them, okay? So his cool, collected attitude does not change the fact that he always picks predators. He always picks what's good for him. He's willing to throw everyone under the bus, and he doesn't give a fuck because he gets to paint it as drama, women are crazy, and move on with his life. And by the way, become a millionaire from it. And that's the problem. So all these men who are millionaires paint all the women as crazy, and all the women who keep believing Abba's one of the good ones. These men are some of the good, maybe, blah, blah, blah. There you go. Okay.
And I never do it, and I never did do it, but that was just to like, I was fighting back a little bit. But again, I never did it. And I also messaged the Abba and Preach page.
Okay, this is the Abba and Preach page. I think she's going to read
And
it.
I tell him this. I'm not going to read it, but
I'll read it. I'm pregnant and desperate is being in a relationship, and not you said you don't care if I keep the baby or not, and you know you won't, and that you know you won't be a part of it. You told me you'd never walk out on the child if I got pregnant. You lied. I will keep the baby and raise them myself, but because I felt anxious 5 months into the relationship and I told you my truth, because I do not care about your life, me loving you and me also feeling unsettled can both exist. You say this isn't horrible behavior towards me. You're saying this behavior is better than blackmail. I didn't even said I was going to do. I never said I was going to do those things, and you tell me you would stop your friends from doing that because you're not me, ? But you would leave me alone to parent your child alone because that's not horrible, ? If I wanted my friends to expose your horrible text to me, wouldn't you think I already would have done that? My friend even said the message you sent me, Libby would never do it. I felt I needed to end the relationship because we were fighting all the time and it wasn't okay. I ended it respectfully and you knew that. You then told me you don't care if I keep the baby or not. You're not going to be a part of it, ? Then you block me. And then I tried to reach out to you because there wasn't a decision on the baby. And then I showed my friends your horrible messages and they stick up for me. Even you know that what you sent me was evil. That's why your friend, you're afraid of getting it leaked, which I said I wouldn't do. But even that's telling. And then he wrote back and said, hey, blackmailer, stop reaching out. So she wrote all of this. And then he wrote back, hey, blackmailer, stop reaching out. Because now they're trying to twist it like, oh, she's trying to blackmail me. She's not trying to blackmail you. She's trying to get your attention so you understand how serious this is. Yes, if I was Libby's friend, I would have said, Libby, this is not how you have an adult relationship with a grown man. The way you have an adult relationship with a grown man is 1, you wear condoms and birth control. And 2, okay, you have these discussions. And 3, you say, hey, no, seriously, we have to have a convo. And then you accept that, yeah, like he's not invested in you at some point. But the fact is like Abba is being a baby. He's like, blackmailer. He's like literally throwing a tantrum and then turning it around and making her look crazy when she is literally the one dealing with it. Okay. And she is not blackmailing. If you stop saying she is blackmailing, y'all, Habibis, with peace and love, you do not know what blackmail is. This is not blackmail. Getting a woman pregnant and then blocking her and her trying to do everything she can to get your attention is not blackmail. It's desperate. It's just desperate. And she didn't even do it. Okay? It's literally desperate. You're so fucking cruel. All of you are fucking psychopaths. You're fucking psychopaths. You are all fucking psychopaths. That you are siding with a man who blocked a woman he got pregnant and threw a tantrum. And so she did anything desperate. Her friends tried to reach him. Her family members tried to reach him. And he's like, blackmailer, you guys are crazy. Oh my God, she's getting people to contact me when I said I wanted nothing to. You got her pregnant. You got her pregnant, sir. That's what I'm saying. You guys are so fucking psychopathic. You don't understand how cruel you're being. You're not even thinking about the situation. You're so weird.
I'll leave it up here so you guys can view and pause if you like. And he just responds, hey, blackmailer, stop reaching out. And Abba gets very upset because now Preach sees these messages and now Preach knows that his girlfriend is pregnant. Now Preach knows Abba's girlfriend is pregnant. And Abba calls me at some point, and this is just another example of how Abba does talk to me when...
You said it's a bit nuanced and Brittany isn't being nuanced. You literally said she's blackmailing him when that's not what blackmail is. That is not the legal definition of blackmail. That is not blackmail in any context. Don't tell me I'm not being nuanced when you literally can't even define blackmail correctly. And you put it in all caps yelling in my chat. Relax. Okay?
He just get upset, so I don't answer because I'm trying to get...
So he said, I don't care, bye, block. She said, I'm trying to eat. Hey, I was really trying to get something to eat. I haven't eaten. He said, parasite, I don't care. Eat shit, sleep. I want my piece back. I want you gone, so hurry up. You've made 9 accounts harassing me and blackmailing.
Something to eat. I'm hungry.
Scorpio, thank you so much. Member for 22 months says, happy birthday. Chad, if you're reading this, this is blackmail to like the stream. Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm like sick. I'm in my first trimester and I don't answer. And he says, I don't care. Bye, blocked. I'm trying to eat. Hey, I was really trying to get something to eat. I haven't eaten. He says, parasite, I don't care. Eat shit, sleep. I want my piece back. I want you gone. So hurry up. You made 9 accounts harassing me and blackmailing. So he's talking.
This is what I'm saying. Guys, I know you don't think well of Abba, but I did it for a part of my... There's a part of me that cannot believe he wrote this. I did not know he was this immature, cruel. Like, I am so shocked that he is typing these things and thinks he's better than anybody. How could you think you're better than anybody? How are you better than any of the men in this space when this is what you're writing? This is your text messages. These texts, what is this? I am like, I shouldn't be shocked at men, but even I am so optimistic that I'm like, really? insane.
about my cousin reaching out and sending him messages, and I finally
Okay, Chatter, I know you're very passionate. I really do. I see you, girly. You're so passionate. And I think some of the things you're saying is true, but I also feel like I don't know why you keep spamming it, because it does look a little weird. Like, are you like, because think about what you're saying, right? Like, you're saying the internet would have destroyed her and support ABBA if she was if she were black and not conventionally attractive. They are kind of destroying her. I agree there's some element to racism that plays a role in all of this. I agree with you. But you keep repeating the fact that it does make it feel like a little bit like, I hear you. I agree with you. But also, like, they are not supporting her. Like, the internet is only somewhat supporting her because they are progressive leaning. But most of the conservative centrist spaces will not support her. So I agree with you. If she was a black woman, it would have been much harder in many ways. And even him choosing a girl that looks like this might be questionable. I don't even know if ABBA's mom is black. I don't know if that's true, because you keep saying he hates his mother. I don't know that his mother is black. Is his mother black? All I know is she's a Muslim. And he's Ethiopian, so I guess she's black, but I don't know that. Maybe I've never seen his mom. I don't know. So, like, maybe he hates his black mother. I don't know if he has a black mother. I don't. So it's a little awkward in the chat, I think, reading the messages, just so you know, because I don't know where it's coming from. So I hear you. I just wanted to give you some like attention because I've been avoiding the attention, but like I'm just like confused on how to engage with the topic, right? But all I know is in this situation, there are those layers at play. I agree with you. And yet I would just say, like, for the focus of this conversation, what we're really seeing here is a man, regardless of his why, because we don't know, he has to go to therapy, is treating the woman he got pregnant, right, this way. And that's what's even more like egregious in so many ways, because we don't know the layered part of it. Though I think you might be right with your assessment, but we don't know, right?
he calls again, and we finally get on a phone call. This is the most brutal phone call, and it does reflect everything that I had mentioned before, that it was verbal and emotionally abusive and contained a lot of dehumanizing language and degrading language. And
yeah, I do think, like, you can't talk to the person you made a baby with this way. Like, if my partner talked to me in our marriage like this, I would divorce them. This is, for my marriage, this is abuse. So just for context, I know some people think this is normal. I have a whole video about that in my Bert Simon channel. But I do think this language is abusive. So if my partner talked to me this way in our marriage, if they were like, oh, what's up, parasite? Good morning, parasite. Good morning, blackmailer. I'd be like, okay, I don't know what's going on. Are you having a stroke? Did you have an aneurysm overnight? Because we're going to get divorced. Like, why are you talking to me? Like, I don't talk to people this way, you know?
I actually have the phone call right here, but I cannot play it because ABBA can file legal action against me. And in this phone call, he also says,
48-minute call? What are you guys all recording your conversations for?
I will never meet the baby. I will never look at the baby in the face. I will never know its name. And if I do, I will make sure.
I wonder if it's because they're on different coasts. Like, one can't record the other, but the other can record the other. Do you know what I mean? Because it is, like, that's what's interesting about legal stuff. I don't know.
Tell them that their mother was disgusting and horrible. And he says that he will make sure he's never a part of the baby's life. And I know you can't picture ABBA saying this, but he does say it. And after that, I never hear from ABBA again. 3 days go by, and I am desperate to talk to him. And I contact Preach through Instagram, and Preach doesn't want anything to do with it, which is understandable. And I just kind of leave it alone after that. Week 1 goes by, and I don't hear anything from ABBA. Week 2 goes by, I don't hear anything from ABBA. And then now we're at week 3. And I know 3 weeks doesn't seem like a long time, but...
Thank you, chat. Honestly, you're wonderful. You said, Bray, I apologize. I'm engaging this conversation through a strictly black, dark skin perspective. I understand how language can be interpreted as hostile. Honestly, it's passionate. I wouldn't even say hostile. I would say passionate and focused, and I see you, and I appreciate that. You're good. Don't even apologize, honestly. Like, you don't have to. I just also didn't want you to feel like I was ignoring you because you were so passionate in the chat. And I was like, I don't know how to engage in this conversation because I'm, you know what I mean? But I hear you and I see you. I just want you to know that I recognize it and you're not being ignored. I just, you're right. Like, I appreciate the insight. I think it's important because I obviously can't give it from my lived experience, Okay.
When you're trying to figure out a situation as critical as this one, and you're so desperate to talk to the father of the baby, 3 weeks felt like a very long time. And week 4 comes up, and I now have to make a decision.
Okay,
And
ready? Here
I
we
have
go.
to make a decision based off what the reality is. The reality is that Abba completely left me for dead. And Abba walked out on the pregnancy, and he is now absent from this entire thing. And he doesn't want anything to do with the baby, and he doesn't want anything to do with me, and I make the hardest decision I ever had to make. And it was a very painful decision, but I ended up having the abortion. And
Proud of
I
her.
grieved.
I'm proud of her. That must have been really hard, and I'm proud of her. She made a very hard decision, and I'm very proud of her, because that must have been, the weight of that decision must have been so excruciating and so confusing and so layered. And I just know she really was thinking about that baby. You know, she really was the only person in this situation thinking about that baby. And I just appreciate her for going and doing that and to save that baby from being Abba's son.
Very hard. And I was also grieving the relationship with Abba. I knew that I found all of these incompatibilities, but I did still love him a lot. And I was feeling very lost, and truly some of my darkest days. And I think Abba will never get a hold of me again, and he really doesn't care to reach out, but he does. So a week after the
Oh,
abortion,
listen to this. Oh, pause. Listen to this. Are you ready? So he blocked her and didn't talk to her for 3 weeks. 4th week comes around. She makes the decision to have the abortion. She has no, he's made it clear he doesn't want anything involved. Are you ready for this? Then the man, like men do, show up out of the blue after he's already told her to fuck off. You're a parasite. I don't want to be. Are you ready? Are you ready?
I hear from him on Instagram. And this is what he says. He says, for me to plan things, I need clarity on
Listen. So out of the blue, when everything is said and done, now he shows up and sends this message.
a few things, whether you hear from him on Instagram. And this is what he says. He says, for me to plan things, I need clarity on a few things, whether you intend to continue the pregnancy and what level of involvement you foresee from me. I should be clear that I still have no plans to co-parent. I'm not messaging to discuss the relationship or here to argue, just the above. And he is messaging me a lot, and it's because I'm not responding to him.
Okay, let me respond. Let me go through these messages. Guys, he messages her after the situation and then goes, just for clarity, I'm not going to co-parent, but I need clarity on what to do moving forward with that. What? What? Why? Okay, chat, you said, I just don't fully trust her word. I think there's stuff missing, but yeah, it looks super bad. Why, when every statistical probability shows you the man is going to be wrong, do you think she is wrong? What evidence do you have that she's being manipulative or crazy in this video? Because let me just tell you, statistically, she's going to be correct. Statistically, Abba did every single thing a man typically does in this situation. And that's what I'm saying. The fact that you're still doubting her is so interesting. Now, it's one thing if you know something I don't really know. You said because his video, LOL, but then listen to the way you're chatting in my chat. Listen to the context of the social situation. We haven't seen that video, right? So fine, if it's really important and we have time today, we could even try to watch it. But that's the point, right? Chad said she went to Myron. She did not go to Myron. You fucking listen. Listen, Habibis, lock the fuck in before you come to a conclusion. She never messaged Myron. It did not happen. It was not real. You're judging her because you can't fucking listen with your man ears. She did not message Myron. Stop saying that. Now recalibrate your judgment of her. Do not speak so loudly when you are so wrong. She never messaged Myron. It never happened. This is why we believe women, because men are so fucking stupid you cannot listen.
And he is messaging me a lot, and it's because I'm not responding to him. And one thing I realized about Abba is Abba thinks a certain way. Abba also likes things done a certain way.
Oh,
And
let me lose it. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. For plans to move forward, I need clarity on a few things. Whether you intend to continue the pregnancy and what level of involvement you foresee from me. I should be clear that I still have no plans to co-parent. Meaning, I think he offered her money, but that's it, which is insane, by the way. Oh, your dad doesn't want to be in your life because I chose not to be with him, but at least he gave us money. Ew. Disgusting. 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 Okay? Absolutely disgusting. Chad said, I misheard then. Still went public and threatened to go to Myron. You're so... Don't make me block you. I know you're a member and I know you've been trying and I know you're trying to be generous in this chat, but I will block you. Think, Habibi, please, this channel is giving you an opportunity to think. Put all your brain cells and try to think about what's happening. Think about the context. Think about the situation. Think about the fact that Abba's a public figure. Think about the fact that none of us are without, he's doing streams on her. He's doing content on her because that's the internet. You don't like it. You don't have to like it, but you're not a YouTuber. YouTube rules do not apply to real people's lives. People go to the internet all the time. It's the new way the world is. You don't have to like it. Abba does it. Abba made millions of dollars covering stories just like this. Abba is literally a millionaire from covering exactly these situations. So don't come here and be like, oh, I would never. Oh, this is so bad. We're public figures. It's literally the only way we get to defend ourselves. It's literally the only way we get to have our stories told. And it's the only way our victims ever get to be heard. So come on, think about the social context. She's not even a streamer or a YouTuber. Okay? Think about the way you should feel betrayed by Abba for presenting himself in a particular way, only to be a hypocrite behind closed doors. You should feel betrayed by this man we don't even know. Well, you guys don't even know him. You know what I mean? If anything, you should be like, I can't believe this guy I watched or knew on the internet is this much of an asshole. Think about it. Think about the social situation. Okay. So he said, Preacher sent me right now what you sent him after our last chat.
I didn't argue, just yielding to him.
Okay. Hope you enjoy all of this. Okay, you win. This is how you want to handle things. I'll do the same. You wanted to drag me in the mud with harassment, blackmail, and contacting people close to me. I'll send your job the evidence of you going on a blackmail campaign. I'll contact the cops in your area and start the police process. Don't forget, this is something you started when all I wanted was to separate from you without conflict. She said, I'm not going to engage in this type of communication. Like, do you hear this? Abba is escalating. He's literally going, oh, okay, you want to play like this? I'll play like this. Habibi, you blocked her when she was pregnant. That's what I'm saying. It's like you guys have never had real relationships before or understood the fact that, like, if my brother got a girl pregnant and then my brother blocked her, she better come to me. Hear me when I say this. If my brother gets you pregnant and he blocks you, you better reach out to me. You better be like, Brittany Simon, the YouTuber, your brother got me pregnant. And I'd be like, oh, I'm flying to the US right now to pull him by his hair, even though he's balding and Arab and doesn't have any. I will absolutely have your back. Because no way did one of my brothers get a girl pregnant and then block her. No way did you just do a girl dirty like that. Abso-fucking-lutely not. So Abba playing this whole like, oh, I can't believe she started contacting people in my life. Oh, she started contacting people in my life. Like, hello? No wonder you blocked her. It's just crazy, okay?
And one thing I realized about Abba is Abba thinks a certain way.
He said, I'm starting to process and calling Kaiser. That's the insurance, the Kaiser hospital, whatever. So do what you want.
Abba also likes things done a certain way. And if things are not followed through in the way that he wants, you will see a reaction from him. And, this is one of those times, like, I'm not responding and he is insulting me, saying, Chad says, remember, he thinks she's pregnant here. Yeah, remember, he thinks she's pregnant. And again, if you're just coming into stream, guys, I know a bunch of you here are probably to watch me to cover this. Just remember, this isn't even about them. This is about you. You should not be in this situation at your grown age. We cannot be the adults in the room and get people pregnant. Like, you cannot be out here so casually getting pregnant. It's one thing to be on birth control. It's one thing to have done your due diligence and then accidentally get pregnant. Like, that really sucks. But what are we talking about? No contraceptives, no protection because he thought he was shooting blanks? Like, both of them are very irresponsible in this sense, okay? But good parenting starts before you even meet your future partner. Good parenting starts before you even start having sex, guys. You've got to learn what it means to be the adult in the room, to care about the children, to focus on them. And this isn't a pro-life perspective. A pro-life perspective would have been like aborting your child's murder. But no, when you're thinking about the child, you're thinking about the world they would have been born into. And had she had this baby, Abba is saying, I wouldn't have been a present father. How fucking cruel is that to punish a child because you don't like their mother? What? And everyone who does this, but mind you, he's the only one saying this. In other circumstances, it might be different, but in this context, he's the only one saying, I'm going to punish the child for not liking the mother. I'm doing all these things and I'm not, doing those things. I'm like, I'm not getting engaged with this type of communication, but he does lash out. And I thought about the pregnancy and I thought, Abba never cared about the child. He only cared about, this dream that he had. But that's not really how it works. We both have this responsibility, and I didn't do it the way he pictured it. And I can understand that also, but this is so far removed.
I think Abba, I think he was playing house in his head. I think he found out she was pregnant and he's like, ooh, fun. I do. And then when it didn't go his way because reality hit, he was like, I don't like it. But I think he literally started to play pretend in his head about what it means to be a good father instead of actually recognizing what a serious situation this is. This is so serious.
From what he would support on his channel and promote on his channel. And so I said, I left you alone.
I'm starting the process. So what do you want? If you want to ruin my life by contacting people, prepare for the same. I kept records of your blackmail, so enjoy that. She said, I have left you alone since I reached out to preach a month ago. He said, no, you haven't. I've been receiving calls still. She said, are you curating these messages? I have never called you.
Since I reached out to preach a month ago.
He said, I don't have to. I just asked for one thing. How do we sever?
And he's saying like,
and you want to play games. I did nothing for a month while you kept doing your criminal behavior. Oh my God. Contact my people. Okay, well, you win. He's so dramatic,
you're
bro.
like still calling me, and I'm still trying to reach him. I said, no, I never called you. I said, I've left you alone since like my last contact.
She said, I left you alone since my last contact with Preach. That was in January. You didn't want anything to do with the baby.
With Preach. I said, you didn't want anything to do with the baby. I said, okay. I said, I'm not going to engage in this kind of communication, Abbas.
He said, okay, liar. For the plan things out, I need clarity. He said, okay, liar. Answer this. I won't engage with this kind of communication, Abba. He said, it's a simple question. See how he comes out of nowhere and demands things of her? Like, what are you talking about? Her reaching out to his friends are not blackmail. Her reaching out to people, trying to get his attention is desperate. It's pathetic. It's not blackmail. She's in a very desperate situation, which he created, mind you. Abba is blaming her for starting all of this. He started all of this. It was Abba. See how he's changing the story and see how some of you might have bought it? Nothing about the situation could have occurred if Abba didn't first start it, and that includes nutting inside of her. Because he thought he was shooting blanks, which was ridiculous. What a ridiculous thing to think because you have a low sperm count.
Because he keeps messaging me, and he sends this little okay liar thing. Remember I said that Abba can act in a way of like mocking and ridicule.
Yeah, he is. I can see it right now. Okay, liar. Like, I can see it.
A little, sometimes immature, but... yeah, I said, and that's what you wanted. You didn't want anything to do with the baby. And to this day,
he said having your friends do it. Yeah, I agree that after a certain point, people should absolutely stop messaging him. But if she's asking her friends, like, can you call him please and tell him to talk to me? That's pretty normal. Like, I don't know what you're doing in your life that you don't. This is the thing I get from Abba. The impression I got from Abba when I knew him briefly was that he doesn't tell anybody anything. So he doesn't have real friends. He doesn't have real connections. He has superficial relationships that doesn't actually hold anybody accountable. So even if you tried to go deeper, even if you tried to say like, hey, are you going to stand up for your friend? He's like, nah. Like, he doesn't want to be in the drama. So he doesn't want any responsibility, which is why he doesn't want the responsibility of having a child unless it works in his favor. And so like, this is just like very shallow commentary because, again, we don't know. We can't read his mind. But I do feel like, given the situation, it's like Abba wants to always be the one to come out on the higher road, even if he goes low. So why is he escalating? Why is he engaging? Why didn't he just, I don't know, talk to her? Why did he block her? Why did he think it was weird for her friends and family to reach out? You know?
Abba feels extremely justified with leaving the pregnancy. This is one of our last messages. This was about a month ago.
Okay, Chatter, you're doing this thing where men are the opposite of women are the opposite of men. You're saying, or she shouldn't have had Abba, not in her. Yes. Lock in one more time before I block you. You cannot hold her to the same responsibility as Abba past that point. It doesn't matter. We already clarified that. No one should be having unprotected sex in 2026. And everything he did after is the bad guy. That's it. She did not deserve any of this according to any of the receipts or any of the proof, okay? And I'm saying you're doing this thing where you keep trying to hold her to the same accountability as Abba. You can't now. He escalated. He did worse, okay? That's what I'm saying. You're doing this thing, right? Where you're like, oh, but she didn't. Okay, we know. We already held people accountable. At the beginning of stream, we already said nobody should be having unprotected sex. Past that point, though, they did. And they got pregnant. And they're too old to be in this situation. And the only person who's making it literally worse is Abba. So you keep trying to do this thing where you're like, oh, but what did she do? What did she do? You need to get over it. I don't know what bias you have against women. I don't know what you're focused on. I don't know what misogyny you still have to deconstruct, but you already did it. Boo, she got pregnant by ABBA. What an idiot. Okay, now what? Now what? Right? She said, you still haven't apologized for abandoning me and our baby. I only apologize. He said, because it's your fault. You cut me out of the relationship and fatherhood. What a fucking asshole. She said, I have to go now. Bye. He said, I have always believed that was your fault. She goes, it wasn't. It was a responsibility that was both ours. He goes, and it was no. I need more security from you, she said. He said, you didn't want the baby. Do you see what I mean? He's punishing her. He's punishing her because she didn't want to be with him. You took my baby away from me. No, she said she would co-parent with you. He said, I don't want co-parenting. You either be with me and the baby or I have nothing to do with the baby. He's punishing her. I cannot believe she literally said, I'll co-parent with you. Maybe we can do that. He's punishing her.
And there was a little tension in this conversation, and we were going back and forth a bit, and I said, you still haven't apologized for abandoning me and our baby. I only apologize. And he said, it's because it's your fault. You cut me out of the relationship and the fatherhood. I'm saying, I have to go now, okay? And he said, I have always believed that it was your fault. I said, it was a responsibility that was both of ours. And I said, I needed more security from you. And he said that you didn't want the baby. And he's talking about when I was going back and forth from before the Montreal trip. And when I realized, this relationship is probably not sustainable. And this is something I am still healing from. And something I think about often, and I'm still grieving. And I do feel like it was wrong. And I did feel like it was wrong at the time, but after
Chet says Abba's stream reframed this so differently. We'll go over it.
some time passes, I really think that this wasn't the way it should have gone. And I'll be posting more examples of my interaction with Abba and the dynamic and this repetitive cycle I experienced with him. So yeah, thanks for watching.
Okay, now let's go watch his stuff because I think a lot of people did neglect to watch his streams. Now the dilemma is we'll watch this and then you guys said there's a second stream. I think it's, oh my God, it's like 5 hours of content. Exposing my blackmailer. That's the name of this video. So, okay, I assume this is the video you guys are like, this one has more receipts. This is the original video. Do you want me to go straight to this one? You guys are saying, for those of you who watched it, you're saying this is a better one? This one has more info? Okay, let's watch this one. Exposing my blackmailer. He's about to make so much money on this. Mind you, he is going to make money off of this if this is monetized. I don't even know if she's going to make any money because if she has a YouTube channel, it's probably not monetized because she's not a YouTuber. So mind you, she's not looking for money. That's not how YouTube works. You cannot get paid on YouTube unless you are pre-monetized, which means you have like, I think active 4,000 subscribers and I think like 10,000 hours of watch time or something. I don't remember. It's like I've already passed it obviously on my channels, but you have to, you can't just become a YouTuber tomorrow and make money. My first video on my second channel as an example got like 60,000 views and I didn't make a dime out of it because I wasn't monetized yet. So Abba, if he's monetizing this video, is going to make money, which is sad, but there you go.
You just woke up? I've been working on stuff.
I haven't just woke up. I've been working.
I know. All right, let's get to it. So, folks have been asking a million questions. And to be honest with you, for such a short relationship, the fact that this has dragged on for so long is just like... But there's some things that are being alleged.
Also, I just think it's kind of crazy. And this is why I'm questioning people's misogyny in chat. Do you guys not understand how Abbott treated me? Ultimately, he treated the women in that space with destiny. And ultimately treated people and had opportunities to do stuff and only did it for selfish reasons. I don't know why you believe anything he says at this point. That's what I'm saying. Why are you even being empathetic to his side when he's proven time again he cannot be trusted? All the times he's made an excuse for bad behavior, all the times he's mistreated women in this space because he thinks they deserve it. When he burned the bridge with Destiny, he literally said it was because it was bad for his brand, not for the victims. He didn't even care about the victims. So I don't even know why we're even giving him any grace, even though I will, as a creator, give him, I will go based off the data, of course. I'm not giving Abba the consciousness grace. I'm giving the facts an opportunity to speak for themselves, okay? But like, I don't know why we're even being slightly good faith to Abba at this point.
Things such as emotional abuse, Abba's infidelity, and so much more. And I just want to kind of go through a couple things, bullet points, and just blah, 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 blah. I don't want to spend too much time because, again, I do feel like this is pretty juvenile, but I know she wants to drag it there, so we got to go.
Ooh, take me through there. Take me through there.
For those of you who didn't catch
Chat said because he's a black man and we're always attacked over the tiniest mistakes. I agree, black men are attacked over mistakes. He is a black man who didn't make a mistake. He made a decision. This is a choice. I understand you're defensive over the fact because you're a black man, he's a black man, you're getting defensive, but we're not talking about you. You're not on trial. Abba didn't make a mistake. He made a decision. He made a grown choice. And so I hear that, but that is where, and I hear you. If that was happening, call it out. If you think that's happening, call it out. Or are you ignoring Abba's decisions to treat this woman this way because he's also looks like you and it feels like it's you? Because again, this is why I say if he was my brother. Because not that I'm black, but if he was my brother, because I'm trying to say like, it's not because he's a man. I'm saying I would hold my brother to the same standard. It's because you don't play favoritism. You know what I mean? You do it, but you see the situation for what it is. So again, I hear you. I see that. That's very vulnerable of you to say that. It is. And can you see that Abba also did things that like, you should be surprised if anything, you know, but I do think you're coming from an authentic place in that way. Cause you're right, especially since she wasn't a black woman and there is issues with colorism and non-black women accusing black men of things. I hear that. I see that. And yet I do think given the evidence that we'll see his side, other streamers did not watch his side. I'm going to do it. I'll watch it. But that's what I'm saying is like, well, you know. The first
live we did, essentially there's some allegations that I was like a deadbeat or I didn't want to be part of, some kid and I forced her to have an abortion. And it turned out that none of that was true, that I tried my best. And I was the only one out of the two of us who wanted to keep the child while we were in a relationship. And that dragged on.
Wait, listen to what he said right there.
Keep the child while we were in a relationship.
Hold on, is this too sped up? It's 1.2, but it might be actually, hold on. I'll switch it around.
And I was the only one out of the two of us who wanted to keep the child. Tried my best. And I was the only one out of the two of us who wanted to keep the child.
What is this reframe already? She already said she wanted to keep the child initially. She already said that. She just said. The proof shows, the messages she showed us that she already wanted to keep the child. And now the reframing is, I'm the only one who wanted to keep the child in the relationship. Do we need to watch this video? Like, do you know what I'm saying? We're going to watch it. But already he's twisting it. That's not true. That's not true. She was just the one burdened with the actual responsibility of the abortion. Chet says she did go back and forth ago. Okay, I will block you too. And I love you. Parasocially, non-parasocially. Listen to me. She is burdened with the responsibility of risking her life to have this baby. Do you know what I'm saying? Listen to what I'm saying. She is the one who's burdened to face medical malpractice while giving birth, who's going to have to handle raising that child. Of course, she's going to go back and forth. Of course, if the man she's going back and forth with is also going back and forth with whether or not he wants to support the baby. Like, do you get what I'm saying? She could literally die giving birth. And you guys are like sitting here like, oh, well, she went back and forth a lot. She went back and forth. She's the one risking her life. She's the one literally risking her life to have a baby. And then he blocked her for 3 weeks and she had to make the decision on her own. Do you know what I'm saying? So like, don't let him twist your brain like this.
While we were in a relationship. And that dragged on. She kept changing her mind dozens of times, scheduled multiple.
And be nice to people. Listen, I can yell at my chatters. You can't yell at my chatters. Be nice to my chatters. These are some longtime viewers who try their best to really understand me. So I can yell at them. You can't yell at them because I'm coming from the creator's perspective. You guys just listen to what I'm saying. Okay. Just listen to the ways society has trained you to not think about women dying at childbirth because, oh, women having a baby is so normal. Okay. So I can yell at my chatters.
Abortion appointments that I was against, but still supported her through. And she would renege every time. And then come to the end of the relationship, she decided that she was not only going to end the relationship, but she wanted to keep the child. All of a sudden, she wanted to start co-parenting and doing stuff like that. From my perspective, I got my own thoughts on all that. But yeah, we covered a lot of that in the first one. We covered quite a lot of the other stuff.
Oh, wait, hold on. I do want to show you this from the first one. I think this is important. Hold on, for context, I think this is important. This is from the first stream.
Okay, so you guys are now going to get to see one of my most private notes, okay? I want y'all to pay attention to the date. This is before we were broken up. You can see it at the top over here, all right? Boom, okay? Now, if you guys are wondering why it's written like this, it's because it's a voice memo that I recorded that I turned into a note to share with her some of my feelings that I've been feeling, okay? So I'm going to read it out to you guys. It says, and for me, you know, one thing that's important is that any child I do bring into this world, that I'm actively part of their life. That means that I'm seeing them on a regular basis and that I'm very close to their mother, ideally married. That's the best situation for me, and that we are together. That's what I truly, truly want. My biggest fear is that I have the opposite of that, that if I end up, what I want to say there is that if I end up in a situation where distant, I can't spend time with my kid, and there's a separation of sorts, that prospect terrifies me, okay? And the reason I bring that is that the deepest parts of myself, there are some parts of you that are worried or are a bit nervous that you are still very much on the fence, that you aren't very certain, which at this stage isn't even an abnormal thing. And the reason why I'm saying that is like, we aren't deep enough into our dating journey for her to be certain about me, okay? So I can understand, and especially being pregnant, hormonal, you know, I'm seeing it from her perspective. I can understand why she might be on the fence about the relationship still, okay? Which at this stage isn't even abnormal. But the potential outcome of us bringing this child and then you realizing this only afterwards terrifies the shit out of me. I want to bring it up to you because I'm not just mentioning this out of the blue. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here. I do feel over the time that we've known each other, you've brought up a lot of problems that you have with me, be it the way I run my personal stuff, the way I talk, my judgment, you know, you stuff relating to my past quite a lot. And yes, you've moved past it. So for more big context, she's like mentioned, okay, again, not trying to vilify her. She would bring up a lot of problems. Some of them I felt were very ridiculous, personally. And some of the stuff she should have known before she got with me. And
Okay, pause. So you think she's ridiculous, but you keep dating her? I get it. Remind you, this was like, I could have dated similar in my 20s. The thing is, like, they're not in their 20s anymore. We're all in our mid to late 30s, I think. Abba's my age, right? We're all in our mid to late 30s. Girls, today's my birthday. I'm 37. We're a little too fucking old to have these be our life stories. That's also what I want you to remember here. This isn't about Abba or Libby. This is the fact that people in their almost 40s are acting this fucking childish. What are we doing with our lives? This cannot, you will not see a Brittany Simon video about this because I don't act like this anymore in my 30s. This is Brittany in her 20s. Thank God I never got pregnant. But you know what I mean? Like, I cannot believe he's doing this in his big age. And that's the criticism of like, hey, when are you going to be too old to be in these situations? And for some people, not old enough, never.
someone saying like, I have a problem with your past is a weird thing to say, considering like I am who I am publicly. So why would you come out all of a sudden and say that to me? Or like my sense of humor or things like that.
You say you are who you are publicly, and I think that's mostly true. But I also think Abba twists things in ways, because I remember when he made the Destiny Falling Out video, he says in the video, like, I was so shocked over this situation. Like, I lost friendships over Destiny. And I don't know if he was talking about me because we had just had our conversation. But I was like, you didn't lose a friendship over Destiny. You lost a friendship over your values. You chose the wrong answer and we ended our connection, right? Or like, that's what these men aren't getting. When Destiny was mad at me and started harassing me because I said, don't date him, he's a cheater and he's a bad dad, he was like, why is Brittany getting so personal? Why is she going after my character? Hello? These men literally want to act and pick the wrong answers and expect us all to like agree with them. They weren't even, Destiny wasn't even willing to like contend, like in any way be a collab with me if I criticized him at all. Right? And so like Abba, same thing. Where like, I think these men really just don't understand. And that's why women have to be so like this is why I, moving forward, have to be so clear. That's why when I collabed with like Britt Hartley, I emailed Britt and I said, hey, are you pro-Palestine or pro-Israel? I said, hey, what's your opinion on capitalism? And like, are you a leftist? Like, I literally did stuff after Abba and Destiny. After I collabed with these men, I learned to make sure I am more in line with the people I collab with because of situations just like this. And that was like, she emailed me right away and she was like, I'm pro-Palestine, anti-capitalism, I'm a leftist, like I'm fuck all that, fuck patriarchy. And I was like, dope, we can collab. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I do behind closed doors with other YouTubers. I send them messages. I said, hey, I'd love to keep collabing with you, but honestly, bro, your titles are crazy. Or hey, you use this word in stream. Or hey, like, I need you to like decide where you're going to stand on this issue because like I can't collab with people at this point. Like this is not, you know, collab for collab's sake. This is serious, you know? And so that's why I'm saying like, At some point, the women in these spaces are becoming much more serious because the men will never, apparently. No matter how much privilege, how much it seems like they're trying, they're not. And look, Abba was the nicest to me in that space. He did stand up for me in many ways. And yet, he still ultimately dropped the ball for the boys. So I will speak highly of Abba in the ways that he deserves it. But ultimately, he chose boys. He chose bros over hoes. And that's the thing. None of us were even hoes to begin with. But we were all considered hoes simply because we were women in this space. Abba and I, Destiny and I, like anytime a debate happened, anytime there was, it was always the women lost out no matter what. No matter how they showed up, the women were always never allowed to win. And that's what's happening here in this space. No matter what Abba does to this woman, she is always going to be the villain. And that's why we're being very, very critical.
Like, it's just like, lady, you're like, you're going to do this now, but she had issues. You're entitled to those. My main issue is you are here now, and here at the 11th hour, you want to bring up stuff that you should have known beforehand. So then why are you doing that? But it's
Both of you should have known beforehand?
correct. I'm saying essentially, if you have these problems, and we have this kid, and it's
But that's what I'm saying. None of these people are, this is a settling relationship, right? This is a settling relationship. She's like, we're already pregnant and now you have these problems with me? Yeah. Because you guys weren't having serious courting relationships. You guys weren't seriously talking about big issues. So normally, like my partner always says, we have had more conversations in our 3 years of marriage and our 4 years of knowing each other than most people have in 20 years of marriage. And that's the problem with the world. The world is settling every day in relationships. And I'm saying he's acting like, oh, I can't believe she didn't bring this up earlier. You're only 5 months into your relationship. They're 5 months in and they got pregnant. 5 months. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, now back to the other video that's more recent.
stuff. But since then, there's quite a bit of stuff that she's put out, including her.
Also, is there at any point he takes any accountability for anything he's done? I haven't heard it yet. She says, she said in her video, I'm going to paraphrase because I don't remember the exact quote, but like, I shouldn't have done these things, or like, I wish this went differently. Like she conveyed remorse. Has Abba done that yet?
Blackmail material, the stuff that she's recorded me on. So I figured it'd be a good time to start to go through some of the things that she's been alleging. All right. But yes, her name is Libertine Kalina. She's a nurse out of California. I think she's from Orange County, but she's been working out of San Jose. She worked at Kaiser Permanente as a full-time nurse. And a lot of people hit me up since, and they're like, don't date nurses. Hey, listen, you know what? That's one of them stereotypes I didn't really buy into too hard.
Oh, you was ready to believe the military stereotype, not the nurse stereotype.
I know, because I live the military stuff. I think that's pretty fair, you know?
Sure.
Just saying. Someone actually hit me up. They're like, Abba, now that you've gone through this, are you jaded when it comes to relationships and dating? Are you just like unable to trust people? I'm like, no. Mostly because most of my relationships before this, which were longer.
If you guys don't know, there's a cheating stereotype amongst medical staff. But, you know, there's also cheating ones against the military, and he was in that. So you know what I mean?
Involve any of this drama with good people who I'm on good terms with. And so
he's Canadian. They're Canadian. So
having one bad experience like this, it definitely does make you feel some type of way, I guess. But it doesn't make me think like, fuck them bitches and all that stuff. So that's just another thought that crossed my mind. You gonna say something?
No.
Okay, I thought
I'm gonna let you get your shit off your chest.
Yeah. So I know a lot of people have been checking in, and I appreciate everybody sending the messages worried. To be honest with you, I haven't been too worried, mostly because a lot of stuff being made up. It's more of an annoyance for the people around me, because, you know, when she's contacting folks around me or contacting randoms being like, do you know any information? That's what's annoying. And you guys might understand, you know, if you're private at all, some people running up to your mama's place, bringing your business there, it's just not what you want to do with when you have that relationship. I'm the same thing with my people. Even with Preach. You know, when she was yapping and she wanted to contact Preach, like, yeah, that upset me. The reason why is both me and Preach keep our lives to ourselves. And so,
Chad said, why did Preach need to be here? Because this is an Abba and Preach reaction video. It's titled Exposing My Blackmailer. And then he put her name, Libertine Kalina. But like he's making this content.
so the idea that somebody I dated would run to Preach with my personal affairs pissed me off.
See? That's what I'm saying. He doesn't have real relationships with people. He doesn't have real relationships with people. Because what do you mean you're shocked she reached out to your coworker and best friend to get around a block while she's pregnant with your child? Like, what do you mean? That's what I'm saying. Do you guys not know people? Do you not have relationships with people? That's crazy. Like, that's so interesting to me that he thinks that's crazy. Because I'm sitting here like, you can't be trusted. That means if a woman marries Abba, she'll have no connection, no community. No, when my sister-in-law has problems with my brother, which they don't, but when they were younger and they were having issues with like diapers and socks and cleaning, she'd be like, Brittany, your brother? And I was like, I'm in, tag me in, tag me. And I looked at them and I was like, hey, and like, they listen to me because that's what an older sister does. That's what parents do. That's what aunties and uncles do. If you respect them, they are mediators, and they show you as younger people how to guide and how to, you know what I'm saying? So the fact that she has no community, no people. So this woman was good enough to get pregnant, allegedly married, but not good enough for her to actually have contact with or reach out to your family or friends. So is she marrying your family or not? I could go to my mother-in-law if I needed help with stuff. Do you know what I mean? So like, I love playing the role of somebody who can help people come together and understand each other better. I love being, my dad also played mediator in his family. I love playing the mediator because I want to see my family thrive. I want to see if there's an issue with misunderstanding, let me get you closer together. And by the way, we accomplished it that day. When my sister-in-law came to me, I sat my brother down, we had the conversation. He goes, oh, you guys are right. Okay. And I said, that's it. You guys just need you need the right words. You need the right communication tools. And by the way, they're 10 years strong and 6 kids later. So that's the thing. It's like they're so happy together because they genuinely want to get to know each other. They genuinely want to understand each other. They genuinely want to be there for each other when life gets hard. Okay? So that's, that's what I'm looking for when people talk about people they're dating, to know the difference between someone you're just dating and settling with and somebody who's your high compatibility partner. You know?
And I don't know why that's ever seen as appropriate. Like, that's so weird, no?
Yeah, it is. It's just when that girl can be like, I'm Abba's girlfriend. I'm like,
so this is the discrepancy in the problem. This is the cultural difference. This is a bubble difference. This is what you need to talk about when you're dating. How much, what do you expect of my family? Example, is a big conversation my partner and I have been having lately is like, my partner understands that even though we are not having biological children and we've made that decision, he knew before he married me that there was a chance we could end up needing to take in 6 kids or 8 children for adoption. Because if my nieces and nephews ever need a home, and I got 8 of them now, if my nieces and nephews ever needed a home, whether they are 10, 15, or 35, they can call their Auntie Brittany. And he signed up for that, okay? Because there is no way any of the kids in my family would ever be homeless, unhoused, or in the system because we didn't take them in. And look, when we think about money and getting our money right, we think about those kids, colleges, vacations to Europe. What are they going to be? We live in Europe. We live in Croatia, if you guys don't know. Okay. So like coming here to visit, like, that's what we think about doing with our money. So we have kids as far as I'm concerned, because we're a village. So as far as I'm concerned, I have 8 children. Okay. That might not be your culture and your family, but then these people got to work that out. If you're dating somebody, you got to work that out.
I thought this nigga was gay.
Girl. Sir.
I did not see
Bitch, girl.
I did not see that coming.
I was like, bitch, girl.
Can you get into it, please?
You a whole.
She'd already broken up with me, so I'm like, why are you running around introducing yourself as my partner? Is that not weird? Oh, I'm Abba's girlfriend. I'm like, you just broke up with me.
The message was real. You saw the way I responded to her.
Yes.
I was like, why are you doing this? What's this? Oh, but it's that I want to talk to someone that has a relation. Bitch.
I mean, are you broken up if you're back and forth, have a baby, don't have a baby? Like, are you really broken up? Is it a real breakup? Like, that's the problem. And like, they're kind of in the motion of get together, break up, like on again, off again. So like, are you broken up? Like, that's what I'm saying. You're acting like she's so crazy. She's, oh my God, delusional. This is the most insane thing. Habibi, she's pregnant with your child.
I don't even know him like that. I didn't even know you existed. What the fuck is this?
So odd.
It's like,
They are friends, guys. Abba and Preach are friends. That video they made all those years ago about not being friends, it changed. They also made an update video saying they're friends now. So they're actually friends. That's what I'm saying. Like, they are allegedly friends. So if they are friends, okay. Then, and he works with him, okay.
So
I didn't even know you. I don't know you. I was like, where you from?
Yeah.
Where
See,
you?
that's crazy. That's crazy. If my bestie, the person they were dating, reached out to me, I would know who they were. That's what I'm saying. What do you mean? That's what I'm saying. Why would your life be so separate? Why would your life be so separate from one another that your besties aren't involved or don't know or haven't met or at least know the name of? if my partner reached out to people in my life, they would know who they were. They'd be like, oh yeah, this is the girl that's married to Brittany. I know her because Brittany talks about her life with her friends. What do you mean? Even if they haven't met my friends, they know who it is. They've seen pictures. I let them in on our daily life. We talk to each other. You know what I mean? Maybe not daily life, but when we catch up, like, what are you talking about?
You're situated. Because you could be anybody. You know how fucking these crazies on the internet are? And guess what? She's a crazy too.
And guys,
See, she's a crazy too. So this woman, so it's not, Abba's not crazy for getting a girl he just met 5 months ago pregnant and then blocking her. She's crazy for wanting to get in touch with her. Gross, disgusting, deplorable.
I tell you, like, when she told me she was going to do any of this stuff, like, way back, I was like, you know, you're going to embarrass yourself, right? And she doesn't care. And you might be thinking, well, what does she have to gain? Obviously, there must be something. And I'm going to play you guys a short clip. This is a short clip, but this is really encapsulating everything about her, even in our dynamic, okay? This is a short clip, but, like, I play this because this moment is when she was recording me, right? She was recording me at my lowest, and she has this clip here. And at one point in this conversation, she says something.
No, because I look. I'm sorry. This is a serious matter. But I was reading the comments. Then I look up.
Exactly. Chad said, if I can't get a hold of my bestie, I text her boyfriend. Exactly. Literally, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, is this woman so important? Listen, either this woman was just a girl you were fucking, or this woman, you said you were willing to marry her. So shouldn't she be more important to you than this fucking joke you're making right now? No, see how he wanted to say, oh, I was willing to marry her. And then she told, this is why we believe women. Because she literally is so right in saying, Abba was giving me anxiety. I wasn't sure about our relationship. Of course you weren't sure, Habibi. He threw you to the curb the moment it became convenient. He's painting you to his millions of fans as a psycho. Over what? That's what I'm saying. She knew she had the data. She had the intuitional knowledge. She knew something's wrong with Abba, and I don't know what it is. And now he's like, oh, something's wrong with me. I'll prove that to you tenfold. Right?
This is what she's recording. I'm sorry. I'm out of.
I know that face.
I'm out of.
Also, guys, you're right. They're like, why are they laughing? There was a pregnancy and an abortion because they're trying to pretend they're not bothered. They're trying to act like she's so stupid. She's so crazy. These women, these bitches, these BPDs, like they're literally becoming misogynists. The most serious shit just happened and you're being so fucking weird about it. Never trust a man who hasn't deconstructed patriarchy. Because he will leave you on your deathbed at the hospital. Never trust a man who hasn't deconstructed patriarchy. He will make jokes with his boys about you and call you a crazy fucking bitch, and then everybody will laugh at your expense. Never trust a man who hasn't deconstructed patriarchy.
I'm out of pocket.
We have a good time.
But that shit's funny.
So here it is, right? So at this point, we're having this conversation. This is like, she just betrayed me big time, okay? She put me in the dumps literally 24 hours before. She gave me the news, fucked me up for a day, a good little while, and then she's harassing the shit out of me. I didn't want to talk to her. I wanted space. She didn't care about my boundaries. She was harassing. From her end, she's going to say, oh, I want to talk about co-parenting. And my end, I'm like, I don't think that's what it is. But she's recording. And during our argument, I just want to imagine you guys are in a relationship with someone and they say stuff like this all the time, okay? Listen to what she says here.
That I did everything right. I did everything right, Abba, and you know it.
Now.
Everything. Why are you talking to me, man?
Now.
No.
The reason why I play that clip is to get you guys in the idea of why she's doing any of this. People are like, it's for money, it's for a lawsuit. No. Okay, you guys are gonna start to see what I dealt with when I dated this person, is that she really believes that she is always right. Even when she's in forte lying, she still justifies her behavior. And so when she put it out her content and I never even replied and everyone was flaming her everywhere, including people who hate me, the reason why is because she looks crazy, right?
Wrong. All the people I watched cover it were so like empathetic to her. And the only people that were flaming her were misogynists. Only the misogynists were flaming her. But Abba sees that as a point because he's denying the fact that misogynists will always flame a woman even if she's right. But Foreign Fridays covered this. Olay covered this. The original guy I watched covered this. Black guy standing up, plants in the background. He was deeply empathetic. And he was an ABBA guy. He said, look, I've always come for ABBA. I've always protected ABBA, but he's wrong in this. Like, this is wrong of him. So no, progressive men were anti-ABBA. Misogynistic red pill men were pro-ABBA. There's a difference.
But it doesn't matter to her because in her head,
like, be careful who's defending you is what I always think. If everyone's defending you, great. If your worst enemies are defending you, uh-oh.
She did everything right. You guys just don't understand it yet, okay? So we go through this experience together, and I think to myself, you know, we both fucked up. We both made mistakes. We part our ways. Best of luck to you, whatever it is. Not her. She did everything right, and she needs everyone to know, okay? So let's go through some of the many lies she told, and then we can just showcase some of it. So she did an interview with Stevie Knight, and you know Stevie, ever since I exposed the fact that he didn't get school lunches in the 3rd grade, Stevie, like a good old dog, saw a bone and he bit. And let's take a listen to this interview with him.
A full-blown investigation on Abba. So have you been plotting on him the whole time? Like,
I wasn't planning this for a long time. The catalyst to me wanting to come out with
Her internet's really bad, and so that's why it's a bit out of sync and fucked up.
But I can't say shit because my internet was bad too on my channel. So my bad.
Fair.
So you know what? It is what it is.
So he's asking her, what was the catalyst? Like, when did this all start, this investigation, this kind of like expose thing, right? Listen to what she says.
April.
Okay, so you heard what she said? She said April.
I wasn't planning this for a long time. The catalyst.
She's not a YouTuber or used to the internet. She has a normal job. So I don't know if she was also cautious about who she reached out to or who she talked to, because I don't know this creator, but Chad is saying he's bad. So I don't know Stevie, I don't know his content, but that's the problem, is like, I do think we are missing the social point here, that she doesn't get the social credit of choosing wisely because she doesn't know anybody. Like, I don't know if she's obsessed with YouTube in the way that like I would know people and know how to research it. Right. But Abba is going to like use that against her. But I think it's very hard to know who to talk to. Right. Chad said Stevie's a proud MAGA Trumper, by the way, who loves Charlie Kirk. Oh, gross.
To me wanting to come out was April.
Now, we ended our relationship in January, the night she broke up. After that point, I haven't seen her since January 2nd. She wanted to, but I haven't seen her since then. I want you guys to pay attention to what I'm about to put on screen. She says April is when she started this whole thing. Come to find out. All right, let's take a look at this right here. It says, "Hi, I'm contacting you on behalf of my friend who's dating Abba. She wanted to know, she, meaning my girl Libertine over here, if she can get your advice and understand why Abba forced her to get an abortion. Is it okay for her to talk to you about this?" She knows about this, yes.
No. She's lying to everybody, basically.
Hold up. Check the date in the top left. I'm going to show the rest of the email in a second.
January 1st.
January 12th. This is within a day of when she broke up with me and did everything.
I'm contacting you on behalf of my friend who was dating Abba. She wanted to know if she can get your advice and understand why Abba forced her to get an abortion. Is it okay for her to talk to you about this? She really needs a woman's perspective to understand Abba better and understand why he would do this. If you agree, is it possible to communicate with her on Instagram? Thanks for help. Thanks for your help in advance. That's a very nice message. Chad said that's a wild message. No, that's a very nice message. Are you guys all fucking crazy? That's a very nice message. The only part of that message you could even have an issue with is the word force. But from different people's perspective, that's what it feels like. That's a very normal message. Like, it's well put together. The grammar is good. The punctuation is good. Like, the forced abortion is what she might feel like. Guys, if you talk to a pro-lifer, they're going to say you murdered your baby. I don't know what bubble these people are from. I don't know what they feel about the word. She did feel pushed into a corner. She did feel like she was forced to get the abortion. I don't know what the fuck you're missing. She did feel like she was forced to get the abortion. That's why it was so hard. Because I really genuinely don't understand after all of these. Okay, no, pause. Brittany, patient. Everyone lives in different bubbles. They all have different perceptions of language. They all have different ways of interacting socially. Everybody uses words differently. You have to take into account the bubble, the way language is used, why they would use this word, why people feel pushed into a corner. Pushed into a corner and forced are synonymous in most situations. This one is really good. Pushed into a corner to get an abortion, forced to get an abortion. Okay? This makes sense given the context of the whole conversation. Okay? This is a big deal. There was a child in question. There were dating. There was commitment or possible marriage, right? So going around the block to get in contact with Abba in many places would be seen as fine. Okay? That's what I'm saying. So does that make sense? You guys have questions about that, okay? Now, I understand from your perspective, you're thinking, oh, why doesn't she just like become an independent girl boss, lean in and just like figure out a way to become, independent? Because she's in middle of a lot. She needs help. Her community is also on her side because they expected him to do better, right? Like there's so many things that are happening here. That's what I'm saying. You need to have the discernment to really understand what's happening and why it happened the way that it did. Okay? So no, this is not a crazy message.
She's already contacting YouTubers as of that point. Remember when she recorded that blackmail material? She said, I would never use it.
Yeah, exactly. Chat said people are reading her message from the perspective of having both Abba and her story and ignoring her contextual point of view in the moment. Exactly. Remember, this is all before this. We are watching it now, but you have to remember, you have to go back and imagine what it was like to be them then, right?
Already was sending emails to YouTubers. I'm going to show you the rest of it. Is it okay for her to talk to you about this? She really needs a woman's perspective to understand Abba better. Understand why he would do this.
Wait, who is this to? Maybe that's better context. Maybe I misunderstood.
Recorded that blackmail material. She said, I would never.
Okay, I'm open to that. Did I misunderstand?
She already was sending emails to YouTubers. I'm going to show you the rest of it.
Oh, yeah, she was sending messages to YouTubers. Yeah, I feel like if you date a YouTuber, so okay, here's my suggestion. If you date a public figure, you need to agree on the expectations of behavior, even in abusive situations. You need to say, hey, hypothetical, I abuse you. What are you going to do? And the girl goes, oh, I'm going to tell everybody you know. Okay. And in her opinion, he abused her. I mean, it was abusive, right? So she feels like, I'm going to go do that. You need to have those conversations when you're dating somebody, especially as a public figure. And I know this, I'm a public figure. I married somebody, right? I'm married to somebody who's very private. I'm married to somebody that I tell everything to, right? I'm married to somebody who's seen me my most vulnerable. Okay? Right? So like, I understand that it's a risk, but it's always one of those things you have to remember that like, even if my partner tried to quote expose me, there would be nothing to expose because I don't fucking abuse him. But somebody has receipts because somebody abused his girlfriend and was toxic. Right? Like we've seen the text messages, we've heard the voicemails. So you can't get out of this and being like, oh, look, she's so crazy. Yeah, but what did you do? Are you going to take any accountability for the way you talked to her or the way you treated her? No, right? Abba's saying she can never be wrong. I haven't heard Abba admit wrong in any of this yet. So let's see.
Is it okay for her to talk to you about this? She really needs a woman's perspective to understand Abba better. Understand why he would do this.
Oh my God. Thank you, Chaz. I just want to say, Brittany, I'm so glad we can't hear your mouth sounds like we can hear theirs. Thank you. I tried really hard not to let you hear them. I tried really hard to put my settings on my mic in a way that you shouldn't be able to hear them. So thank you. Because you're right. This ASMR thing they got going on, it's a lot.
So it's just, I want y'all to think about how crazy this whole thing is. So this crazy person was seeing me, and she's pretending like she needs better perspective on me from random YouTubers who don't know me. Does that make sense to anybody?
No.
Why would you go to random YouTubers about the fact that Abba forced an abortion? This is like...
Sure, I can see from Abba's perspective, to be good faith, that to him, that does seem wild. And if I was her, well, I don't know. Okay, first of all, it is not out of character for the person that he chose to get pregnant after 5 months. Because if you think about their characters, both make sense. I would say if she was my friend, if I was her friend, first, I'd be very good to her. I don't want to be her friend. Don't DM me. But if I was her friend, I would give her probably different advice than she got. And also, I think this is very normal as somebody who does get DMs from victims a lot. And I do often ignore them because I think ultimately you should be going to better people in your life than a YouTuber. And I don't think I can help. So if I ever do get a DM from a victim and I ignore it, it's because I know I can't help them. And I'm not, they're coming to me in hopes to get something I can't give them. Right. So I have in the past, been like, I don't want to get involved in this. And it's because, again, if you are in a good place, in a healthy place, you would do healthy things. Look, the fact that she chose Abba tells me she's unhealthy. But Abba doesn't want to hear that. Like, Abba doesn't want to hear it's a red flag if a woman picks him. But it is. And so the fact that she was willing to be with him makes a lot of the women in this space go, do you know what I mean? Especially in 2026, especially in 2025. Maybe a different Abba at a different time or a different context, but Abba doesn't want to hear that. So his behavior isn't that crazy, really, if you think about everything in context. But you would have to know his work and know the context, right? Chloe with the super chat, thank you so much, says, happy birthday, Britt. I was trying to wait for a lull in the stream to avoid any distraction, but you're on a roll. Happy to have found your content and community. Happy to have you here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, there's a hard, in the beginning, I couldn't even get into the videos because people were super chatting so generously, which I appreciate. So I appreciate you attempting to do that, but thank you. I appreciate that. And then the thought spot will be here in a couple of hours, guys. So we got to get through. We're probably not even going to be able to get through this. I'll try not to pause as much, but thought spot will be here to read my astrology chart for funsies, since you guys are always asking, and if that would be fun. Cam, member for 29 months, says happy birthday. Thank you. And Lady O, member for 17 months. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Appreciate you so much.
Me DMing a random YouTuber to be like, yo, KSI. Can you help me?
Oh, Coley, not Chloe. Wait, I'm dyslexic. Coley. Oh, Coley Moly. Got it. Noted. Thank you, chap.
Understand why KSI would murder somebody. I just want to better understand his mindset. From a man to a man, is there any way you can give me insight to a random YouTuber from the Philippines? What? This was not what she was doing. She was not trying to get perspective. She was already fishing the story out. And apparently, she did this to a lot of people around this time. Now, I said I would show you guys the rest of the email, right? Just so you guys can see it, because I did actually enjoy the rest of the email. Let's see here. Boom, boom. Make sure I can view all the large icons.
I think Abba just doesn't want him to see himself as like an abuser either. I don't have a problem with women telling stories about their abusers, or men, or any gender. Like, I'm about it. So from her perspective, and I think from a lot of ours, like I'm not even gonna, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how to make this clear, but like the world I come from, like Abba is the wrong one. Like, she was messy, but she wasn't wrong. She's not doing anything unethical, is what I'm saying. Abba is doing something unethical. He did something immoral. I don't think yet that I've heard her do anything immoral, right? I have to double check. If you guys can think of something, let me know. But I don't think it's been immoral yet, versus the way he talked to her, the way he acted, immoral, right? Subjective, but, because morality isn't objective, but in my mind, immoral. Ren with the super chat, thank you so much, says happy birthday, Taurus twin. Happy birthday. I love being a Taurus.
Here it is. Now, going to zoom in. Here it is. Now, shout out to the person who did this, because they replied right away. And what did they say? I just have one question. Can you tell me if she allowed Abba to ejaculate inside her willingly? That's all I want.
See how he wanted to wife her up just a few months later, and this is how he talks about a woman he wanted to marry? Because he never wanted to marry her. He objectified the whole situation. Do you know what I'm saying? Can you imagine talking this way about somebody you were serious about marrying? He wasn't serious about her.
Okay. So I just want to go through that first slide. This whole idea that this only started in April. No, she's been plotting this for some time. I wasn't aware. Honestly,
yes, Bernie. Membership for 9 months says happy birthday to ya. Thank you so much.
On good terms. I thought separate ways, do your thing. Turns out she'd been trying some shit in the background for a while.
That's your definition of good terms?
Hey,
when you say good terms, this is what we talking about?
Well, it wasn't all this at the time.
My boy, we don't have the same
it wasn't. I did not know about this or some of this other stuff.
Oh, she was
Okay. So let's go to the next
freaking
slide.
the sheets crazy in the streets.
Let's go to the next slide. Right here. Okay. Let's see what this next.
And then even in the phone call, you just hear him saying, like, I'm harassing him, I'm stalking, and I'm a parasite. But that's how he.
One more time. So basically, all the harassment he's referring to happened within 2 days.
See, I do wish women wouldn't let the conservative, if he's MAGA, like you guys said, utilize her story for their weaponization, because they will weaponize it. I can see the conservatives coming in right now, the pro-lifers coming in right now. Fuck them. But I don't know. She's a Christian, so, but I hate the fact that they're going to use it, but remember, we're progressive, we're leftists here, we're feminists, so I'm coming from that perspective.
Yeah.
2 days. So she's claiming.
Queer too, I think that's important.
I mean, that only in January 12th in that area around is the time that she would harass me, do all this crazy stuff where she would hit me up from random numbers or go crazy.
Guys, okay, I'm going to say this one last time. You said she did try to blackmail him into talking to her. She said she would send it to Fresh and Fit. Y'all, that's not blackmail. Like, I don't know why or where you learned what blackmail was, but that is not what blackmail is. Like, maybe you could try to make it out to be blackmail. Maybe if you had a really good fucking lawyer. But like, just like think about the social situation of that situation. It sounds like when you're with a family member that weaponizes everything you do out of anger. Like, bro, we say and do shit all the time we don't mean, and people weaponizing it against you is so fucked up. Because now you're like, you know, if that wasn't true. You remember how I told that story about letting people eat food that was going to get thrown out in grocery stores, and someone said you're running a crime syndicate? What do you mean I'm running a crime syndicate letting people eat food that's going to be thrown out? That's what you guys sound like. You're like, it's blackmail. This is blackmail. It's not blackmail. And it wasn't a crime syndicate. It was just humans being fucking messy humans. Like, again, she's desperate. Think about the situation she's in. You know what I mean?
And I just want y'all to see, all right? Because I have to start digging. I'm gonna have the kill shot later. Don't worry, it's coming. But let's just listen to some more lies. It only happened within 2 days. Let's find out.
And I need him to provide proof for that.
This is like people going after Hassan Piker for, quote, celebrating micro-looting. Sam Harris did that yesterday. Hassan Piker's so evil. He's supporting micro-looting. You guys sound so fucking stupid. Like, come on. Not you chatters, but like, it sounds so stupid. It's like, just think about what a person is going through. Just think about the situation.
Okay, so, all right. Need to go back. I messed up.
Oh, you said I because it could be seen as immoral? It wasn't immoral. It was foolish, right? Because like, it wasn't real. She didn't really do it. She had no intention of doing it. She was just trying to get his attention. It's not healthy, but I don't know if it's immoral. Is the moral a lie? So then it would be immoral. Right? You said I'm not questioning her actions. Okay, fair. Like, maybe foolish, maybe silly, maybe immature, but so was dating ABBA, but here we are. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what her values are or her morals are enough for her to do these things, but we do things all the time. That's why I say morals are very interesting, because there's surviving morals and living morals. So in survival mode, she had an abortion, but in living mode, she probably would have had that baby, right? I mean, the fact that their relationship, the fact that she had an abortion in the way that she had to have that abortion, in the way that everything went down, right? So there's something here, there's something, I see what you're trying to get at. It depends on what her values and morals are. But ABBA's is the one that's really in question right now, because look at the way he's acting.
Him to provide proof for that.
Okay, 2025, so we're not even in January. That's how you already know she's already lying. Watch this. Watch this. This is all from her.
Yeah, I agree, chat, that people always want a perfect victim. I agree with this. Okay, let me see. All from January?
All from her.
Okay.
And you guys notice what happened there? San Jose police. This is one of the other suicide attempts. Yeah.
So now he's going to paint it like I can't believe she was suicidal or had a mental health breakdown or needed help. The ABBA's the kind of guy that doesn't want to date women with mental health problems because he doesn't understand that he has some. ABBA's the kind of man that would never allow his mental health to be questioned, even though he's obviously suffering. And that's the problem and the weight of being a person with a diagnosis, is that we get called irresponsible, even though they say go to therapy and get a diagnosis, and we do. Now we're punished for that diagnosis. Do you know what I'm saying? He will never allow himself to be considered mentally anything, unwell, impaired, struggling, unless it comes off good and relatable to the audience, but never. So you know what I'm saying? Lady O with the super chat, thank you so much. As Brittany, thank you so much for acknowledging my chat messages earlier. You have created a space that I, as a Black woman, feel completely comfortable to express my intersectionality views in this conversation. I'm glad. That makes me really happy. It does. And it's only, it's only possible because you're also willing to hear me out. At the end of the day, we have a better communication relationship than ABBA and his girlfriend. We have a better relationship, and we don't even know each other like that. I haven't even been inside you. You know what I mean? Like, you haven't even been inside me. I've never even gotten you pregnant once. And we communicate better than this man who got this woman pregnant. And that's really what this is about. This is really what I'm trying to, you know what I mean? Because, when there's two reasonable people in a room, communication happens. When two really good faith people get together, communication happens. But if even one of those people, it's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Insane.
Like, this is 2026-02. That's February.
Chad said, Brittany, I am asking good faith. Just a few days ago, you said threatening to suicide a partner to get something is abusive. What's the difference here? Is she actually suicidal? Pretending to be suicidal is one thing. Her actually being suicidal, and also like, was she suicide? I don't know we have to look at the context of what he's going to say, but like, if she writes him and says, hey, I'm really in a bad place right now. I feel like my life is spiraling. And he sees that as, oh, she's so annoying. And then he weaponizes you know how many times I've messaged my friends, like, girl, I swear to God, this balcony. She goes, hold on, girl, let me call you. That's what I'm saying. Like, I have been there for so many of my friends that have been suicidal. They just need a second. They're just asking for help. And they're fine. They're very functional. They have college degrees. They have great jobs. They own homes. They have families. There's a difference between asking for help and then saying, if you don't love me, I'm going to kill myself. She never said, as far as I know, if you don't love me, I'm going to kill myself. That's not what I think the message was, but let's see if he shows, because I thought the message was, I'm going through a really hard time. I'm really struggling. I'm really feeling lost right now. Can you talk to me? The man who got me pregnant, to the man who said he loved me, wanted to marry me. Can I have a second of your time, please? And he said, nah. Do we not see how that's, and also now, his 2 million subscriber channel gave her name, her place of employment, where she lives, put her name on blast. And now he's like, I'm going to call your job. I'm going to do all these things too. As if like he doesn't have more social power in this situation.
Is it still January?
But let's see. Let's see if he shows us something I don't know about.
All of these.
Right? Lady O, again with the generous super chat, says, it's difficult for me as a latent ABBA and Preach viewer who vividly remembers their extreme anti-blackness towards dark-skinned women, especially transgender women. Again, ABBA was excited to play house based on her looks. Yeah, I think you're right that there's so much of that at play. Like, I think ABBA and Preach get a social benefit of being cool, but because they're more chill. But the dilemma is that chillness doesn't hold them accountable for their bigoted views. Like when it comes to trans women or any other, misogynistic thing they say. And I think next to Myron Fresh and Fit, they look really reasonable. But then next to a more queer or leftist person, they look very conservative. So I think that's why people are having a hard time seeing ABBA for what he is and what he's doing right now, because he gets the social credit of being very level-headed next to Myron. Again, you know what I mean?
This is recently. This girl done made new accounts, and to this day, as recently as 2 days ago, she's making new Instagram accounts, liking every image so that I will go and try to contact her. So I need you to understand, she's been harassing the shit out of me and stalking me for an extended period. I'll get to the blackmail, I'll get to the smoking guns later, but I'm just trying to establish how crazy and how long it's been and how.
Well, what's going on with her? Where is she at? What was her mental health status? Does she have OCD? Is she struggling from schizophrenia? Does she have depression, anxiety? Is she doing it for a particular reason? Is this really a stalker who, is this really, that's it? Like, what did, I want to know, because ABBA's already twisted things already. Now I don't know how to trust his viewpoint. I want to know the details. Is there somebody in her family who can help her? Is there a way to, listen, I'm too mental health educated not to, at this point, also understand that if I was in ABBA's situation, I know I would react differently. Even if I was trying to cut off contact with her, I would do it in a way that made sense for the benefit of her, right? He's doing it for the benefit of him. And I'm saying you need to be empathetic to the fact that, people are mentally unwell, but why is she acting this way? Because he's just saying she's crazy, but that's not an explanation. Someone being crazy is not an explanation, right?
I've said nothing about most of his behavior publicly because this is just embarrassing. Let's move on.
I want to ignore this thing that happened to me and just move on like it never happened. That's what he's saying.
Okay. This is all her. You see Libertine? Crazy. This is, okay, I didn't know this, but apparently when people make an Instagram from a Gmail account, okay, when you block them and they delete the account, it looks like this. Yep. So this is one of her many accounts.
He said, who's this? You're a clown. Is this to her or to him? I can't believe I ever thought you were worthy of any effort. Truly, I'm stupid. Now I will block 20 more accounts. Is this him writing it to her or her writing it to him?
Okay. One of our many accounts. All right. These are all the accounts I've had to block from her where she's contacting.
But see how he's engaging with her? Pause. You see how he's engaging with her, though? Is he replying back to her? So, you know what I'm saying? I get it. They're both unhealthy. Again, her picking ABBA in the first place was the sign that she was unwell. But is she unwell? Or mental health is not mental illness. You know what I'm saying?
Me from. And I'll go keep going through the images. She has a lot of Instagrams, a lot of different ones. This is another one. These are some of the phone numbers, okay? So I just need to make it clear.
Blocked here too. Carry on stalking me. All the more reason to stay away. Blocked. Habibi. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is happening?
This is not even the tip of the iceberg. I started deleting so many of the text messages. I don't know what kind of app she has where she can just generate a new phone number, but like she would create them faster than I could block them, and they would be flooding in. Now you might say, well, Abba, why did you ever reply to anything? It started to get to me when it replied to other people around me.
Here's my question. You remember? Okay, you know what it is? It's the way he's telling the story that sounds fake. I wish he would tell the story better because I can't believe him because of the text messages he said. Because I agree, she could be doing this. She could be doing all of this. Why? And also, don't you think you're a little crazy? Are you taking accountability for anything that ended up happening or your side of it or how you talked to her or how you treated her? Like, I wish the story was better from his side because I don't believe him. And if he wanted me to believe him, even with these receipts, I'm not really understanding, like, do you get how this happened? Or why? I'm not saying what she did is right. In a healthy situation, by the way, none of this would have happened. But guys, hear me out. This is why I say it's not about taking sides in this story. It's about you realizing this could happen to your life. And the question is, like, your life is a reflection of what you put into it. This is Abba's karma. Karma isn't you get good, you get good, or you do good, you get good, you do bad, you get bad. Karma is your life reflected back to you. Our karma is like, this is your life is the world's a reflection of us as a whole. His life is a reflection of his action. Okay, that's what I'm saying with all of these boys and all these. This is what I say about my own life. I know my life is good because look at it now. Look, I must be doing, you know what I've put so much, I've really changed. And it's not victim blaming. It's about responsibility as the adult in the room. Okay, that's what it is. It's about, am I responsible enough as a person? Yeah, karma is just cause and effect. Exactly. Karma is just cause and effect. It's not there's not a judgment to it. It's just what it is. And Ab is acting like this came out of the blue and I don't even know how this happened. And I'm so confused. Like, okay.
So my thing is, if it's guarded towards me, it's easy to kind of ignore. But when it starts to involve my business, when it starts to message Preach, when it starts to message the others around me and stuff like that, then I have a different response. Because now I feel like I'm involving them and I'm not protecting them. Okay? Not the best.
Now, if she was a stranger, if she was a stalker, if she was somebody he didn't know, absolutely. I've had this happen as a YouTuber where people will get really mad at me and start messaging a bunch of people. They don't know me though. They're strangers. That's why it's weird. This isn't a stranger. This is a woman he said he was open to marrying. This is a woman he got pregnant. This is a woman he abandoned. This isn't just a stranger. That's what I'm saying is the difference. Again, when we separate why is this action bad now, but not then, because it's context. That's why I love philosophy, because philosophy forces you to see the ethics of specific situations within context. Okay? So that's what we want. What's the context of the situation? Why did it turn out this way? Why is it going in this direction? Now, I agree, eventually she should stabilize and never talk to this man again. But guys, this is raw and it just happened. This is happening now. It's happening now. So like, give it a year and she'll probably be like, oh my God, I can't believe I even acted that way. My bad. Go to therapy, get the work done, right? Work on yourself. But like, she's still in it. And I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying this is why the world is so unhealthy, because we don't even know why we're dating. We don't even know why we're settling for people. We don't even know our morals or ethics. Like we're not always reasonable. And I'm saying we should raise our kids better. We should love our children better. We should raise our kids better and not abandon them because it's inconvenient. This is really about the children. And neither of those two people thought about the child until she had that abortion. That was the first moment that the child was thought of.
Response doesn't mean I should engage, but I hope you guys understand just how extensive the harassment has been from this individual. All right, so we're gonna move. I mean, you guys saw all this stuff. This was from the 2 days she mentioned, right? This is where she threatens to blackmail me with talking to Myron or whatever, okay? But we're gonna move past that.
Hold on. She has such a good support system. She would never, but her friends will. Feel free.
Right? This is where she
let's see. Hey, Myron, my friend is dating Abba and question mark. Here's this. You don't follow each other on Instagram. I mean, fuck Myron, you know? I mean, yeah, but like also this whole bubble is so toxic.
To blackmail me with talking to Myron or whatever, okay? But we're gonna move past that. So this whole saga is going on. I wanna move to another
That said, this individual, why do men always use this language to separate responsibility? That's why.
Section real fast. Let's see here. So at this point, there's this other narrative here, and I'm going to let the clip play and then I'll explain.
I mean, and you said initially that he wanted the baby, but so you really had him on this, like, seesaw effect. Like, if you don't have this baby, we never had this baby. So I can imagine that emotional toll on bro. So why the flip flop so much?
Even them calling it a flip flop is weaponized language. Guys, when you call it a flip flop, my parents used to do this to me when I was little. They'd say, "Oh my God, Brittany's such a flip flopper because I was becoming more progressive." I'd be like, well, maybe I was like a teenager living at home. I was like, maybe, we should be nice to trans people. And they're like, aren't you a conservative? I was like, well, maybe we should be pro-life. Oh, maybe we should be pro-choice. And as I was going more left, my parents would be like, you're such a flip-flopper. Just make a decision. You're such a flip-flopper. You're not a flip-flopper because you're making a hard decision or you're moving forward with your life. So even them using the word flip-flopping is weaponized language.
Yeah, I honestly empathize with him. I kept going back and forth because I saw I did see how much Abba was wanting the baby, and I empathized with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not in doubt. Everyone agrees.
Yeah, except her.
No, go ahead.
No, well, go ahead. Except her what?
No, I could.
She's being so good faith. She's being so kind in her rhetoric. Are they about to say, and then how did I force her to have an abortion if I wanted her to keep it? Because you said you wouldn't be involved in the child's life. You only wanted the baby in a context that worked for you.
Go ahead.
She's claimed a couple of times that you left her, implying that you didn't want that baby. She said that.
She said a lot of things.
Fair.
What?
Carry on.
You suggested the abortion first.
And always, to be clear, until the 11th hour, it was always her idea and it was me against it, okay?
What?
Right, it came from you. Why did you want to have?
Pause. Yeah, that's the thing. Why does her friend contact people saying Abba forced her to have it in January? We're talking about January. That's the thing that takes me off. Yeah, I just remember. In the message that she showed us, someone contact.
Chat says, I know you are just not to take sides, but I can't come away from this without disliking Abba. I mean, I think you should dislike him. I dislike him. Like, I was already disappointed by Abba a couple years ago, or whenever that was, a year ago, whatever it was, when we had our ending of, co-workership. But I think that's the point, is like, you should be disappointed in Abba, but, be disappointed because the proof is there as well. Like, taking sides, it means that you don't have to be her cheerleader, but you could definitely dislike Abba, right? Like, you're allowed to, like, I will use the word disappointed, but not surprised, as Ta-Nehisi Coates so often says. Like, disappointed, but not surprised.
Contacted a YouTuber, someone or whatever.
She knows it's her friend. She admits that her friends do this for her.
On her behalf. It doesn't matter. The friend is saying, it's asking the people, why does Abba is forcing my friend to have an abortion? Mm-hmm. That's what was said. Yeah. That's why I'm like, wait.
There's no forcing. There's
I understand.
Yeah.
But she's always saying that friend was saying Abba is forcing her. Why is Abba forcing her when it's her?
It just never happened.
The abortion in the first place. Why did you even come up with that idea?
Yeah, the only answer to this is just my human response. And when we first decided to have the baby, I thought, or when I first found out I was pregnant, I thought, okay, like, this is going to be okay to go forward with. And after time went by, I was like, wait a minute, this is kind of really too soon. When if I say yes to this, then I would be moving out to Montreal. We're going to start this family. But I'm already seeing these heavy incompatibilities.
Hold on, don't cut the audio.
My bad.
Did he call her a bitch?
Already seeing these heavy incompatibilities.
Stay where you are, bitch. I'm telling you, men calling women a bitch in these situations.
Hold on, don't cut the audio.
My bad.
These heavy wait a minute, this is kind of really too soon. But if I say yes to this, then I would be moving out to Montreal. We're going to start this family. But I'm already seeing these heavy incompatibilities.
Okay, so now the next claim is that, like, Abba, she didn't want Abba, she just wanted the baby. Okay, that's the claim, and she wanted to co-parent, but she didn't want to be with Abba. Then tell me why, after this girl ended things and then got the abortion anyways, did this girl try to circle back and then come up to visit 5 or 6 times? In fact, not only did she do that, she was pushing. She's like, I got leave. I could do that. And I kept saying no.
Hey, I've been pushing to see my psychiatrist and he approved a 10 days leave. I've tried to find ways to get more time off while keeping my job, but it's really difficult. I'm not sure if any amount of time or even portion of that would feel useful or helpful. But I wanted to tell you in case it felt like you felt like utilizing that time, or if it was unwise, you can see a way you've seen it before. I understand that if you want to chat more, I'm off today. He said, hey, I don't want to leave you hanging. I still feel the same. I still got, wait, is this hit? Wait, is he? Wait, who's the who? I still feel the same. I still got my morning process to go through and I can't go back and forth with that decision. I think us seeing each other would confuse that process for me. Who's who? Who's who? I'm confused. Is this Apple? Who's who? Blue is him? Okay. Okay, first of all, okay, here's the thing. So he's saying this is after the abortion, right? Here's the thing that people aren't getting. This is what I'm trying to tell you, the difference between my 20s and my 30s. In my 20s, which they are acting like they are fucking teenagers, when you're in toxic dynamics, you only respond with toxicity. So you don't actually know how to end things, right? Because there's always a consequence. In my 30s, when I was dating, this is why I give examples, okay? You go on a date, you're like, you're not the one. And by the way, people were mad at me, even when I'd only have one single date with somebody and I'd say, you're not the one. They'd be like, give me more of a chance. I'm good though. So it doesn't matter if you break up with someone 3 months in or first date in, they're always mad at you. Second, okay, when you're looking for the right person, things go differently. When you're both healthy, things look different. The point is like they are both unhealthy because you have to be unhealthy to date unhealthy. And I mean, date unhealthy. I don't mean go on a date with unhealthy. Look, the statistical probability of you dating Dexter and them secretly tricking you so perfectly that you'll never realize they're a serial killer is almost not possible. You will see red flags and they will start with values. They will start with perspective, okay? You will see the toxicity in someone day one if your values are solid in yourself. Abba was willing to date this girl, promise marriage to this girl, talk about having a baby with this girl, get this girl pregnant, right? And yet none of the responsibility is on in any way how he interacted with her. But I guarantee you, she already said they were fighting constantly. They always had problems. She was the one who wanted to break it off with him because she was concerned about the future. And he was the one saying, let's try to make it work. I'd rather be with you. Why would you be with a girl you're fighting with all the time? Even if he has good intentions, that's a type of toxicity within him. The same type I had probably when I was in my 20s, where you either want to stay in a relationship because you were ready, or you think maybe if they change, or whatever the reason is, we don't know because we're not ABBA. The point is that healthy people see toxicity and go, I'm over it. They see a red flag and they go, I'm over it. They see a value difference and they go, I'm over it. Because like they're like, oh, we're not compatible. That's it. That's all there is to it. But you know what I'm saying? There's not enough health here. There's not enough health, okay? Okay. And by the way, you don't have to be Machiavellian or evil or narcissistic or any of these things. This will happen to you at one point in your life, whether you're young or old, if you have unlearned your childhood problems. Like, look, Abba, his father abandoned the family, right? His mother raised him as a single mother. Go to therapy. Any child of any background, of any situation in which somebody left requires therapy. People whose parents are still together but miserable, therapy. People whose parents love each other but there was still toxicity, therapy. The point is I don't know how much work any of these people are doing. Abba just recently also found out he was ADHD, right? Does he know he's neurodivergent? Does he know he's disabled? Has he even started to contend with the reality that those are his identities, whether he likes it or not? Because that is a deficit. Has he started to even have that conversation with himself? Probably not. Because a lot of people with ADHD go, oh, I'm not actually disabled. I'm actually like very functional. Are you? How are you staying functional? Show it to me. Because there's always something behind the curtain. And again, you're not unsafe because you have ADHD. You're not unsafe because you have a diagnosis. Mental health is just something we all live with and we figure out ways to be healthy. You can have a diagnosis and be healthy. Okay? So again, like we're doing these things where it's like there's so much for him to unpack that he doesn't even know how to start to unpack it. And that's the other layer of this. Like, talk about meeting people where they are. So I don't know where she is in all of this, but I'll just say like there's a lot.
You guys can read the text yourselves. You can see that she's asking for Taylor, and I keep saying no every single time. In fact, at one point she gets upset because she says, what answer can I give you that's not going to get me juked? I'm like, juked? And she's like, you don't know what a juke is? Like a dodge? Like this is basketball juking, okay? And what she means is, and she'll explain this in the next set of texts.
Hold on, let me see. Besides, isn't the truth better? You don't know what, okay, LOL, what a dodge, like this is basketball. Why doesn't he get that he's interacting with her? Like, I don't know why he doesn't understand he is interacting with her. He is talking to her. He is in communication with her. So, of course, she thinks, okay, we just had this thing happen. Do you want to talk about it? He goes, oh, I'm still going through the mourning process. Right. So, do you want to talk about it? You know what I mean? Do you want to have that conversation? Chad says, is Brittany a leftist now? First of all, I've been a left for a very long time. Do you mean an anti-capitalist now? Yes. But what do you mean by leftist? Because are you implying I was never a leftist? Because that was like 20 years ago. What are you implying?
Juke is like a dodge, like this is basketball juking, okay? And what she means is, and she'll explain this in the next set of texts, I'm asking because there were 5 potential times for meeting and then I get a spin move each time. It was a different case. I just kept not wanting to see this person.
Okay, but then, okay, they're sending gifts. Okay, no, that's not why. Wait. I'm asking because you were 5 times more of a potential meeting than I'd get a spin and move. I don't even know what that means. I'm very confused by their communication style.
Times for meeting and then I get a spin move each time. It was a different case. I just kept not wanting to see this person. I refused, after we'd broken up, to be involved, okay?
To be what?
To be involved, to see each other. We haven't seen each other since January 2nd. She's tried, okay?
You mean while she was pregnant? So why don't you just say, hey, and then he's going to go, oh, she was stalking me and sending me messages. I swear he's sending her blurred messages and he doesn't realize it. Does he not realize he's sending her mixed messages? Like, I think, okay, here's my honest opinion of Abba. I think he's avoidant. I think he's afraid of confrontation. I think he lacks character to handle it. And I know that from our personal interaction, that I felt like he does not enjoy conflict. And that's why it took him so long to do anything about anything. So I just think he can't handle it. I think he can't actually tell this woman, I'm really done. He has to say, I'm done. And also I'm going to text you again. Like, I think he's just like, look, I know as somebody who my partner always says, like, they call it conviction, but maybe it's just autism, that he is always shocked at how much conviction I have over doing the most uncomfortable shit. It is very uncomfortable. It is very uncomfortable to go to someone and say, I would like to stop being friends with you. Most people do not do that. And I do it because I know it's hard, but I also just want to be clear. I don't want to be friends with you anymore. Is that okay? Of course it's okay. It's my consent. But I would like to end this friendship. And I do expect people to say, yes, I'm so uncomfortable, but I agree. And that's okay. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. But I think it's just like, I would just like to do this. And it is hard and something I've had to practice over the years. And it's a skill that I've had to work on. It's very hard. You really feel like your skin is burning. You feel like you're going to vomit. But I do it anyways. These men could never. They could never.
What's that thing with a psychiatrist?
She gets mad, in fact, because at one point she goes, 6 times is crazy. And I'm like, yo, she getting mad because I'm refusing to do the thing. Not only does she say that, remember she said, oh, I'm afraid because then I would have to move to Montreal and that's terrifying. You know what this crazy broad does? One day she hits me up, she's like, I'm going to quit my job and I'll move in with you. Now, why am I saying this? I think in her head she might be genuine. I don't know. I'm just trying to say to you guys how much this girl flip-flops. How much this girl goes from like, I want to be with you, to I don't know, to I want this baby, to I don't know. In my opinion, this girl never wanted the child. That's my honest opinion. That's why after 10 different flip-flops on having the kid or not, after 4 or 5 abortion appointments,
Damn it, I'm muted. Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Sorry. He said, he was saying that like, oh, she never really wanted this child, but we knew she never wanted the child because she said she didn't want the child. It was not a planned pregnancy. She said she only wanted the child within a certain situation, just like he never wanted to marry her. He only suggested marriage after she got pregnant, right? So he's saying this like she didn't tell us that in her video. We know. She told us. We knew she didn't want that's why she had an abortion. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know it wasn't planned. Why does he say this like it's an epiphany? Like, oh, wait. We know, she told us.
appointments and canceling everything at the point where she told me all of a sudden now she wants the kid, but she wants to end up like blindsiding me. I just said, you're not going to use this thing to hover over me and control me for the rest of my life. I don't think you want.
Okay, I think he has trauma from men men are so traumatized by stories of other men and other systems, like the legal system favors women, even though if you look into it, it's not the way it looks. Men can leave women single with a child and still be considered heroes. And that's what Abba did. Okay, that's what he tried to do. He tried to pretend he was going to be a good man and show up, but when given the opportunity, basically abandoned her, only to come back later and find out she already had the abortion. Okay? So now look in society, they're giving him the social benefit because he was going to show up. He showed up by blocking her and missing the abortion. That was him showing up. You're giving him social credit for that and not her for having to make the hard decision of having an abortion. You know? Is this Elliot saying in my chat? Elliot saying, thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well today. Happy to see you here. Thank you so much. So this is what's frustrating. Like, she already told us she didn't want the baby. So again, when you're dating, when you're courting, when you're falling in love, make sure the consciousness that you're dating, one, you respect them, they have good values, you're on the same page, but that you talk to them about these scenarios. Look, we're married, my partner and I, and we constantly have conversations like, okay, what if I got pregnant right now? What would we do? Because we use protection in our marriage. We're married. Abba's not even married to this girl not using protection. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Process that information. Thank you, Elliot, so much for that. Super chat says, keep doing your thing. You rock. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. Thank you. Think about what's happening. I am married and we use protection. Abba's not even married to her and he's raw dogging it with a woman. That was a lot. He's having unprotected sex with this woman. That's what I'm saying. Why is he acting like he's not, or he's responsible and she's just a crazy woman? Girlies, even in my 20s, I was not having unprotected sex. I've been on birth control since I was 22 years old. I'm 37. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, even in my life, I always had follow-up protection, plan B, condoms, birth control, something. God, pull out for fuck's sake, something. You are too old to be doing things that only teenagers should be doing.
I want to have this child. And I know this too, because while we were together, there were 2 times where she cut me out of the pregnancy entirely. She said, I'm going to do this by myself, you're out. She just texted me crazy. Not because I said something insane or whatever, she was hormonal, she was getting upset.
Boo.
So I said, if you're already able to cut me out of the pregnancy twice and do this on your own, I was like, all right, then go do it on your own. We'll see. Guess what happened? She had a chance to do it on her own, and she went and got the abortion by herself. Nobody was there. I hadn't spoken to her in weeks. She went and got it done. She never wanted a child. She just needs somebody to blame for what she did. And you don't believe me? We're going to listen to her own words.
What's that thing about her needing a psychiatrist or watching a psychiatrist or needing to speak to a psychiatrist?
Abba has a psychiatrist. If he's ADHD, he probably is on meds. He has a psychiatrist, so don't come for her after her psychiatrist. So? See how you weaponize mental health? Guys, just because you have a diagnosis doesn't mean you're incapable. Okay?
Mental health. I'm not going to get into that, but she got mental health.
See? Oh, she has mental health. Habibi, you have mental health. That's what I'm saying. These people are not understanding. You have mental health.
And you guys see the message here? What does she say?
No
the last thing I want to do.
Okay, wait, hold on. The last thing, I don't even know where he's starting off with. It's fine. I'm over it, but it's a bit unnecessary. And even if it isn't your intention, it feels inconsiderate. That's her or him? Him? No, you're right. It isn't your responsibility to remind it. That's the last thing I wanted to be inconsiderate, and I keep doing that. I mentioned what I said today about quitting my job and everything because that's how I felt about it. But I understand it's unreasonable and I can't risk all this again. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you saying, no, I understand. I'm not mad at you saying, no, I understand. As you asked, I will never bring up what you asked me not to bring up again, as I can come off. I'm going to say this so respectfully. Y'all communicate like teenagers. I can't even read your messages. Okay? I can see how it's coming off. I appreciate you not blocking me, and I'll not say that. What?
I was being concerned. I keep doing that. I mentioned that I said today about quitting my job and everything because that's how I felt about it. The everything and how I felt about it was moving up here. And I reference it at the bottom because I say, you're saying you want to quit everything and want to move here, followed by the issue is, and then we start going to other stuff. I'm like, you're not moving here. Like, this doesn't make sense. She's always, so that's why I never saw her again and I refused. Okay? Let's go back to it and we're going to skip a little bit further ahead.
Oh no. Don't tell chat. Chat said, who's Preach married to? Oh no. Girl, you're going to gag. It's a white woman. Not that that matters. Not that it matters. But he's married to a white woman, which reinforces what you've been saying in chat this whole time. Ah, what you did. Oh my God. No. Listen. We love it, interracial marriage. We love it, interracial marriage. But I'm so sorry that,
Okay. So Remember I told you
Love is
that she
love.
handled the whole
Love is love.
breakup and everything really weirdly and awkwardly. People said, oh, Abba, whatever. I want you to listen to her own words. This is after the abortion. She reaches out, we're talking, and then this is what she says.
To be honest with you, I didn't do that right. And I should have talked to you first.
What she's talking about is the whole breakup and then making arbitrary decisions by herself without consultation.
And I do feel like I did that wrong. It was a mistake how I handled all of that. And saying what was
Remember, she did everything right during her relationship. Everything.
Wait, what? She's literally apologized so many times.
that wrong.
Without consultation.
And I do feel like I did that wrong.
She just said, I did that wrong. She said she did things wrong in her original message. She said, I apologize in these text messages. What is he talking about? She just said, I did this wrong. Oh my God. Hold on, bro.
It was a mistake how I handled all of that. And,
Okay.
saying what was
Remember, she did everything right during her relationship. Everything.
What?
at the time, it was, I hope like you understand like how profound the pressure was for me. And I just didn't have like the clarity or like the tools to figure it out. And that's all I can tell you. And
Sorry, I was playing video games while she was yapping.
I kind of just like
He's such a stereotype of a man. I was playing video games while she was yapping about an abortion and your relationship. Yo, this is why I don't date men. They're such an ick. Ugh, men are so icky.
abruptly blindsided you. But yeah, the pregnancy intensified everything.
So she admits to blindsiding me like I've been saying this whole time.
Genuinely, guys, this is the most disingenuine, disgusting display of behavior from Abba I've ever seen. He's either stupid, obtuse, or manipulative. She's literally apologizing. She's literally holding herself accountable. She's literally saying, hey, it was really hard for me. She's being vulnerable. And he's like, so you agree you manipulated me. What? This is literally why we are terrified of men who do not deconstruct patriarchy. Because you are literally not listening to her. She is literally apologizing and explaining why it happened, and you are weaponizing it. Damn, I didn't know Abba was this fucked up. I am. I still have such good faith in people. He's so fucked up. Remember, for 40 months, let's go, Earth. Thank you so much. Happy birthday, lovely. So proud of you. Love ya. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. That's so sweet. Thank you for being here. 40 months. Girl, we have a child together. We have a baby together, as far as I'm concerned. 40 months? That's crazy. Yeah, chat says, is this supposed to be the good video that makes us take his side? Yeah, chat. The chatters who were like, this video explains so much. What do you think he's explained? By the way, she made a 27-minute video, and he has made over hours, like 4 hours of content on this, and he still looks bad.
in between, I felt debilitated with trying to make a decision. And this is something I kind of like hinted to you that I was worried and like anxious. I know as I'm talking about this, it doesn't make any sense. I'm telling you what was going on in my head at the time. And
we'll go eat.
I didn't even talk about it. I didn't even talk about it with Kimberly because I was just like, when I walked out and I said like I did this, she was like, "What the hell did you do?" And I said, and that's like another reason why I know it was just like, I was just trying to do the right thing. I didn't want to fail anybody.
So she's trying to say now that this was spontaneous. It wasn't well thought out. I was just so think about that. I just want y'all to think about the fact that this woman was going to try to alter my life, alter the course of the relationship, everything, and she wasn't thinking straight. She was just doing shit. That was our whole relationship. She was never stable. She was never consistent. She's always flip-flopping. None of it makes sense. And if you go listen to her tell a story, none of it makes sense. It's because she's not all there.
I'm going to start an island, and only women can live there, and you will call me Boa. Okay? I'm going to do that. Because that is so, like, am I being gaslit right now? Like, that is insane for him to say. That video was more than coherent. She brought the receipts. She was more than clear. This is disgusting. This is so disgusting. Honestly, bro, chat was right. Chat earlier said no wonder like he was friends with Destiny over like no wonder when I came to ABBA to protect victims, he chose Destiny. Oh my God. This is so evil, bro. This is literally so evil.
Okay. So, what comes after this portion? Because we need to get to the good stuff. And don't worry, it's going to get good. Now we get on to the idea that ABBA has an anger issue. He does this yelling and verbal abuse.
We know you have an anger. Well, you have a. Maybe you don't want to call it an anger issue. I get you, but you have a problem because of the way you reacted towards her. You're petty. You threw a tantrum. So whatever you have, see, he relies so much on his chill persona. Everyone knows anger is silent. Everybody knows real anger is quiet. But he threw tantrums. You know what I'm saying? So he's relying on this idea that like, I don't have an anger problem. Honey, we've all been angry. You might not have a problem. And you have a problem and it might not be anger, but you do have a problem. You know?
And all this other stuff. And every time I heard her, I would be like, what are you smoking? But then she told a story I remember. And I knew it didn't go the way she said. But let's listen to her tell the story. And I want you guys to listen to this in its entirety.
And another comment about like girls being hot in Spain and just something like that. And
backdrop, she's at my place. This is the final time we see each other around New Year's, okay? We're sitting around having breakfast, and this is what she's referencing. I'm gonna let her tell the story, and then I'll add in the blanks.
And
You were talking about how attractive other girls were in front of you?
yeah, he was like, I went to Spain and like Spain has the hottest people. And he was like, the women in Spain are like really hot. And we had talked about this before, and he said stuff like this. And then I get upset and then I leave the house and then I come back. But I do pack my things because I'm like, I'm going to go somewhere else. But I do come back and I was just like a little angry. So I went to the coffee shop next door. I do come back and he gets so upset with me. We start fighting again.
What did you get upset with for? Because it was at a coffee shop?
Because I left, yeah. And he got so upset. And I was trying to explain to him why I was upset. And he just wouldn't hear it. He didn't understand why I was upset.
Island funds. Stop it. Thank you, Mars, for the super chat. Says island funds. That's so. It took me a second. I was like, island. Oh yeah, I'm gonna start a women's island. I'm gonna start one, a queer, gender fluid island. It's happening.
Upset or mad, things would escalate. I'm trying to explain it to him. He's like, no, you left. You need to get out the house. And I'm trying to tell him, like, why don't you see why I left in the first place? And then it would rile up, and then I start crying, and then he does the whole mocking and yelling and screaming thing. And I know that's hard to imagine, but like,
it's hard to imagine because you're not saying shit that is very concrete.
She said I was yelling.
Yes, I understand. But
I was screaming.
I understand, but she's leaving the way she is telling the story. There's a lot of things that you leave out. Mm-hmm. The story is not very precise. Like someone that would, you know what? I'm not gonna say someone. I'm telling a story. I was right. I'm telling you. Listen. We were talking about this, we were talking about that, and then he said this, he said that. Then I was upset because you're explaining stuff. She's not really explaining.
Okay, listen.
Whole mocking and yelling and screaming thing. And I know that's hard to imagine, but like, just refer
It
to
ain't hard for me
the
to imagine after hearing I got that phone call. So.
All right, so Stevie believes that I was screaming and yelling and being verbally abusive.
Yeah, so the phone call is just like a preview to what I experienced a lot with him personally. It didn't feel right. It didn't feel safe. He would yell. He would scream. I was pregnant in Montreal. He kicked me out. He has his reasons for it. I was pregnant. I had no signal outside. I was locked out the apartment in Canada weather. And
okay, you guys heard that, right? So I'm going to give you guys the context of the argument. The argument wasn't that big. It was basically, she's like, she makes it sound like.
So there was an argument. So you agree. You did have a fight. Oh, the argument wasn't even that big. Oh, but you agree you had an argument. Got it.
I was like, man, there's fucking the women in Spain are so hot. And that's not what happened. We're just talking about how people are attractive in different places. You know, in some places you'll find the men are more attractive. In some places you'll find the women are more attractive. Me and Preach have had this conversation dozens of times. Where we'd be like, oh, the women here are more attractive. The men there, I think I have their style, whatever. Fair?
Fair.
So we were having this, and we were talking about the dudes in the West Coast, whatever it is. And then I mentioned, and she got upset.
Of course, you don't have that conversation with your girl. That's
Wait.
bad.
It's only bad if you've negotiated that it's bad. If you want to be in the kind of relationship where you have these conversations, you need to be with somebody who's on the same page as you. ABBA is taking no responsibility in the fact that he also picked a woman that he is not compatible with. What do you have in common with this lady? That's what I'm saying. Like, hello?
She got upset about that. Okay? God forbid. She throws a tantrum. When she gets upset, I just give her space. So that's what she needs. So that's how we settle things up. I respect it. I go to the room. A time goes by. I go outside. She's gone. I go look for her. Can't find her. And then I realize she packed her bags and took it with her. Can't find her bags. So over a minor argument on the final day that we were spending time, after she's just traveled a good 9 hours to be here, over a minor argument, she packed her bags and she left. Was I upset? Absolutely. She claims that when she came back, I was upset because she left. I don't care you left. I think it's normal in an argument if you want to take a walk, take some space. Packing the bags to me, especially knowing how I like to set up things where like, we can always figure this out. Just don't walk out on me. Don't quit. We can figure it out. Her packing the bags was a bit far from me. She comes back, okay? And she makes a comment to me. She goes, I won't even say what the comment is, actually, because you guys will find out. So now she's claiming I was screaming, I was yelling. I was verbally abusive, and then I kicked her out, and I left her outside as a pregnant woman in the Montreal cold, right? She went outside. I said, get out here, bitch. And I said, freeze to death, right? Now, here's what's crazy. I didn't realize this, but I actually had recorded that interaction.
You know what I've never recorded? I don't think I've ever recorded. Even in my abusive relationship, I never thought to I mean, not that you shouldn't. Abusive victims should record. But why are these people so casually recording people? Am I crazy? Like, I feel like if I'm recording, something's gone wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, why is he... I don't understand this conversation about record.
I forgot. The reason why is that when I get somebody out of my house, just so there's no craziness or they can't say later, sometimes I do that. You know what I mean? And you might think it's a lot, but it saved me. And I want you guys to listen to the interaction where I was screaming and yelling.
Him personally, it didn't feel right. It didn't feel safe. He would yell. He would scream. I was pregnant in Montreal. He kicked me out. He has his reasons for it. I was pregnant. I had no signal outside. I was locked out the apartment in Canada weather, and then it would rile up, and then I start crying.
The reason, I think because she's not from Canada, right? And so she struggles, like, does she, it doesn't matter.
And then he does the whole and yelling and screaming thing. And
did you try to book a hotel and it didn't work? You clearly didn't just go to get coffee. So what happened? You booked a hotel and your phone didn't work, so that's why you came back?
I couldn't even work down there.
Right.
So she came back and she said, I'm like, where were you? And she's like, I only came back because I didn't have any cell service, but I wanted to book my own place. So not only did she just disappear like this, when she came back, she's kept acting weird. And at this point, she starts talking about it doesn't feel safe. So me, a woman says anything like that, that's a wrap. You don't feel safe in my home? I'm not gonna keep you here. Especially you, a tiny woman, I'm a black dude, I ain't playing that shit. So I said, cool.
So because you couldn't book a hotel with your phone, now you want to stay here?
Yeah, I do want to clarify, guys. If you're in an abusive situation, definitely record. I would say that I'm more concerned with the fact that everyone's recording everybody all the time, and like most, which indicates toxicity. What I'm trying to get Abba to understand is like, you're in a toxic relationship and you're the toxicity. Like you're both toxic, but only one of you, I think, is engaging in like truly abusive behavior, depending on how we define abuse. But like but I want all victims to hear me that recording yourself is reasonable. You'll need it later. I think the issue here is like, Abba isn't, he keeps saying she's always perfect and she never does anything wrong. She never takes accountability, but I'm not hearing that from him either. It's just blaming her and calling her crazy, you know? So I just want to make sure that you know that like if you're a victim of abuse, definitely keep a log.
Where do you want me to go?
I do want you to go. Yeah, you quit. Yeah, you were trying to book a hotel, now you're coming back pretending like you didn't want to go. So I don't need that shit. Leave. If you want to leave, leave. Absolutely, actually. Let me book it for you. You tripping. Shit, you staying here just because...
This is me yelling. Keep in mind, I'm close to the mic and I had to boost the audio because her voice is so low. So you think this sounds loud? It's because I boosted it as much as I could so y'all could hear her.
You couldn't get cell service? Oh, hell no. So I'm going to book it for you. You book a hotel with your phone, now you want to stay here.
Where do you want me to go?
I do want you to go. Yeah, you quit. Yeah, you were trying to book a hotel, now you're coming back pretending like you didn't want to go. So I don't need that shit. Leave. If you want to leave, leave. Absolutely, actually. Let me book it for you. You tripping. Shit, you staying here just because you couldn't get cell service? Oh, hell no. So I'm going to book it for you. I'll pay for the Uber and everything. I'll make it super easy.
Why would I want to be around someone?
Exactly. So now you don't need the cell service. I'm going to book it for you.
Let me know when the screaming starts.
You are tripping. I consent to receiving a...
Let me know when the yelling starts. Don't forget, this is her evidence of verbal abuse. This incident. Listen.
You're not doing that.
Okay, so you guys didn't hear this, but I'm going to just play it back. At one point, she starts to move to another room for no reason. Her shit's there in the living room. She moves to another room, okay? She's so unsafe.
I consent to receiving additional.
Stop yelling, Abba. Listen.
Well, I don't know what she's doing, but I don't know why she just went to that room. You're not doing that.
Are you talking to us? Are you talking to the recorder? Are you talking out loud? He's like, oh, I don't know what she's doing that for. Are you talking to me? So you know you're recording, and she's saying that he yelled. But did you yell before you were recording? Did you yell after? You are kicking her out. So that is true. You are kicking her out. She also wanted to leave because of the situation that escalated. Like, you guys are fighting. That's your relationship. You fight. But you can't say, oh, I'm in a relationship where there's always fighting, but I've never fought. That's why I say, like, in my toxic relationships, I was toxic enough to be in that relationship. And I did find myself yelling. And I did find myself in situations where we were both yelling at each other. And I was like, oh my God, I don't want to be this person. I will say that with a full chest. I made a decision to change as a person. Where's Abba's change? Where's his level of awareness? And I say this as a person who was a victim in that relationship. I was a victim in that relationship, and I still engaged in toxicity. I just didn't abuse anybody. I was toxic. Abba is the one who's doing the abusive, and she's toxic because Abba is the one who's constantly escalating. Notice that he's like, we didn't get help. We didn't talk to a church. She's Christian. I didn't talk to her church leader. We didn't go to a therapist. Notice that his ability to, quote, be supportive was to stay quiet and be like a silent person. Well, she's here to make a big decision. He even said, you know how it is. I'm a man. I can't have an opinion about an abortion. So when she asked him what to do, he was like, well, I'm telling you what I would want to do. They're not making, he doesn't know how to be a teammate, right? He doesn't want to be a teammate. Chet says, yeah, it's all about his reputation. He wants to control the narrative. He did that with Destiny too. So I reached out to Abba about Destiny. Abba chose Destiny. I said, fine, our connection's over. So, okay, because I can't be friends with, like, at this point, it's obvious that Destiny is dangerous. I don't know why you're even, okay. So then Destiny finally gets the real stuff comes out with the recordings and the felony and stuff. And then Abba goes, I'm not going to be friends with Destiny anymore because it looks bad on my reputation. He didn't say, oh, the victims. He didn't say, oh, this was unethical, that Destiny's a bad guy. He said, if you mess with these BPD crazy women, that's what your life's going to be. And I don't want any of it because it's going to bring drama into my life and it's bad for my brand. That's what Abba said, basically. And I'm saying all of this, I agree with you, chat, is just image control. Nothing's about ethics. Nothing's about morals. Nothing's about serious standard. Everything is about image control.
I don't know what she's doing in the other room.
All right, I booked it. So let's go. You don't stay in this room. It's cold. Let's go.
No.
Hey, I booked it.
No.
She said no. She said no.
No.
Hey, I booked it.
No.
What do you mean no? You're gonna stay at my place? I already booked the hotel.
Just cancel it.
I'm not canceling it. You need to go. You want to leave? You leave.
See, now he's punishing her. He's saying, oh, you wanted to leave? Now you get to leave. So he's punishing her. He's mad that she wanted to leave without asking, hey, why did you want to leave? Right? So now he's kicking her out. He's saying, oh, she doesn't respect my boundaries. She doesn't respect my boundaries. But like, that's the thing. It's like, you're not understanding that in any social situation, like, what are we doing here? Nothing is love. Nothing is commitment. Nothing is transparency. Nothing is dignity. This is all undignified. You're mad and you're punishing her. Instead of like, actually, what is the root? Okay. That's what I know. Okay, hold on. Chet said he slept with Destiny and his wife. That's some sexual risky behavior. He's not a safe person. I'm sorry. Who are you talking about? Abba never slept with Destiny or his wife. Why the fuck are you saying that in my chat? Do you know something I don't know? Why would you say that? Like, that is not true. Who told you that? Like, that has never been, I've never heard that. I'm deleting this message because it's weird as fuck. Unless you have some fucking proof. That never happened. That's what I'm saying. Like, I might disagree with Abba, but I'm not about to spread a rumor. You know what I mean? That never happened when we were all together. That never happened as far as I know. Unless you know something I don't know. That never happened. Okay? Because it is also sex negative. Okay? But Abba is not bisexual as far as I know. So I don't know why he would sleep with Destiny. And I know Melina didn't sleep with Abba as far as I know at the time that I knew her. So I'm not going to let that slide. Okay? And note, the Nick Fuentes thing was also not confirmed. So even that message was not confirmed. Okay? But I'm just letting you guys know, be careful what you say in my chat because you're going to put my reputation at risk because it's going to look like Brittany believes this bullshit, but I don't believe conspiracy theories. So unless it's true, okay, unless it's true, I have to delete it for my own reputation because people are going to see this and go, oh, Brittany's just mad at Abba because Abba chose Destiny over her. But I need to make it clear, I am disappointed in Abba for consistently making the wrong choice. That's what I'm mad about. How could Abba, given all of his opportunities, consistently make the wrong choice? Okay?
Hey, get up out of here. I told you you quit on me again.
How is that me quitting?
All right, listen, I'm not raising my voice. You're not letting me go. I just want you to leave. I just want you gone.
I even said I'm not raising my voice. I just want you to leave. And don't forget, this room is empty. There's no furniture in here. And so it echoes like crazy.
I'm not coming.
Why are you
I mean, I don't know how to tell you this, but like yelling can mean a lot of things, guys. Sometimes I feel like if you don't have real relationships with people, you don't understand why they use certain words. I've had so many how many times have you guys said, oh my God, Brittany, you're yelling, or Brittany, you're angry? And like, I am not angry or yelling, but I can see why you think that. Okay. And I feel like he's not understanding the situation for what it is, that whether or not you feel like you're yelling, she can explain this as yelling and you guys can talk about it. But that's why I say, guys, in healthy relationships and genuine friendships, in really safe spaces, you can say, hey, I think you're yelling right now, and go, I'm sorry. I don't mean to yell, but if it sounds like I'm yelling, hold on. Let's start again. You know, if you're really in a very authentic, real, safe space, you can have these conversations. Like you can have these like, hey, hold on, like, let's start again. You know, and I feel like there's not that in this relationship. So what it is instead of analytical, they're in their feelings. They're in the moment instead of like really processing in a healthy lens. But this is why you go to therapy. This is why you unlearn your childhood teachings, because you know your parents weren't communicating, right? Or you knew that the adults around you weren't communicating. You knew that so you go to therapy and they teach you to understand why this is happening. She's even using like a no, like she's with her, I'm not a therapist, right? But she's coming into her own. She's folding into, right? She's folding into like a no, I didn't. You know, like I didn't, you know what I'm, so it's that behavior tells me like, oh, if that was my partner, I'd be like, let's stop. Hold on. I love you. How are we feeling? Are we feeling pretty activated right now? That's fine. Honestly, I'm pretty activated right now. Let's take a chill pill. You want to order some food? You want to watch some TV? Should we maybe like take a second to like, I don't know, separate? Because honestly, you're not about to go outside in the cold. I get you packed your bags. I get it. This is it probably feels really unsafe right now. You know, let's talk about it. You know, something like that. But see how the conversation isn't that because they're having an argument. They are fighting. So this is a fight. That's why I say I don't fight with my partner. We do not have these conversations in our marriage. We do not have moments where this is how we always de-escalate. We de-escalate, we de-escalate, we de-escalate, we de-escalate. Everything must be a de-escalation because there's no reason to ever escalate with a loved one. Okay? So both of them are doing this. They're having a fight. This is what I say. Guys, I made that video. I do not fight in my marriage. This is what I mean. We do not have conversation. We've been together for 4 years, married 3. We do not talk this way to each other.
Hey, you're wasting my time. I don't want you in my house no more.
Well, you're wasting my time. I don't want you in my house anymore. I would never think to say that to the person I love more than anybody. So the fact that he's like, it was an abortion. I'm with you. We're back and forth. Abba needs to take responsibility for his toxicity, his willingness to be in this kind of dynamic, and his ability to pick these kinds of women. Honestly, he's probably feeling old. He probably wants to settle down and have a family. He probably is feeling abandoned. Like, he probably has dreams of a family, but he's settling, right? And then on top of it, here's the, you know what I'm saying? So like, I have a rule in my marriage because of my past experiences like this, where I'm like, I never want to have this conversation again. Do not talk to me this way. My parents never talk to people this way. I don't want to have this conversation with you. We need to de-escalate because we love each other. And that love has to be the foundation of everything we do moving forward. There's no love in this conversation.
You wanted to quit? That's it. That's a wrap between us.
So I can be mistreated and then me leaving.
You can say you were mistreated. That's your version. Your version is always you're the victim. I don't really care. I already booked your hotel. You need to go. I never thought I'd kick you out of my house, but this happened. You're leaving, 100%. You're definitely not staying in my house tonight.
Are you guys terrified yet?
We're not doing this back and forth
No.
on and off bullshit. I ain't doing that. Let's go.
I didn't.
I booked the hotel. You're leaving, 100%. Okay, well, listen, don't make me call the cops. So you can either leave,
Yes.
because you choose to,
Yes.
or I call the cops.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay, now we're gonna keep playing.
Sure, Chet says, but at that point, I feel like they're just using a very off the mark verb to describe the situation. Yelling paints a very immediate and violent image of the argument. Sure, sue her for exaggerating. Go ahead. Do you know what I mean? Like, sue her for being exaggerating. The point is that her story is under question, but his isn't. That's the point I'm trying to point out. Every word she said, judged. Every word he says, believed. And that's what I'm saying is the problem. I will give him that he was not yelling in what the traditional version of that looks like, but I would also agree with her that he did kick her out, pregnant and without reception. And I would agree that it is a more of a fight. Therefore, yelling is just like it's almost like a replacement for fight. Just say fight, which could escalate to yelling, but really it's the insults. It's the insults, you know? Okay, Chet says, what would it take for you or anyone to kick a pregnant woman out of your home? It's got to be some threatening behavior or something. Even then, like, I mean, she would have, I don't even know what could happen that I would have to kick a pregnant woman out of my house. Like, it would have to be just the craziest scenario. Like, I can't even come up with a scenario because it would be crazy. You know what I mean?
I can't forcibly remove you from my house. I can't do that.
Okay.
You can't do that.
Okay.
But
And don't forget, guys, I don't have any obligation to. I booked her the hotel. I want to make sure she gets home safe. Her flight tomorrow is already set up. She has all the information. I booked the hotel in her name.
Oh, and by the way, not just a pregnant woman, a woman I got pregnant. Not just a pregnant woman, not a random pregnant woman, the woman I got pregnant.
Not mine. I make sure everything is good for her. Because a woman tells me, no, let me just say this. If a woman ever ushers the word to you, I don't feel safe in their urine crib, they gotta go. If they don't live in town, get them some accommodations, keep it safe. I don't play that shit. So when she said that goofy ass shit to me, I said, you gotta go. Now, I was stern, but I never yelled. I never started screaming or mocking or whatever.
You're yelling now.
Wait, guys, why does everyone think the title of my stream is I Got Pregnant? The title of the stream is Accidentally Pregnant in 2026 is Wild. I'm being insulting. Do you think I'm insulting myself? Like, being accidentally pregnant in 2026? I just didn't want to put ABBA in the title. But why would I be insulting myself? That's like saying being racist in 2026 is wild. And would you guys think I was racist? If I titled it being homophobic in 2026 is wild, would you think I was talking about myself? Why would I say that about myself? You know what I mean? We're more people in chat today because I thought I was pregnant. Like,
No, the tone policing is crazy, bro.
One or the other, but I promise you I'm not keeping you in my house. I'm not doing this lengthy argument. Please leave.
Please.
oh, they said on mobile it doesn't show the full title. That makes sense.
Go do your thing.
Okay, I will go.
Yes, thank you. Let's go.
1 sec.
Just say 1 sec, I'll wait. I told you go laugh. Did I tell you go laugh? Didn't I tell you go laugh?
Yeah, Chet said I can see him be more cautious because he's black. Sure. And I think he's traumatized because of it. Go to therapy because of white supremacy and go to a black therapist. Dr. Raquel, okay, we love her. She's for the black community. He, she, and they. Look her up, okay? Dr. Raquel Martin, look her up. Black individuals deserve black therapy, good therapy of black therapists who understand their struggle, because white supremacy is traumatizing you. And he probably is traumatized. So he's very defensive, but that's going to bring out his misogyny, because then he's going to play that white or all women who aren't black or even black women. All women are crazy. And because all women are crazy, I can do no wrong as a man. So the intersection of his blackness and his manness is what needs to be deconstructed. I agree with you, chat. I agree. Like, he needs therapy for this, because I do think he is treating her way harsher than she needs to be treated, because he's associating her with all the crazy. Women are crazy. Women are so insane. And it's like, you need to relax. Okay? You need to relax with this.
And you're like, we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm a we'll see nigga. You know.
All right, we're putting on our shoes, we're leaving. Now, guys, remember this next part, because I'm going to have to go back, because y'all might have forgot, because this is a little while ago. Let me go back. Remember what she said? What happened next?
With him personally, It didn't feel right. It didn't feel safe. He would yell. He would scream. I was pregnant in Montreal. He kicked me out. He has his reasons for it. I was pregnant. I had no signal outside. I was locked out the apartment in Canada weather. And then...
Okay, you guys heard that portion, right?
Yeah.
So I locked her out in Canada weather, left her to die.
This nigga's gonna say, give me back my keys. Watch.
You guys want to leave? Let's go. I'm not. Your version is always you're the victim. Definitely not. Well, listen, don't make me call.
Listen. I left her alone in Montreal cold weather. This recording, bro.
Hold on, Chad said scream. I don't know why she said scream though, unless we didn't see it. Of course you didn't see it. They both... You guys would be so easily manipulated in a jury. Of course you didn't see it. Because it's not there. But they both admitted they had had fights throughout their relationship. He is recording. He knows he's being recorded. He knows he's the one who pressed record. He's going to be yelling on a recording? Or do you think he's going to be the most... I know I've said this 1,000 times, and I know people don't believe us. We know we're on camera. He's a YouTuber. He knows he's on camera. He knows he's on camera, you know? Just think about that. Of course, in the 5 months they were dating and all their fights leading up, the text messages of him calling her all those names and treating the baby the way he did, wasn't that enough? Doesn't matter what else he's done or hasn't done. Why did you even do that? You know, when I was in therapy, my therapist told me I had to go apologize for any harm I caused, even to bad people. And I said, why? They were bad. And she goes, yeah, but did you do something that was bad to your values? And I said, yes. And she goes, go apologize for that and that alone. It freed me. It liberated me to apologize for the wrong that I did, even if I did it to a bad person. I recommend this for everybody. Act within your values, regardless of who it's to. And that's why when Abba said he doesn't care if Destiny mistreats these women because they're bad women, I knew he had a bad character. And I said, okay, well, in that case, we're not going to talk anymore. Because you shouldn't let bad things happen to bad people, even if they're bad. That's why I say be careful about your idea of revenge. My therapist gave me a tool that liberated me from carrying the burdens of anger and bitterness that were never mine to carry. Okay? Go apologize for the bad behavior you've done, even to bad people, and that's it. Don't apologize for more. Don't apologize for less. Apologize for exactly what you did that you agree was wrong, and move on.
We're going downstairs. We're about to get her the Uber so she goes to the hotel. Watch what happens.
Jesus, this noise is horrible. I'm going to forward it a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out.
No, we have to do it together. All right, baby. Let's go.
Now we're in the lobby. Watch what happens. Listen.
I'll figure it out. Leave me alone. I'll figure it out.
You need a hotel.
Okay, I'll figure it out.
I have texted her the confirmation for the hotel. She has the PIN number. I sent it to her. But she's saying, no, I'm going to figure it out. But she already has the information.
All right, then. I'll send you the details.
My phone doesn't work, so whatever happens to me, it's fine.
No, you chose this. No, you chose this. No, you chose this. It's not my phone doesn't work. Whatever happened to me, fine. I got you a room. I got you a Uber. Now you're on some, I'll take care of it.
So the man who she thinks she's in a toxic relationship with, who argued over aborting their baby and having a disconnect in their relationship, got her lodging, and you don't understand why that's offensive to her, or why that's frustrating to her. Men are so stupid. Men are really, patriarchy makes you so dumb. Like, patriarchy really has fried your fucking brains. If my parents that I just got in a big fight with got me a hotel, do you think at that moment my pride wouldn't be like, fuck that? Because, like, why the fuck would I stay in your hotel from you? Like, yeah, you might not like the response, but you're so fucking stupid for being like, I'm going to be mean to you, and then you should take my charity. Like, what? Like, don't you get the human perspective of this? That's what I'm saying. Don't you understand the very human thing that's happening for both of you right now? For both of you right now. That's what I'm saying. For both Abba and this girl. They are both having a very human moment, and you're both just so busy about making the other one feel bad.
Phone doesn't work. Whatever happens to me, fine. My girl.
Listen again.
I'll send you the details.
My phone doesn't work, so whatever happens to me, it's fine.
So you know I didn't make up the subtitles. This goofy ass broad runs outside in the middle of winter with apparently no cell service and does a damsel in distress act. Which
Is she doing no cell service because she didn't pay for like a SIM card or something? Because for the record, I've lived in Croatia for 3 years and I still haven't figured that out because I just didn't, it doesn't matter to me. But I don't have cell service when I leave the house. Unless I pay $10 a day, which you know I'm not about to do. I think it's like $13 a day. I'm not about to do that. So when I leave the house, I don't have a cell phone. And it's been fine. I'll get it done eventually. But is that what she means? Because she's not from Canada and she doesn't want to spend the money? She could spend the money. Look, is she an independent feminist girly? No. She is not independent feminist girly. Okay? We agree on that. She is in a typical heterosexual relationship where she's expecting the man to figure it out. And she also knows she's in a toxic dynamic. Okay? So the dilemma with all of these conversations is that he isn't understanding and she isn't understanding. This is why I say deconstruct these patriarchal relationship dynamics, girlies. You will liberate yourself because, yeah, me at 30 never would be in this situation. Me at 20, for sure. Because, like, and the worst part is that they're in their 30s. You know? I think that's the part that's so difficult is like you're too old to be acting this way, but a lot of people who are acting this way now, they haven't liberated themselves. They haven't deconstructed. They haven't gone to therapy. They haven't done the work. They're just working off old scripts that aren't working. It didn't work for their parents. It's not going to work for them. But see how they keep doing it?
she always does. Every time I break up with her, she's always putting herself in danger.
Pause. Every time I break up with her, she's always putting herself in danger. I think we're done with this conversation. So you admit it. You keep breaking up with her and getting back together with her again. Oh, okay. Are you going to take any accountability for that? Any admittance that, like, I can't believe I'm in a toxic cycle where I keep taking a girl back? No, because he sees himself as the victim. I broke up with her, but then she came back and I took her back and then yeah, you're both in a cycle of will they, won't they, which is why I say, girls, if you're in a cycle of will they, won't they won't. Divorce. Move on. Okay? The fact that he admits with his full chest and then goes, but it's all her. It's not all her.
Don't believe me? It gets worse. So remember, I forced her out. I left her outside in Montreal weather. She was freezing to death. I did nothing. I was going to get her the Uber to the hotel, which was under her name. She didn't want it. She ran outside. I'm like, come back. She didn't want to. I'll make sure you get there.
By the way, guys, Irina's coming on in 20 minutes to read my astrology chart. So we're not even going to get to finish this, but I'll try not to pause it anymore. I'll talk over it like this.
Best Western.
I don't even know what's happening. Can you afford it?
Run outside. I'm like, you want to be a retard? Then go ahead.
Oh,
watch what happens
what
after
do you
this,
say?
okay? This next part's funny.
You can't say
because
that
then
word.
I started reaching out to her to make sure she got the information, okay?
Man, you cannot leave this woman alone, bro. Oh, get out of my house. Leave. I don't ever want to talk to you again. Also, did you get there okay? Baby, are you okay? Are you thinking about me right now? Baby, like, this man cannot stop contacting her. They're both doing the same thing. They're literally both doing the same thing. But he sees himself as the hero. Oh, I checked in with her to see if she was okay. She asked me not to be there, but I flew out anyways. Ooh.
I have never tried to commit suicide because he broke up with me.
So these are the text messages with scribbled over here. Okay? This is the booking confirmation that I've sent her. Okay? Here is her texting me after running outside like a goofball, and she goes, my phone is going to die. I don't have service. Then I'm like, come back to the building. I'll get you an Uber. I'm in the lobby. I'm still trying to help this goofy ass person.
Well, you're two goofies, technically.
Fair. I'll own that. I'm being
Thank
goofy.
you, Preach. You're both goofy. That's what I'm saying.
You're two
Okay?
goofies.
But one thing I did not do is verbally and emotionally abuse. Okay?
Well, but you did. But you did do that. See? But he did do that. If my husband talked to me the way Abba talked to this girl, I would have divorced him and moved back to the US right away. I would have gone straight back to Trump's America than stay in a relationship with a toxic piece of shit. The fact that he won't own it? Oh, no, you absolutely did, sir. Because again, my subjective experience, you're not allowed to talk to me like that. That is abusive. We're not having this conversation. So this is the problem. He cannot see that he did it because he has normalized it. Toxicity and abuse is, to be fair, very normalized. That's what I've been saying. Guys, having a high compatibility partner is very rare for a reason. We know how much toxicity exists in these marriages. We understand how much toxicity exists in these spaces. The world is a proof of that. You know what I mean? The world can't be this way. You guys can't talk about how dating is so hard out here and then be like, but it's not, I'm not the one. The world is shit, but it's not me. It's all of us. That's why we have to outgrow. That's why we have to have a better, like, do less bad every day.
I'll own I made plenty of mistakes. I'll own this was a toxic relationship. Was it crazy?
Oh, so it was a toxic relationship?
Wasn't that crazy? She was definitely. But I played into it and I entertained it for too long. But there was none of that.
Oh, he always does this. Every time he talks about women, he talks about entertaining women. He said this about the Destiny stuff too. He would say, oh, entertaining these girls. We're not strippers. We're not comedians. We're people. You're dating us. Not us, but you're dating the women. You're having babies with them. Like, you're impregnating them. You're not entertaining them. This isn't a show. This isn't the promenade at the mall.
Everything she claimed never happened. And I'm still trying to help her.
Stop. Everything she claimed didn't happen. It did happen.
Watch how crazy this is. And I want you to see how she weaponizes. I'm still texting her, come back to the building, come back to the building. I'm even literally putting it in an image and I drew it so she could see to come back so I could get her to safety. He's so immature. Okay?
He's so
because
immature.
Even though I know she's being manipulative, I'm still trying to make sure she's safe.
Peep game. I just said that it was two goofies, right? But actually, I really believe that the fact that you were goofy in that situation actually is the thing.
Yeah. Abba seems to have a savior complex. I think so too.
That
Definitely.
saved you. Because you're doing the good thing and you're showing faith. For example, let's say you would have to present this to someone, I don't know, legal forces or whatever, whatnot. It shows that you try to, it doesn't show that you're being violent. It shows that you try to help her every freaking step of the way. So yes, I did say two goofies, but it's the thing that helped you. The problem is you stretch it a little.
No, I'm gonna say something.
Go ahead.
When someone's pregnant with your child, there's a mindset that changes. Okay? Yes, this person was taking me through a roller coaster, but I was really in the mindset that the kid's in danger too.
Sure.
Okay?
100%.
So in my head, I told myself, I could assume and be bravado and be like, yeah, you just playing me, bitch, fuck you. But y'all think, if that's actually someone you think is your child, you're not gonna take a chance. And that's how I was approaching it. So you can make fun of it, whatever. I can live with myself if I do too much and she played me. I can't live with myself if I didn't do enough and she did actually end her life and I could have done something to help.
100%.
So is it goofy? You can say that.
You can say that.
But at this point, I'd rather take that chance and look stupid than not do the right thing and then look actually reprehensible. So she was manipulating me. She was never in danger. You know how I know? Because every time I sent a text, it would say delivered. But she would pretend like she couldn't see it. Okay? What do you think? She's going, are you getting this? I can't call or text. I'm lost. I don't have navigation. My phone is dying. You see this behavior that I'm talking about where everything is a dire situation the moment I want to end things. I'm still telling her to come back. She's getting these texts. She's replying with everything but where she is or whether or not she's coming back. Okay? Now she's saying she's lost. So I'm like, then tell me where you are. Mind you guys, keep in context. This is 7 p.m. downtown Montreal. There's stores everywhere.
Oh.
There's Tim Mahort. You can go into any place, get Wi-Fi. She's a pretty girl. Somebody will give her a charger if they need it. Her phone's not dead anyways. This is an act.
It's just like New York, but with nicer people. I'm just saying, I like my New York people, but if you go to Manhattan and try to get some help, it's not everybody that's gonna help you.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So it's just that.
So here we go. The next one. They said you haven't. So I called the hotel because she hasn't responded for hours now. And I'm trying to figure out where she is. I called the hotel to find out. Still not there. I've called 20 times, looked everywhere. But you're refusing to let me help you. I hope you're safe. 2 hours later, she gets back to me. I'm not sure you will get this, but you just got my phone to turn on and this place is closing and someone here lent me their charger for a few minutes. I still have no battery, no service. You know I'm not dressed to walk around here and I've been out so now it's my fault. I've been out for a few hours. I can't even call an Uber. I've got no idea where I am because my navigation will not even look.
But she said she
and
would
where
take care-
are you? This whole time I've been asking for her location. She will blame me. She'll write these long messages about her distress state. It's never a location. Why? Because this lady's manipulative. Okay? That's all that's happening.
Yeah.
I'm still asking for an address. I'm saying over here. Let me see here.
But she also.
I'm saying over here. Give me an address. Ask them what location. Just text me the name. Nigga, I am trying. Okay? Earnestly trying.
And she also said that she would take care of it. And now she's putting on you.
So now I get.
He's so confusing to me. Why'd you kick her out if you were going to do all this? Like, he's just as confusing to me as he's making her sound confusing. You're both confusing me. Hers is in a reaction to you being confusing. Why are you being confusing? Why did you kick her out of your place? I just don't get it. What is this? Why are you even trying to help her then? Like, I don't understand any of this. Why are you doing this?
Frustrated because now I'm like, no, like this is purposeful. It's been 5 hours. You've texted me your
What?
loss 6 times, but haven't sent me an address or the name of your store you're at. And what does she text back? You knew this was going to happen. And I'm like, oh, so you want to argue, not actually lost or in danger. That's my status. I'm not safe.
No.
Manipulation. Manipulation.
So I didn't want to put this stuff out there. I know she's a goofy ass person. I know she is the worst party of us two. I don't care. If you want to say I'm the worst party, I am. I'm a piece of garbage. I did whatever. But all these lies she's doing. You saw how she told the story. I kicked her outside. I left her to die in the cold weather. I was yelling. None of it's real. The way a lot of this other stuff is real. But a lot of it's he said, she said. And because she's a pretty girl who talks calm and she recorded me at my lowest, she can make whatever narrative. You notice a lot of these red pill weirdos, all the ones who say, don't believe women without the facts, how many of them jumped on it? And I know it's despite me. I ain't even mad at it. Get your money. But what happened to scrutinizing things? Y'all got played too. Because she sat in front of you guys and sold you a story. You're like, yeah, you know what? I bet Abba did do that. Why? Because at the end of the day, they don't actually care about men's issues. They don't care about none of this shit. They'll jump on it if it matters. And that's okay. I'm just saying that's their movement, not mine.
It's all these people that I was talking about, but don't believe all women. And then they believe the one that they
Like,
shouldn't
what
have.
is this? And where's the abuse? My nigga, I'm being abused. Do you guys know how crazy this story is? This woman has been fucking with me and blackmailing me. Yeah. And I got people actually hitting me up as if I'm the person who was the wrong one. Imagine co-parenting with someone this insane. She never wanted a kid, I know that, because she killed it. Her performance was fantastic. I mean, I should make that.
All right.
Yeah.
We got to wrap up because Irene is coming. Listen to me when I say this. We know it's bullshit. You know it's bullshit. We know he's bullshit. He might not know he's bullshit, but he is. Because no one should be talking to their partner like this, no matter gender. This is not how you treat people you love. Okay? He's immature. He's honestly disgusting. I'm disappointed, not surprised. Typical. We've all seen this before. We know this script. We know this story. It doesn't matter how much you don't like her. He ultimately is doing the most as the, clock it, sane person. So she's crazy and you're sane and yet you're still acting this way. You see how he gets to act absolutely deplorable, absolutely insane, but he's not the insane one. She's the insane one. Okay, cool, bro. Okay, right? Awesome. Got it. So you might decide you're a good person, but you're not if you act crazy around crazy people. The only sign of being a good person is your ability to right wrong as quick as possible. Otherwise, this is why I say it's very hard to be a good person, because the moment you get treated wrong and you decide to treat other people wrong, you think you're still good. No. This is a US, America's mentality. This is a patriarchal mentality that tells you if you are wronged, you get to wrong other people. You don't get to wrong other people. Okay? So absolutely not. Yeah, Chad says he claimed to be pro-choice and then calls her a baby killer. Exactly. So are you pro-choice or not? Rise again with the other super chat. Thank you so much. That's all late to stream. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Wait, didn't you already super chat me today? No? Well, thanks. I appreciate you. So, okay. So again, like, the way he talks about her is everything I need to know. The way those text messages were written, all I need to know. The names he called her, the way he's calling it blackmail, all I need to know. Because again, her story was straight just because he didn't understand it. He said she didn't say that. She never took accountability. She's never wrong. Well, showing us a video of her saying she's wrong. Of her literally saying she's wrong multiple times. This is why, by the way, not to bring Darvo into this, okay? But Darvo is this system where you literally make someone feel, this is the fear a lot of us have, is that someone is going to push us so hard, and then when we lash out, we look crazy. That's probably what Abba's afraid of. The problem is that he is acting crazy, and he didn't even get pushed into a corner yet. But he's saying, I'm the victim. Listen, until you take accountability, you can't even get justice for what you might have had done wrong to you. I'm not saying she didn't do wrong by him. I'm saying we can't even allow a safe space for you both to admit you're wrong, to heal and move past this, because you won't allow it to happen, but you especially won't let it happen because you're saying nothing I did was abusive. This is a difference of values. To me, the way he talked to her would have been abuse in my marriage. That's my marriage. So when you're dating, when you're courting, this is the kind of stuff you should watch with partners and say, hey, how do you feel about the way he talked to her? How do you feel about the way she acted? Because again, like I wouldn't date somebody like her given, well, that's the problem. I don't know though. She's toxic with him, but I wonder if she was in a healthy relationship, if she would have been. I don't see any evidence that if she was in a healthier relationship, she would have acted this way. That's the problem. Because I know the moment I broke up with my ex, everything was fine again. And that's the thing is like, because I was dating him specifically, obviously, just like when I'm around my parents versus every other part of my day is great. And my life is great. My friends are great. So like I struggle not to empathize with the fact that like if she is in this situation, I don't have any proof that she was like this in former relationships. If it's a pattern for her, I don't know. It's not that she doesn't have to work on herself, but I don't think we have that evidence. But we know with ABBA, whether it's coworkers, streamers, you know, stuff on the internet, we know his pattern because we've been watching it for 10 years. So we have all the evidence to show ABBA's never learned. After all of these years, he's the same person he really has been. He hasn't learned shit. I don't know her though, so I don't have any of that data. But really, this is a testament to ABBA's character and his lack of growth. All of these years, and he's still blaming women. Got it. Cool. All right, we're done. If you guys want to watch that on your own, you can. We did our best. I'm running out of time. Honestly, if I wasn't collabing right now, though I'm excited to, I probably would have taken the time to finish it, but we have a collab coming. So let me, give me 2 seconds to set everything up with her. I'm going to go to my Be Right Back screen because I also have to run to the restroom. And I'm going to probably not play music because Irene and I are going to set up tech. So it's going to be silent, but I'll be right back, okay? Here we go. Be Right Back screen. Usually I play music. I won't this time. I'll be right back. All right. Hello, everybody. You should see us and hear us. This is Irene, the Thought Spot. She is a fabulous autistic girly. You've probably seen her stuff. I know the Discord's obsessed with her. If you feel like, how do I feel about the way I put the charts on the thing, guys? Should I make it smaller and move it around a bit, or is it fine the way it looks? This is what Irene and I are going off of. Irene, you have a special interest in astrology, but you're not an astrology YouTuber, correct?
No, I'm not professional in any sort of way. It's just, as a neurodivergent person, I will watch content about it, and that's how I've accumulated my knowledge, but that's about it.
Okay.
Like, I am not professional at all.
Okay, so then we'll take that into consideration. We're just having fun. It is my birthday today. I'm 37, and we just wanted to have, I just wanted to do something fun, and you guys are always asking me, what is my rising? What is my setting? I don't know what these words mean, but I'm going to find out today. And I thought, you know what, let's figure it out today. So if we have astrology girlies who are in the chat that feel like they can contribute, I'm sure we'll be open to reading it and considering it. Irene, can you see my chat or no?
No, I'm a boomer. How can I pull it up? Should I pull it up on my iPad?
If you would like to pull it up, you can just go to the stream and then the chat will pop up and you can go to new messages instead of top messages. And that way you can read the chat if it comes up. I will also be reading the chat, but if I miss a message or you see something that's interesting, you can comment on it.
Let's do that. Oh God, this is crazy.
Chat says, a first look at it, it already makes sense in my mind. Yeah, I look at this image and I don't really know even what I'm seeing, but it's there. Let me also put it into my Discord for the live stream chat so they can see it as well, the imagery. Yeah, and I'll use it too. Okay. So which one should we read first? The skinny one or the big one?
The skinny one.
The skinny one?
Let's go with the big one.
Oh, the big one. Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, that one's the main, it's the most significant.
Like what people are looking for? Okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Your chart is honestly so interesting to me.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where do I want to start? Mercury. I think from what I remember, you have a lot of 6th house placements. Which, okay, let me explain what that is. This is going to make a lot of sense. So 6th house placements, tell me if this resonates with you. It dictates health, fitness, systems, analytical nature, pets, work habits, organization, sense of usefulness, service given. So when you have a lot of planets, which you do in the 6th house, that means a lot of your core sense of self and identity and how you process is through those themes of analytical nature, organization, and things like that. Does that resonate at all so far?
Yeah, definitely. I think so.
Okay. I think so too, because I think that's one of the reasons why I communicate so well with you, because specifically my Mercury, which is how you process and how you communicate, mine is in the 6th house too. So I feel like I really resonate with how you break things down, because my mind naturally works that same way.
Okay, love that.
And we both have Mercury in air signs too. So the way that we process and communicate, yours is in Gemini, mine is in Aquarius. So what that kind of tells me is when it comes to just processing concepts and philosophy, we're kind of untethered. We're not bogged down with tradition. We're more likely to think outside the box and things like that. I feel like with astrology, I usually like to think of it as if you think about Avatar: The Last Airbender and how each nation and their elements have core themes. You know how the air nomads are just untethered and more free and explorative? That's how I see air sign energy, which for Mercury, which is mind communication, air sign is a really good energy to have with that.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. And then you have to tell me whenever we get to it, when people ask me oh, Brittany, what is your rising sun or something? You have to tell me which one that is so I know how to answer that question.
People are joking nowadays. They're my sun sign's autism, my moon sign's ADHD. Okay. Anyways, so your sun, moon, and rising is usually what you hear about. For you, your sun and moon are both earth signs, and your rising is fire. So rising is kind of your outer facing mask. That's what people usually get, which for you is a fire sign. So what that kind of tells me is that you could come off very outgoing, especially with Sagittarius, which is your rising. Sagittarius is like a very, I don't know how to explain it. It's known to be very philosophical. So I see Sag energy as someone who could literally get along with anyone, because it's very open-minded. It's looking to learn. It's looking to expand. And so I think that's a really good outer-facing sort of mask, in my opinion. But your sun and moon sign are earth signs. So that tells me like your core, your emotions, and who you are is a lot more stable and grounded. So in general, your whole chart is very dichotomous of being very grounded, but also very like having this need to be very free and like explore things, you know,
I mean, is that not
intellectually.
me? I feel like that's literally me. I don't mean that as a brag, because it does sound like a compliment, but I mean, like, that literally sounds like that's literally how I see myself.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, that makes me feel reassured. So, okay, in a conversation, if someone's like, what is your moon? Would I say Virgo?
Yeah.
And then what's your sun? Taurus?
Taurus.
And then what's Mercury mean? Like, oh, that's your Mercury? What does that mean?
Mercury is how you intellectualize things, process things, communicate, you know,
Okay.
all that kind of stuff.
Okay, interesting.
And then your Venus is your, like, what you're attracted to and what you're like romantically in relationships, things like that.
Like, I'm attracted to
Mars-
Geminis?
So Venus and Gemini, that kind of tells me that when it comes to romance, you're not necessarily attracted to appearance, let's say.
Okay.
You're not necessarily attracted to physical belongings, physical things.
Okay.
When it's in Gemini, I see it more as you're attracted to someone who interests you, who you think is, who could keep you intellectually stimulated, right? So someone who doesn't bore you.
True.
I feel like my dog's here. I feel like closed-minded people would probably, you wouldn't find yourself attracted to them at all. Like, that would probably actively turn you off. And then, yeah.
Okay, cool. That sounds right.
And because your Mercury and Venus are both in Gemini, that kind of tells me that if someone's engaging your mind and mentally stimulating you, they're most likely going to be someone you're attracted to too. Like, they kind of have to go together, type of a thing. You can't have one or the other. It's like pretty synonymous together. And then your Mars sign is Cancer. So Mars is, I see Mars as your drive. It's also like the stereotype of Mars is like what you're like sexually as well. But you could see sexual energy as your drive, like what drives you as a person. And that's for you a water sign, Cancer, which is very interesting. That tells me you're very comfort seeking, protective, and internal. Which kind of Cancer and Taurus kind of go hand in hand. I see both of those energies as very homey, like homebody.
Yeah, I mean, I do think so. I feel like as chat's asking, like, how much do we believe in astrology here? It's not that I believe it or don't believe, but I do think it's very helpful, and I do find it to be very confirming. Like, I feel reassured a little bit, like when you're speaking and you're explaining this to me, I'm like, yeah, that does sound like me. Like, look, I don't think human beings are so unique that they can't be categorized. And if somebody could have come up with a system to categorize us, I mean, I feel pretty seen by something that never had any interaction with me. So that's pretty fun. And I do think that's true about myself, that I think my life is a testament to that in so many ways, which is why I don't feel threatened by astrology as like not feeling good or bad. I'm just like, yeah, that sounds like me. But do I say that because I like it too? It does sound complimentary. And so that's the question. Like, you know, people say, oh, you only like astrology because you agree with it. But even when I'm like in a bad place, like we also do tarot cards sometimes. And sometimes I'll pull a card and I'm like, that's what's up. Like, it knows. And then I'm like, okay, what is it that it knows? Is it just that it helps me as a tool to recognize something? I think more or less. And I think that's why it's such a cool thing, especially for autistic people, to have fun with the categories, because yeah, like when you read it out loud, I go, this relates. Now, if you want to ask me questions too, I don't know if it's like, if it would make more sense or if Chad wants to ask like, oh, how does that show up in your life? Like, I'll tell stories, you know, but I do think when you say that about like my partner, true. Or you say that about being a homebody or protective, true. Like that's absolutely our life.
I feel like with astrology, it should just, and this goes for anything in life, like it should be a tool for reflection. It doesn't really matter if it's true or not.
Right.
Like,
right.
you could still have good conversations of, oh, do you feel like you're a homebody? I feel like that could, you know, open up a doorway for really good conversation and for me to get to know you more and for you to be able to explore yourself more. And what really annoys me is when people get so bogged down in how can you believe in astrology and things like that. It's not science. And I'm just like, dude, how long are we going to spend debating whether or not this could be true or not?
Right.
Like, this is so boring. Let's
Especially
talk
since,
about,
like, especially since like it doesn't need to be true for it to be helpful.
exactly.
I think people like forget how much of civilization was built off of things that were definitely not true. And so again, like if you need it to be true, I hear you, and that's very personal. I don't always need things to be true for them to be helpful. So every brain works differently, right? But I do understand the intellectual curiosity of like, how true is this thing? It depends on what you mean by true.
Yeah.
So it really just depends on how far you want to go. But in this context, for me, I see it as like a really fun tool. Like we get this Croatian little like free magazine in the neighborhood, and it always has at the back like, you know, your readings for the month, and we always read it to each other, and like that stuff is so fun for us. And so as long as it's fun and exciting and helpful, I'm about it. Okay, next.
Okay, so let's see here. What do you usually get asked about or are curious about when it comes to your birth chart?
Somebody says in the chat, hold on, you guys said that you wanted what so bad? Somebody said I wanted your rising. What did you say? You wanted, what do you guys want her to tell me? Or what is that helpful? I think someone said rising sun. Is that something?
Oh my God, chat is going so fast. Rising, Saturn in Capricorn. Yeah, you have a lot of Capricorn placements.
They asked for your rising, Brit. Yeah, what is my rising? What does that mean?
Sagittarius.
Sagittarius.
I told y'all.
Yeah, didn't we already see that? Okay, rising Sagittarius. So what does that mean again? Sorry, repeat things.
Your rising is like your external mask. And then your that which means I think your descendant is Gemini, if that's the case. Let me see here. The chart you sent me is so hard for me to read because of the Roman numerals. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so your 7th house is also Gemini. Your Venus is Gemini. Your Mercury is Gemini. Your descendant is Gemini.
Are the houses in the skinny chart?
No, your houses is in the square chart.
The square chart?
It's on the right side of the square
right
chart.
Side. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So basically a lot of what you're attracted to is surrounding Gemini themes. If you're okay, let me explain what 7th house is. Your Venus kind of dictates romance and what you're attracted to. 7th house is relationships, marriage, contracts, business partners, equality, sharing, interpersonal style. All of that is, for you, Gemini, which is a very, I don't know how much of your personal life you share on your channel, but do you feel like your partners have all been like very different from each other and different from you? Yeah. Because you know how some people need to date the same person, right? Either all their partners are kind of the same or their partners are the same to them type of a thing.
Yeah, I would say that I have a slight type, but they're all very different of the same type, if that makes sense. Like they might be all like liberal, or they might be all like kind of less traditionally gendered, but they're all very different. Like I don't think any of my exes are like the same.
You find yourself attracted to a traditional type of person?
traditional meaning, or do you mean typical type of person, like the same type of
like,
person?
whatever tradition means. Just they seem very normal.
I guess I feel like I'm attracted to everybody, but the people that I end up dating tend to be people who stick out just a little bit, but conform pretty well.
Oh.
Like I do. I conform pretty well, but I stick out at the same time. But it's about the same level. So it's like we stand out, but we're not like, if that's, maybe I'm understanding the question wrong. But I mean, I feel like we're unorthodox, but we mask well. Is that what you're asking?
Like, if you were with someone that, if you shared something and they were to judge it even slightly, like, I don't know what you mean by that, or that's kind of weird to me, I don't know why you would do that or say that, would that really turn you off and be like, oh, this isn't my person?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. And I feel like Gemini also are the types of people that kind of are almost attracted to rebellious type of individuals, like shaking up the status quo in any sort of capacity.
Yeah, I think the dilemma is like, I think because my exes were like so different to me, and also there's the toxic era of my life versus the healthy era of my life. That's also coming into play in how I'm thinking about answering this. Everyone I've ever dated definitely is rebellious, period. Everyone I've also dated also never really like, they're not like standing out in the sense that they have tattoos from head to toe, but they stand out in the way that they rebel against the status quo. But they also like are typical like kind of nerdy gamer dudes or gamer girls or like nerdy kinky people. You know, it's a very specific type of person. And also they're very different in terms of like who they are as people. Like the core of their consciousness, I would say, is radically different. Values are radically different. So like there's a type, but also the type is like varied. Like, let me just say that when my sister-in-law first met my current partner, like they almost felt like, oh, you do have a type. I was like, no, they're different. And I was like, but I get what they're saying. Like if you date punks, they all look the same.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I would say that I have a type. Like the person I date, even the girls and the guys, it doesn't even matter the gender. They all kind of look the same.
Now I want to know.
Even if they look different, like I don't know how to explain it. Like even if one is 6 feet and one is 5'10", I would say they kind of, there's a vibe to it. The nerdy tabletop.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Look, is that what you're asking? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I see what you're saying now.
Yeah.
For some reason, I'm thinking of Naruto, that episode where they're in the Chunin exams, and that guy has like trading cards of everyone and their like skill sets and their stats. I imagine if I got trading cards of all your exes, I could find a common theme.
Sure,
even
definitely.
if they're all so different.
Definitely. Yeah. Definitely.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because you know what I always joke? I joke that I finally got the type I wanted, but it's healthy.
That's very true. I feel like with astrology, there's always, you're looking at the unhealthy presentations of a certain stereotype versus the healthier presentations. Because like, for example, Gemini is commonly a sign that a lot of people will say is toxic and unhealthy.
Which is ridiculous because I have a friend who's a Gemini and she's lovely.
Yeah. I think any sign could be toxic, any sign could be healthy. I think that's the only thing with astrology I don't necessarily agree with, is once it starts stereotyping so much that people use it to tell them what's true rather than a tool of reflection of, oh, that resonates and this doesn't in this way, you know? Okay, let's see.
Wait, my chat said the difference between 6 feet and 5'8" is 2 inches. I meant 6'5" and 6'10", okay? Or 5'10", okay? I meant there was a difference in my head, okay?
Let's see here. Okay.
Also, guys, it's really hard for me to, I'm not going to lie, it is hard for me to listen to Irene and really hear what she's saying and look at two chats. So I'm going to divert my attention to the YouTube chat and Irene, because I think that's easier. Sorry, Discord, I love you. And
I gave up on reading the chat.
It's going so fast. I'm sweating, like trying to keep up with chat right now.
I'm overstimulated.
So feel free to repeat questions if you guys need them. We're going to go through it. So if by the end too, she hasn't answered something, please ask. But I won't.
Yeah, please ask me.
Yeah, and you can add me too, so I can it will highlight in chat, so I can be like, okay, like I can read it, because right now I'm realizing like, oh my god, I'm like
yeah, no, I started getting overstimulated, so I turned my iPad off. Okay, let's see here. So what's interesting to me is your Jupiter is in Gemini and your Saturn is in Capricorn. So Jupiter is kind of the planet of luck. So this is where abundance and luck can kind of come into your life. And for you, if it's Gemini, that kind of shows me that when you're more curious and open and spontaneous maybe and explorative, that's where luck kind of enters your life. Whereas for Saturn, Saturn's kind of the planet of responsibility, which Capricorn is like the most responsible sign in the whole zodiac. So you have really good zodiac placements for those planets, is what that tells me. Which I'm jealous because I have like the opposite. My Jupiter's in Capricorn, so yeah, that sucks for me. And then my Saturn is in Pisces, which that also sucks for me. Those are like not good zodiacs for those planets.
Okay, wait, pause. Because luck is a really interesting idea to me. Like, what is luck and what does it mean? I find it really interesting. But I will say that I always feel like I'm not the luckiest person in the world, though I do feel like I get constant opportunity. I feel like I am learning to navigate which opportunities to take, which I wonder plays into the way that I place, I suppose. Like, I always feel like I'm constantly looking for the right choice because I want to make the right choice, even though I'm given opportunity. So people think luck. When I used to think about luck, I thought it was something you always wanted. Versus I now see luck as opportunity, and I get a lot of those, but it's not always the opportunity I want. Versus someone's like, oh, you're so lucky, because the insinuation of saying you're so lucky is like, you got something really great. Versus like, oh, yeah, I'm lucky enough to get opportunity, but is it the one I want? And that part is interesting to me, like how I make decisions about what I say yes to. I don't know, some thoughts that came up when I thought about luck.
Is that with life or with career that you're thinking of?
Everything, I guess. Like, really, just like friendships, love opportunities, job opportunities. Like, yeah, I feel really like blessed and lucky in many ways. And yet I don't really think of myself as a very lucky person. I think of myself as a very stable person, which maybe is about reframing luck as something of more of an opportunity and not a guaranteed yes to the opportunity, maybe something like that.
Because when you look at your houses, all your earth placements kind of fall into houses of responsibility, which I think is a good thing.
I wonder if that, are you saying it kind of like in a way that I would think of like a big sister, like a leader type, or like a, you know, like a very stoic-y kind of type of person? Like, is that
I think responsibility is one huge theme in you with your chart placements, but also a sense of freedom. It's like there's probably these two themes that are competing all the time.
I feel like this literally, my stream will be able to tell you, the responsibility and like freedom are like the, you know, showing up as the adult, like being responsible and yet having the freedom of choice. Like, I feel like that's my content to a T. Do we not? Yes, Chet's agreeing. That is like literally Brittany to a T, I feel like. You know? Which, okay, then it begs the question, like, how real is astrology? But like, yeah, I feel like that's Chat saying Toph vibes.
I do see Toph as an earth sign.
Love her. She is an earthbender. I love her.
Okay, so I'm going to explain to you 3 of your house placements.
Okay,
I'm just
guys,
gonna
log
use
in.
Earth first. So your second house is in Capricorn. These are all your earth house placements. So second house is money, work, income, daily routines, values, material possessions, priorities, habits, your job, your work ethic. For you, that's Capricorn, which is like the most responsible responsible sign in the zodiac. It's known to be the daddy of the zodiac because they make things happen.
Yes,
they're responsible. So with money, work, income, work ethic, Capricorn is also what's it called? A cardinal energy. So it tells me that when it comes to money, work, stuff like that, you have a lot of not only responsibility and drive, but also you could keep going is how I see it. Like there's a lot of perseverance there. Like you could just keep going. Whereas for me, I have like a mutable sign in that house. So mutable I see more as going with the flow. There's like a fickleness to it, I think. Whereas for you, it's like you can keep going and even get inspired to do more on top of it, type of a thing. Does that resonate at all?
To me, always talking about starting a third, fourth channel.
Yeah, literally. When you tell me things like that, I'm like, oh my God, I'm tired thinking about it.
Honestly, I can't even do it. I can't. It's too much. But I want to so badly. Like I think that resonates so much. And my partner always says my greatest skill is doing it anyways. Like being tired, doing it anyways, like doing stuff anyways. But then, you know, I do take breaks. I took yesterday off because I burnt out over the weekend. I left the house twice, 2 days in a row. And I got my fibromyalgia, my disability flared up so badly. Like I needed the day off from streaming, but I still ended up recording a video and editing a whole video and posting a commentary video because I still have to do stuff. Now, listen, if I was rich, I would take a real day off like everybody else in the world. Okay. If we were all rich, we'd take a lot more time off. But like anybody else, you know, at the end of the day, like if I don't go to work, who's gonna, you know, I have to go to work like everybody else. So I try to be grateful still. And that's what I mean too by luck. Like I'm lucky to be a YouTuber, but also like nobody's making six figures over here. You know what I mean? So like it's still an effort. You still have to put effort into your life. And so I try to be grateful for the effort that I've been able to produce, which is also what keeps me stable, I think, because I just try to be grateful for like, look at this job we have. Like it's raining today. And I saw a delivery guy pass by on a bicycle and I was like manifesting a $5,000 tip, manifesting a $5,000 tip, manifesting a $5,000. And my partner was looking at me and I was like, I'm so lucky I don't have to leave the house in the rain. And I just like looked at this guy and I thought, oh my God, I hope he gets a huge tip. I hope he gets a huge tip. And it's just like that kind of stuff where I try to be like, but that's why I keep going. Because I also think like, who am I to not keep going if this is also the life I get to live if I, you know what I mean? It's something like that. So maybe that's what keeps me on track. I feel like I'm on a track and I'm just kind of,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's a very logical way of working through that.
Well, is that on my chart?
Yeah, that's your moon in Virgo, working through emotions of I'm burnt out with like, look at all these other people that are also burnt out and
There you go.
trying their best. Okay, so let's see. Your sixth house is in Taurus. Sixth house is health, fitness, systems, analytical nature, pets, work habits, organization, sense of usefulness, service given. So when that stuff is in Taurus, that kind of tells me Taurus to me is an interesting earth sign because it's very practical, it's very logical, but it's also very Venusian and like people say the stereotype of Taurus is it's very sensual, feminine energy. Like
Let's go.
So when it comes to like health, fitness, systems, analytical natures, I kind of see it as like there's going to be order, but it has to feel good to you. And it has to not just like feel good emotionally, but feel good like to your body and to your senses. So
Definitely.
that kind of tells me that like when it comes to health, fitness, service given, work habits, you won't overextend yourself too much, which I could see that because I remember you were like really consistent with working out, right?
I've been really good about it.
Okay, yeah.
Lately, yeah.
But you don't ever push yourself too much.
No, so right now, don't jinx it, everybody. I'm on a really good regimen. I have been very consistent, and what I've done to be consistent is I only work out 1 day a week, must. So at first, I kept burning out because I was like, that's not enough, that's not enough, that's not enough. And then I was like, okay, girly, every Saturday, that's all you need. And now I'm working out a solid like 1.5 days a week, sometimes even 3. But realistically, as long as I keep my 1, that's all I care about. I give myself realistic goals, and the consistency has been amazing for my fibro. It's been amazing for my overall health. It's been like, I've seen the difference. I see myself, like, I'm really happy with how things are going. But I'm what I'm trying to learn is like less is more.
Yeah, that's very Taurus energy. Because you know how some people are very all or nothing. Like I either have to work at least 3 times a week, if not like 5 to 7 times a week.
I mean, I have that intrusive thought, if that helps. I have the intrusive thought, but then I'm like, no, it's not realistic.
But the way that I see it is, if that's not working for you and what you're doing now is working for you, that's you kind of going with the flow of what your birth chart is made for.
Okay.
Right? Your nature rather than your nurture.
Definitely.
Because for me, Taurus is in my 10th house, which is my career goals, stuff like that. And I resonate a lot with the sentiment of don't do too much because it's not sustainable. And what's the point if you're going to burn out and stop anyways? You may as well set a very realistic goal that feels good to you is the first
Definitely.
thing. And then you could just keep going and going, and you can always slowly build off of it. But sustainability is like the most important thing, and it feeling good, because like what's the point if it doesn't feel good and therefore you can't sustain it? So
Definitely.
with like your health and work habits and organization, I see it as that, where you're not going to be super gung-ho about it, or ideally you wouldn't be super gung-ho about it. You would be very practical of like, this is genuinely what I could do.
That's the
without
word.
a doubt.
I do try to be constantly practical and quality over quantity. And I try to, even with my partner or like when we're doing team stuff, I always try to say like, because my partner's ADHD. And so we do have a tendency to be like, if I catch us dreaming, I go, pause. We're not in dreaming mode. We are in solution building mode. This is a dreamer attitude. No dreaming. Focus. What are we doing? And like, it really helps.
My feelings would be so hurt.
It really helps because, like, honestly, my partner can like really monologue on a dream, and I was like, no, do not 10-minute monologue at me. Focus, and like it really helps because I am the focus. So I'm the long-term planner, and he's the short-term planner. He's day to day. He runs the business, and then the business being our life, and then long-term, I'm running the business. So like I am planning for our retirement, and he makes sure our day goes very smoothly.
Yeah, I'm like him. Because whenever you tell me about like, yeah, my 20-year plan, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
20 years? Hello? Yeah, that's crazy to me. Okay, so
Wait, by
when
the way,
you said
guys,
dreamer,
Wait, hold on. Anybody in chat, if you guys have questions about anything, if there's like, tag me if you want us to answer a specific question. This is all new to me in a way. So like sometimes like verbiage, you know what I mean? There's verbiage and maybe you don't know what's going on. If you have questions, also ask chat because I feel like they know some stuff too. You know what I mean? Okay, go ahead.
oh no, this is a ADHD moment. But when you said dreamer, I thought of New York. You know that the woman New York, she's like, you're a dreamer.
No,
you
I
dream
don't.
a lot.
New York?
Okay, never mind.
New York?
I hope people know what I'm talking about.
Oh my God, stop.
Okay. She was in Flavor of Love back in MTV days.
No, I don't remember. But maybe if I saw her. No.
Okay.
Nothing's
She's an
coming to
icon.
mind.
Okay, so your 10th house which is career, long-term goals, structure, status, reputation, public image, masculinity, men, fathers, experts, fame. That for you is Virgo, which is also another earth sign. Which is so interesting, huh?
Is it interesting?
Okay, I say it's interesting because the house that dictates career and long-term goals for you is an earth sign, which is good, but it's also a mutable sign. So what that tells me is you are very practical and logical about stuff that pertains to career and long-term goals and structure. But because it's a mutable sign, it kind of tells me that you're more apt to maybe make some changes with your plans if enough things align within yourself, especially because your moon sign is Virgo too. So I kind of I see it as when you change as a person, you are willing to also change your long-term goals with that, but it has to make a very logical and fully encompassing sense of like your internal and external world needing to synthesize together. Which I don't know if that's true. Like, do you feel like, let's say before 10 years ago, your goals then are probably different than your goals now? Like long-term goals.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I would say that my whole
Like your
life,
toxic versus
yeah.
non-toxic.
Well, my whole
ways.
life is so different in terms of like, 10 years ago, I might have even considered myself a capitalist. You know what I mean? Like my whole life has changed, right?
I can see that.
You know,
I can so see that
oh
with all
my
your
God.
earth placements.
I'm gonna be a billionaire. I'm gonna be a millionaire. I'm gonna be rich. I'm gonna have luxury cars. I'm gonna have I would like go on, like, I'm gonna go shop at Tiffany's, you know? And then I was gonna have designer bags and all that shit. I don't even know. Buy my parents a
Damn.
house, you know?
You're not fighting those earth sign allegations.
No, like no. I was like, I was like, pay. I was
You're like Sokka in that one episode where he's like, that belt looks so good. It matches my bag.
I love that episode. I wanted to be, you know, my dream was always to make a lot of money and of course like house all my besties and like, you know, buy everybody houses and buy everyone, like obviously I'm always wanting to buy stuff for people. I mean, even now I think we're so good with our money and everything now that everything's like, I can't wait to buy you stuff. I can't wait to buy stuff, but at the same time, not be an overconsumer. So now the balance is no overconsumption, no unnecessary buying, and yet I do love to buy. I do love to buy new things, you know? I do. But yes,
Yeah.
the goals are very different now. The goals are very centered around values. But yet, I think the same thing that is, I just took all that energy I was putting towards capitalism and now I'm putting it towards harm reduction.
Mm. That makes a lot of sense. Now that I think about it, a lot of your practical life changes and goals are very, very closely linked to your own personal values, which makes sense because you have Virgo in your moon sign, which is your emotions, and your 10th house. Because, okay, yeah, that does make sense. Because I do feel like with your career, your long-term goals, and your values, they're all like intertwined, like the Holy Trinity.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's actually, and they motivate, like, they guide me. They guide me on where to go. So anytime I'm in a pickle or anytime I'm at a crossroads, like I go back to that foundation and then I make a decision. So it's all data driven. It's all about the plan. It's about like what makes sense. It's about the quality of the life and the value and the decision. So everything is very like, there's a system. I always say that I don't like systems and I like people, but my whole life is systems.
Yeah.
Like my whole life is literally systems. So it is kind of funny, but yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say you have like this really interesting thing where it could seem like you have strong intuition, but in reality, it's just like a very clear system.
Okay, when I was younger, I used to identify as like really spontaneous. And then after I went to therapy and I did some work, I realized like, oh, I don't think I'm spontaneous. I think I make really quick decisions by weighing the pros and cons quicker than it takes somebody else. So it might look like spontaneity, but I'm not very spontaneous at all. Like I have to weigh the pros and cons before I do something. I just think my brain works really fast though. So I told myself like, oh my God, you're so spontaneous. And I was like, I just weigh it. Like that's why it can frustrate people when they're talking to me because I was like, I already know what you're going to say. You're going to say this, and this is what you're, and they're like, you're not listening to me. How could you know that? And I was like, I already know. And like, even with my partner, sometimes I swear someone recorded our conversation. They would be like, wait, I can't follow this because we know what we're about to say. So sometimes we'll be like yellow and they'll be like, oh, and then left. And I'm like, and then Susan. And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, exactly. And it's like, it's just, we're filling in the gap so quickly that there's no need. Like, obviously we have normal conversations as well, but sometimes when we're really in sync, you know what I mean? And so I think sometimes that happens even when I'm planning, but I read it as spontaneity, but it's not spontaneous. I'm not a spontaneous girl.
Yeah, that is a very interesting like distinguisher that I feel like most people would miss is that when you're very quick like that, people think there's no logic or structure to it. When in reality for you could actually sit down and explain it for an hour.
Definitely.
Of what led you to that.
I kind of feel like even my stream struggles sometimes with sometimes I have to remind myself to go back and explain it to people. Even with this astrology thing, I'm wondering like how many people feel really lost right now and how many people are we like, because like they wouldn't know, like even I made this commentary video the other day and I realized I assumed the audience would know what a lolcow was. So I didn't explain it. And then I titled the video, How You Become a Lolcow, but I didn't mean how you become a lolcow. Let me teach you about lolcows. I meant philosophically how you become a lolcow.
I struggle with this all the time.
I know. I'm like, girl. And then I forget like where people are at and where should I start and how far back do I go back? And then
it's so hard. I think that might be the TISM because every time I title my videos thinking it's so clear and people are commenting, I'm like, wait, I think they're responding to it as if I meant this, but I didn't.
Yeah, literally.
Or like I'll ask a question and the way everyone's answering it, I'm like, wait, I didn't mean it in that way. So I guess I have to rephrase my question. I so understand you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Where was I?
Which, by the way, is why Irene is doing this today. Because when you guys said, what should we do for the birthday stream? And I was like, oh, astrology would be fun. And then I was like, well, I'll talk to Irene. And then I was like, who understands me the best and can do a collab with me? Irene. Easy.
Yay. Okay.
And by
Let's
the way,
see,
you
what
look
do I-
so cute today. This jean jacket is so classic and it's so good.
I thrifted it. $2, baby.
Oh, let's go for the thrifting. Honestly, I need to go thrift me some jean jackets.
Every time I wear this, I think of Jessie from Parent Trap. Have
Oh.
you seen that movie?
Yeah.
You know, when Lindsay Lohan's in her dad's huge mansion thing in Napa Valley, and then their babysitter person is
Sure.
wearing jean jacket.
Oh.
Oh God, I love that.
Love that. Classic.
Anyways. Okay, let's see here. So Sagittarius energy. Sorry, I'm all over the place, but I'm gonna bounce around. Your Sag rising. To me, have you ever seen That's So Raven?
Of course. Of course.
Okay, so she's a Sagittarius. When I think of Sages, I think of that energy, which I feel like that reminds me of you when you're more like outgoing and
For sure.
expressive.
First of all, Raven Baxter was a fashion icon, rebellious for all the right reasons. Definitely. I think
so funny.
Definitely great, like outgoing, always trying to do the right thing. But I think her boldness was so relatable growing up. And also because I was homeschooled when we were watching That's a Raven, I used to dream about going to public school. And then I was like, if you send me to a place with uniforms, I'm gonna be like Raven Baxter and I'm gonna make my uniform different. Yeah, for sure. I think she represents in all of a lot of people this, unlike her bestie or somebody else, I think she does represent the bold, powerful need to stand out, but in an ownership way. Even my sister always says, I can't take you anywhere because every time I do, as a joke, people pay attention to you, but then they love it. Sometimes my sister is more conforming. And so she'll be like, oh my God, you stand out so much. But then at the end, people will be like, oh my God, thank you for coming. We loved having you. And they'll laugh. She'll see that people are okay with it. Yeah. And then she'll be like, wow, people do see what I see in you, which is what I love about you. But sometimes I think she worries that people are gonna, she's so protective. I think she worries that, people aren't going to see you the way I love you or the way that I see you because I am so you know what I mean? She knows I'm not a mean person, but sometimes my facial expressions look meaner than I intend.
Yeah. I feel like that's very common for fire rising signs because I have a fire rising too. I have a Leo rising. Oh. So we both have fire risings. And something I find very common about us with fire risings is even if we're introverted and even though our core self could be very internal and we would prefer to be at home by ourselves and quiet and things like that, when we are out in the world, there's this outgoing warmth that we can't even control. It just happens. Because I'm the same way where I always explain myself as very introverted and just not very expressive. But then in reality, when I am out interacting with people, I am a lot more warm.
I think you're so warm. I think one of the ways I described you to my partners, Irene is so warm.
People always say that and I don't resonate with that.
Yeah.
So there's a disconnect for me, obviously.
I don't know if it's just in your eyes as well, because they just sparkle when you smile and then your whole face lights up. I don't know what it is, but even, I always find you to be so I just it makes me feel warm and fuzzy. It makes me feel happy.
Yay. That makes me happy because people always say that or they say I'm scary and I'm,
you know what? Same.
Intimidating. Okay. Let's see here. I want to go through your other
chat
house
says, Brittany,
placements.
can you ask Irene about Vedic astrology? Do you know anything about that?
Vedic astrology?
Oh, Vedic, yeah. I don't know why I added an R there.
The only thing I know about that is I think that's a whole different, if we calculated your Vedic, I think you would have a different chart.
A different chart, right? Okay, that's what I think I understand from it as well. Right.
And I remember I calculated mine and I resonated with it, but it just felt wrong.
Oh, interesting. But you resonated with it, but it felt wrong?
Yeah, I don't know. I see myself as a Pisces. So it felt weird to see a whole other chart of
interesting.
me not being a Pisces.
Sure.
Yeah. But why did they ask about Vedic?
I think because we talked about it the other day and they asked me which chart you're going to be reading for me. And so I think they were probably curious.
Okay. Let's go into your house placements that dictate water. Let's do that.
Okay. With my big mermaid painting behind me.
that's so pretty. I was wondering. I was thinking it reminded me of Jinx from Arcane.
Love Jinx. SE Wands is the artist, and she asked me to take a picture of myself in the bathtub so she could model the
Oh, is that
mermaid.
you?
Yeah, well, I modeled for it. I don't know if you want to call it me, but technically. And it was a really exciting shoot. I was really honored.
Wow. Yeah, I can't recognize it without your iconic red curly hair.
Yeah. Well, I think at the time I don't remember, but I think I might have had blue hair because I did have blue hair for a time in my life.
Okay.
I don't remember what my hair color was, but I think it might have been blue.
Oh, okay. Going back to what I said about like your career, your long-term goals, and your values having to all like be the same. What I was going to say to that is, I think from like a zoomed out perspective, what that could sometimes look like is, I think a lot of the times when people are very, how do I explain it, systematic, right? When one thing changes, everything changes along with it.
Sure.
And therefore, someone could look like they're constantly a different person every few years from the outside. I think oftentimes a systematic person like that can look very mentally ill from the outside. Because
Definitely.
people see someone making so many changes as, oh, there's some unhingedness there. Like, well,
Definitely.
you're not the same person. Which is unfortunate because like a lot of neurodivergents are systematically oriented where, let's say you are going through a lot of emotional changes and internal changes, and you are, you have different values, and the way you express it would be different, and it doesn't feel right to just have that be your own experience. It has to be reflected in your career, your choices, the way you present yourself. So I kind of see that in you. Which, I mean, you've kind of expressed that before, right? That like you go through cycles of like being very different.
Yeah, actually, we just talked about it on the stream earlier where when I was younger, or even sometimes when I'm older, people go, oh, you're such a flip-flopper. But I'm actually just changing and enjoying the eras of my life. And what people want me to do, which, because a lot of the population does, is they want me to be the same person I was 20 years ago and the same person now. But I was just telling Stream the other day, like, I cannot wait to meet 45-year-old Brittany. I don't know who she'll be. I don't know what she'll be like, but I'm so excited. And like, just to know that I will be a different person by 45 is like such an amazing experience. And so that is very abnormal for a lot of people because they're like, wouldn't she just be the same person? Because I think there's also a pride in it. What they want you to say is, oh yeah, Brittany's been the same all her life. She is not. She's like, she knows who she is. Instead of understanding that though that can be true, there can be a type of person who technically changes so often they don't know who they are. There's also the person who knows exactly who they are and they're changing with the seasons of who they are. So I always try to be, the difference is unhealthy and healthy. And I always try to be like a healthier version of that ever-changing person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like the same Pokemon, but it evolves into different. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And then at that point, they're different Pokemon in a big way, right? Like,
yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like you should always be evolving and changing. But I think a lot of people mistake that for like you losing yourself rather than finding yourself.
Totally. Well, my parents used to say like, you were so much smarter at 10 years old when you were a Catholic. And I'm like, just put the math together. Do we really think I was smarter at 10? But what they're saying is, I want you to go back to the version of yourself. We also talked about this in, I think, the Discord recently.
That's a crazy statement.
It's a crazy statement, but they're crazy people. Love them to bits and pieces. But so we were talking about this in the Discord the other day, but I feel like, you have to go, the healing process is growing up from childhood to adulthood, unlearning everything you were taught, going back to like almost like original self, and then off of that original self foundation, really understanding who you are. So like, you're never ever like, you're not constantly always trying to go back to your original kid self. You're trying to unlearn all the stuff that didn't help you and relearn all the good stuff, and then learn the new stuff that helps you grow as a person. It's just like, when you meet a 65-year-old person, my parents, who are not, they've only unlearned so much, there's a stagnation there. And I don't want to be stagnant. I don't want to be the old person in the room that like doesn't see the value in young people, or doesn't see the value in the change, or doesn't see the value of the information. We even covered this on stream, I think yesterday. Like, it's hard to watch people that for the time they were young were so radical just become the new conservatives. you know? And so I think that's why I always want to change. But I think a lot of people, like I said, value the consistency instead of seeing, which I do think the right people do see in me. The consistency is that I will grow, that I will change, that I will get better, that I will be less bad, that I will be, you know, I am constantly reliable. I am always like, you know, I have a reliability to me that is the consistency you're really looking for. And I wish people would learn to value that, and people rather than, oh, your hair's different. Like, is that really the most, you know, unless it really is a sign of like something crazy, but like otherwise, like, isn't it just like fun?
Yeah. So your values remain the same, but the expression might change.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. And like, give me like, you know, this is why I can never choose how to decorate my house, because I like all kinds of decorations. And it's like, well, why don't I just change it every so often? But then people might say like, oh, your house has changed so much since the last time I saw it. And to be fair, people are always trying to find their personality through the way that they look. And so they're like, what is my personality and what do I stick to? And I'm like, I really I love the way your house is decorated.
Thank you.
It's so cute. Like, it's so cute. I'm dying. Okay. This is also my safe space, but also like, I really like my safe space, and it's really, I love my office. And also I might change it eventually. Maybe I'll paint all the walls black and put candles everywhere. Like, who knows? But then that would make me, maybe to some people would feel weird, but to me it would just be like an opportunity of expression.
Yeah. See, I'm on the same boat as you. I never understand why people fear change so much, because I find so much solace in it. Like, if you wake up tomorrow and you do want to paint your walls black, I think that's part of human life, is to explore different ways to express who you are. And sometimes even just to explore, even if what you find is, I don't really like black like that, so let me paint it back.
Exactly.
That's still information, you know?
Well, I think maybe they're afraid of the regret of it, of like, oh my God, I just painted all this stuff and I just did all of this work. And I'm just thinking like, I don't know, it looks good to me. Right? Chet says,
to me, the journey of exploration of painting and then discovering you don't like it and painting it back, I think that's valuable, you know?
Exactly. And Chat says you never know your style until you try. And I think that's the thing. I don't think people are trying for their style. I think people are, and it's not their fault, right? We're all conditioned by society. I think they're defaulting to what was available to them. And I'm trying to figure out like, who would I be if I didn't have the input from society, within reason, of course? You know, like, who would I be? What do I like? Like, do I like this or do I like this? And it does help me to build folders of like, you know, like lists or like Pinterest or something to say like, okay, I like these colors. I like these colors. I like these things. Cause you know, sometimes Irene, I do wish I could just pick a fucking style and every piece of clothing looks the same and Brittany has a theme and her brand is clear and everything. But I just like everything. And Dr. Kirkhandis talked about this too, where he always says as a YouTuber, he struggles because everyone has like a podcast channel and this channel and everything looks the same. And he just kind of throws whatever he wants at the wall to see what happens. And that is why I think neurodivergents also probably struggle in capitalism and because like, as much as people say they want change, they don't. They want to watch the same 40 radio show for 40 years, which by the way, as a customer, me too. Do you know that as a customer, I actually do like the consistency of a show being the same for 30 years. But as a creative, I want to change it up. And I want to find myself in this era of my life too. Like, I guarantee my thumbnails will look different in like 10 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's okay.
Have you always had green in the back of your thumbnails, or is that new?
No. I change things up all the time too.
I knew a girl. I saw it today and I was like, green. Was it always green?
I've changed my thumbnail stuff like 5,000 times.
As you should.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so your water house placements. Let's see here. So your fourth house is in Pisces.
Woo woo.
Fourth house represents your home, roots, family, self-care, emotions, foundations, mother, children, women, femininity. Okay, I think that's a good house to have Pisces in.
Is Pisces? Okay. How would that relate to my life though, it being Pisces? Isn't Pisces kind of like
You're a dreamer.
You know?
Okay. Have you noticed that in your life, you tend to have a lot of one sign? Like you attract a specific sign to you?
Pisces for sure. And
Yeah,
gosh,
'cause
I
I'm
wish
a
I knew.
Pisces.
Yeah, I wish I knew other people's signs in my orbit. I do have a Gemini's, Pisces. I think those are the, but Pisces, I feel like I get a lot of Pisces in my life.
Okay. And they're mostly like in your inner circle personal life?
Yeah, like a lot of my friends, a lot of my loved ones are Pisces, which is kind of funny.
Okay. Okay, so that makes sense.
I think like even
fourth
my
house-
chat, I think even my chat is a lot of Pisces.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So like when it comes to like you on a personal level, like within your home, your roots, your family, foundations and stuff like that, Pisces energy.
Wait, pause. Irene, the chat is like, I'm a Pisces, I'm a Pisces, I'm a Pisces,
Oh,
I'm
God.
a Pisces. Oh my God.
We here, we out here.
That's so funny. I'm literally gagged. Wait,
Pisces gang.
let's go. That's so
I have
funny.
a Pisces tattoo.
Wait. Oh my God. You know what? I love that. I love that. I'm sorry. Go
The way
ahead.
that I see it is, I feel like when you're at home and with your inner circle, I
Yeah.
suspect that you might have a lot more of a soft, sensitive side than you present externally and even in your career. Does that sound right?
Yeah, of course. Definitely, like proudly, you know, I definitely, I'm much more of a bottom at home, I guess, even though I'm a top. I'm a soft top. I'm a soft top. I'm like a top that's a bottom. I'm bottoming from the top, topping from the
so
bottom,
funny.
really. We're switchy at home, okay? So it depends. You know, and then ultimately Indiana Jones is the top of the whole family. She really runs this
Oh my
household,
God.
you know? But yeah, I'm
Um,
like I'm much more soft and I'm much more like loosey goosey. And I'm definitely not like, especially if I'm not protecting anybody or anything, girl, I'm so chill. I'm
Yeah.
so chill. It's just when I'm like, especially on stream, I'm like feeling a need to like protect vulnerable communities. I'm like, oh, I'm about to step on you, bro. Not in the fun way. Okay. But yeah, at home, I'm very, loosey goosey.
I would agree with that because even in our like personal calls, you are very different
Yeah.
than how I see you on stream. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. But not in an authentic way, right?
no. It's just like a different part of you comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah.
Okay. So your eighth house, which is eighth house is about merging, intimacy, shared finances, inheritances, taxes, loans, assets, property, joint ventures, goals. That for you is Cancer. Interesting. Okay. And then your Mars is in Cancer. Okay. So what that tells me is that there's this like very deeply sensitive but protective side of you when it comes to when it comes to intimacy specifically. Yeah, because I see, okay, Cancer's sign is the crab. So crab like is known to have like the external hard shell. And Cancer energy to me is almost like it could give off Earth energy because it is very protective and it is very keen on like building a home and building assets, I guess, and having a sense of safety. So when it's in the house, eighth house, which is like merging, intimacy, shared finances, you know, property, joint ventures, stuff like that. It's like, yeah.
Well, does this relate? Like, my partner is the first person I've ever merged those things with. So it's
Yeah.
like very important for me to only do that with the right people.
I feel like with Cancer, Cancer is like very hard to open up to someone. It's like very hard to trust people. So the way that I see it is if you were to ever merge, let's say, finances with a partner, you would have to like really feel like you could trust them and they would have to
Definitely.
earn that trust.
Definitely.
But like once it's established, it's very loyal and protective of that type of a thing.
Definitely. Like
Very devoted.
Yeah, I will say like this is the first relationship where I've ever shared money, bank accounts, legal paperwork. I mean, obviously we got married and it's been really great. Like I am so glad I always trusted myself in the past not to mix finances with people. Like I'm grateful every day that past Brittany was just like, like I don't want to do that yet. Like I don't think that's necessary. And I'm so glad that I waited for this person to be my first experience because it's just been such a good one. Yeah, that stuff is like, especially since I've been such a worker my whole life and I've been so like independent and responsible. Not not responsible with money all necessarily, but responsible in the sense that I've never not been able to get an apartment on my own. I've never not basically been able to get my life back together. Even when I was in the most depressive slump of my life and my credit shot down like 400, I brought it right back up. Like even when I was in position, like I out of all the people in the world I trust the most, it is myself. And so when I give that to somebody else, what I'm basically saying to my partner is like, I need to trust you the way I would trust myself in terms of morals. Like I would never steal from somebody. I would never take someone's money from them. And so I have to marry somebody that I trust to never do that to me. Like I hear horror stories from women all the time that they come home and their husband has gambled 40,000 of their life savings away. Or like I've known personally women this has happened to. And I'm just like, if this ever happened to me, like I would be, and I'm not saying that I'm like this most amazing judge of character and I guarantee this won't happen. I am taking a leap of faith that if I'm a good person and I exist and I know I would never do that, then I believe I've chosen a person who's in a similar category. And to be fair, there are a lot of people that I would kind of trust with this. I assume you would never steal from me. I would be shocked if you stole from me. Like that would be
Literally
so
me?
strange. Yeah, you literally, Irene. Like, I feel like I could ask you to hold on to $40,000 and I know it would still be there. But I also trust my sister to do this. I trust my bestie to do this. Like there's a lot of people in my life I would trust with $1 million. And to be fair, there's a lot of people I wouldn't though.
I wouldn't trust anyone. But that's my financial trauma talking.
But that's fine. Like that's fine too. But like I feel like there's certain people's character. What I'm trying to say is that because some people would say I would never trust anybody with that. I am not like that. Not because but what I'm saying is like I have to believe there are people I can trust. I also need that because otherwise I will have like this wall up and then I won't be able to build community. So it's also learned because I used to say I have a moat around my castle and alligators and it's going to take a long time for you. And then my exes would say, Brittany doesn't trust anybody. And unless you make as much money as Brittany, she won't trust you. But that was never true because my partner doesn't even work and I trust them plenty.
Mm-hmm.
It was always about trusting people's character is really what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. Okay. Going off topic really quick. Based off of your chart, I feel like you probably, and tell me if this is true or not. I feel like you would struggle with when you're like attracted to people or dating someone, you either struggle with the interesting people are the ones that you find yourself drawn to, but they could be a little bit unhinged and mentally ill versus the people who are very responsible, are trustworthy, but they're also very boring for you. Do you feel like that resonates?
I think when I was younger, I always was attracted to people that I thought was interesting for sure. I actually became one of those boring people. That was my huge transformation. Because when I think that's my younger years to a T, where I used to think if you were outgoing and interesting and spontaneous and almost like rebellious, that you were like truly like better than the people that were like following the rules and everything. And now that I'm older, I've become one of those boring people. Like if you look at my life, people would be like, oh, she's so boring, but I've never been healthier. I've never been better. I've never been more stable. And I also chose somebody who like, yeah, like honestly, if you look at our life, like sometimes even his parents are like, did you guys get out this weekend? And I was like, first of all, that costs money. And second of all, our home is very comfortable. And third of all, like and so his mom always says, I'm so glad he found someone who likes to be at home as much as he does. And I was like, yeah, but if you ask us about our 20s, completely different people. Like when I would ask him all the time, I was like, what were you doing at 21? What were you doing at 25? And all of us were like bar hopping, partying, hanging out with friends, like doing that. But it wasn't us. Like it wasn't really who we were, but we were attracted to it. Because I think it said, at least for me, it was a possibility of adventure. And it was the possibility of something so far from my conservative background. But now that I'm older, I'm like, oh, you know, but I still try to be organically interested in things that are interested in, like, does that kind of make sense? I don't know.
No, that makes sense. And I resonate a lot with you because I feel like the dichotomy and the struggle of being this type of person, because I'm like that too, is we seem boring and stable on the outside. But if you were to actually have a conversation with us, it goes everywhere and it's very open-minded and explorative and the opposite of boring. And so for me, when I'm meeting and talking to people, I always struggle with the people that I could have endless conversations with tend to be very unstable people. And maybe it's harder to have connection with them because of that versus very stable people. I find I just like am so bored by like what we get to talk about together and how everything always gets bogged down with, okay, where did you get, what resources are you using for that statement? Or like, what do you do for work? Or just like all these very boring sort of conversations. And I'm just like, okay, how do I get a stable person that's also just very intellectually stimulating, like philosophically, conceptually stimulating, but their core sense of self is stable? You know what I'm saying?
Sure. I mean, I guess it helps that I will say that I know Gen Z likes to use the language boring, but I find it to be like a little bit elitist. So I would say that I try not to identify people as boring, and I try to identify people as like not compatible with me. So because I think like boring has a little bit of a judgment that I also think will limit how I interact with people instead of being instead of finding every interaction valuable for what it is. Right. Yeah. So then I will say that stability though is the key word here, where I only identify as boring if it's a compliment. You know, like I'm a boring person, but that's a compliment because of how hard I work to be stable.
Oh,
but
I see.
I don't like boring as an insult because it insinuates that I'm entertaining you and I'm not a monkey. You know, so there's like a level to it where I try to say like my adventurous spirit, yes, chat does exist still. I see you, chat. And the adventurous spirit comes in a different form where it isn't as reckless maybe, or maybe is a little bit more thinking of the future, or it's open-mindedness mixed in with discernment, like wisdom. Maybe wisdom was the thing I didn't have in my 20s. Not that I really am a wise person now, but maybe it allowed me to adventure in a way that was safer, like through philosophy or through idea sharing or through like creating frameworks or like doing the work that we do, you know? Because even the fact that we're YouTubers, like, you know how many people would be like, oh my God, that's so risky.
Oh, yeah, everyone.
Yeah. And I'm just like, oh, yeah. Like, I guess this is quite the adventure as well. Like, most of the people in my life are like, I just could never do that. And I'm like, but maybe that's the point. It's like, maybe that's the point. It's like, most people don't become YouTubers, let alone actually do it for a living, you know? So maybe that's our version of skydiving, which I've also done.
Yeah. Okay.
You know?
Let's see. Oh, okay. So your 12th house, which is the last house of the everything, that's endings, healing, closure, spirituality, solitude, karma, old age, afterlife, what's hidden, limiting beliefs, subconscious. This is like a very intense house. And you have, I think, one of the most intense signs in the zodiac in that intense house. So what that kind of tells me, because Scorpio is known, it's not just a water sign, right? Think about the themes of water, and let's bring our minds to Avatar: The Last Airbender. We're in the
healing.
We're in the northern water tribe. Think of the two fishes swimming. Water to me is like emotions, spirituality. It's very fluid, so you could use it as defense, as healing, as a form of attack. It's life. It's everything, right? Yeah,
it's us.
Very versatile. Yeah, and so Scorpio is a fixed water sign. Fixed. So there's three like energies. There's cardinal, fixed, and mutable. So fixed is to me not very movable. Not very malleable. And I see fixed energy as very condensed energy. And so Scorpio, if it's a water fixed sign and it's in your 12th house, Scorpio is also known to be kind of like the deep, dark, taboo stuff, like the things that are hidden. It really is about depth, the things that people don't really necessarily feel comfortable exploring, talking about, sharing. And so when that's in your 12th house, that's the house of the subconscious, what's hidden, all these kinds of things. That kind of tells me that you probably had to go through a lot, which I feel like is true, right?
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of stuff that's very, very intense and deep and dark. And it would take a very specific type of person to be able to process that and get on the other end of it, in a sense. Does that resonate at all?
I mean, yeah, right? Like chat knows the lore. Yeah, for sure. I think Yeah. When you said dark and mysterious, though, I was like, that's my BDSM era. That's what that is. I still got my floggers, girls. It's still an era.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But
Scorpio
yeah.
energy is very like
Dummy mommy sounds like.
power play.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Power play, like very much so about like, yeah, I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, I mean, I look, everything you've said so far, I resonate with. What would have made this stream more exciting is if I was like, no, that's not who I am. That's bullshit. But I was like, no, that's me. That's me. Everything you're saying, I'm like, that's me. And like that's the
I
part
wouldn't
that's
have
so
known how to
funny.
respond if you were like that.
Oh my god, but that's what I think, like that's why I think it is fun for me to do this, because I'm like, oh, that's so fun. Like, how'd they know that? How'd they know that about me? But I think that's the point, is like I think that's what actually gave me the ability to also accept myself for who I was, because I think like we get raised in a world that expects you to conform, but also tells you better be special. And then it's like confusing. I was like, which one is it? Do you want me to be special or do you want me to conform? And it's like both. And I'm like, huh? And then I think the uniqueness is really where the special comes in, because are we really that special or are we just unique? And then if we're unique, how unique really are we? And the good thing is that you don't want to be too unique, because then who are you going to build community with? The good thing about being similar to people is that you build community with people that are similar. That's why I love my chat. Like, I love the community I've built. They're so similar, but like we're so different and diverse at the same time. You and I get along with you. Like if somebody asked me like, how well do we get along? I'd be like peanut butter and jelly. Peanut butter and jelly.
I've been craving that so
Oh,
bad.
me too. I don't even eat peanut butter like that, but I am this close to buying peanut butter to have a PB. I usually get a hazelnut butter, but yeah. Croatia loves their hazelnuts. So like I really want a PB&J. But like that connect, but look how different we are. Like I don't even think visually we could look more different. And it's not just because
I think we look like twins.
No, it's just like there's something so soft and like ethereal about you. And then I come in with my pink and girly background, but I'm like, go fuck yourself. I'm literally Toph in the play. You know, where Toph's like, am I being played by a man? I'm like, that's me, baby.
She's like, hell yeah.
That's literally me though. And so I'm just like, yeah, that's that makes sense for, you know, but I think that's so cool that we get along so well, because that's like the point that I think is so important.
You want to know why?
Why?
It's in the birth chart, baby.
Shut up. Tell me.
Okay, wait, I'm writing this down because my dyscalculia hates Roman numerals.
Okay, do that.
So I have to like translate.
My bad. I should have gotten you a different chart. Also, chat says mogged. Stop it right now.
Wait, what does that mean?
Yeah, that's like the super ideal sexy by clavicular, like the sharp jaw and like the fucking, you know.
It's like, I don't know why I always do that.
It's a funny facial expression. It's funny, you know, just like.
Okay, I can't take anything seriously. So I think one of the reasons why I resonate so much with you and I get along with you so well is because we both have our moon signs in the 9th house. So that's like a very specific placement, because the 9th house is about wisdom, philosophy, right? And so when it's in your moon, that tells me that when it comes to our emotions and needing to process what's important to us and processing life in general, there's like this need to use the wider philosophies of the world in order to process it. Like, it's not just what we're going through, but asking the deeper question of why is this happening? How does this affect everyone? It's like expanding your mind outward, but to process your internal feelings. It's like a very specific thing, which is why I think, for me at least, when I process my emotions, I tend to understand the world more by processing my own emotions. It's like a two things feeding into each other synthesis type of a thing. It's always like when you're processing your emotions, you're also expanding your mind at the same time type of a thing.
Love that.
And so I feel like we're both, since we both have that sort of 9th house moon placement, I resonate with how you process and move through, you know, your own emotions and things like that. Cause I'm the exact same way. Cause I feel like so many people either just like don't really process their emotions, or they get really like swept away in it, in a sense.
Sure.
because it's like too intense and stuff like that. So people are either way too sensitive or like way too logical and closed off. But I feel like there's this very specific in between of being able to process it, but doing it in a way that still is somewhat systematic and logical and expansive and makes sense.
Well, I feel like we're
It's
trying
like
to
a whole
have a
other
deeper,
thing.
we're trying to have a deeper relationship with ourselves, and other people are trying to avoid themselves.
Yeah. Or
You
they get
know?
swept away in it and it takes them
They drown
under.
it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Chad is saying foreign lands, new culture, spot on. Like they're saying you moved to Croatia. Like it could also mean building your family abroad, which is true because I moved and stuff like that. So yeah, they're really loving your reading.
Yeah, I resonate with that a lot because for me, I feel attracted to things or people that is very different for me because I have this very deep need to learn new things. One of my like deepest fears is to just like be stuck in a place in life or with people that are like the same all the time and I don't get to explore something new or experience something new. And so for you, having like your moon sign in the 9th house, there's this very explorative sort of need. It's like the core of who you are and how you process your own internal emotions is actually very expansive and exploratory.
Like my bubble hopping habits. That's why I bubble hop, right? Like that's why I like bubbles and like different cultures and different things on the internet. It's why I'm also like I love the internet because it's like a little portal into other ways of like being. And then I do use other people's stories to like figure myself out and understand things, which is also, I did a collab the other day and the streamer was really confused why I talked about myself so much. And then I was like, oh, it's just like autism. It's like, I want you guys to know a real life example exists. And I like hearing about other people. So I talk about myself so other people can learn. And they're like, oh, that makes sense. But like people think I'm narcissistic when they don't understand the explanation. But the irony is like, I love when people talk about themselves. And I think you do too, right? Like I love listening about like I love hearing people's stories and like, you know, not exactly I don't like listening to people necessarily talk about like their favorite hobby. I like people when they talk about themselves. Like, ooh, tell me that. What do you think about that? Like how does that relate to you? Like how do you feel? Like I want to know about people's like how they work. And then I use it to of course understand how I work.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's one thing I resonated most with you is the sense of open-mindedness where I feel like you could genuinely understand someone or something regardless of if you resonate with them or agree with them. And I'm the same way, like and that's very uncommon. Most people have to feel like they relate to you or agree with you in order to understand you, which it's just very hard for me to find someone that processes in a way where they're open-minded but still analytical at the same time, because some people who don't care are just like, okay, yeah, everyone just do whatever they're doing, that's great. But it's like very formless, right? Whereas with you it's like, oh, I wouldn't have done that, but I totally see where you're going with it. It makes sense because of this. And then I see how it led to this. Like you don't have to agree or resonate in order to still understand the systems.
I felt like this happened in stream all day today, girls. We covered this story and I was like, no, lock in chat. They're doing this because of this and because they're doing this. It's not about us agreeing. That's why I kept telling my chat, don't take sides. Because if you take sides, your brain is going to say, I'm identifying with this person versus let's understand what they did so we can understand why they got there without it being about us and also learn what this means for us. Like I always want to use other people's stories to learn about like, okay, how do I avoid this? Or how do I make sure this is in my life or this is my life, you know? And you're right. I don't want people, I keep forgetting like how easy it is for people to slip into identifying with. Like, and I'm like, and so
most people process that way.
Yeah. Versus I'm just, you know, I try to put myself in their shoes the way we were taught to use, you know, put yourself in someone else's shoes, but I don't need me to be there. Yeah.
I understand because I'm the same way where I could. And this happens a lot where I'll be processing a specific person or situation to so much detail. And the people around me are like, why do you care? Why do you care so much? Like, it shouldn't matter. And I'm like, I mean, it doesn't matter, but I still want to understand it. Like, I still want to process it, you know? It's like you could break down a situation or person as its own system separate from you and understand it, and then use that system afterwards to reflect on how you
Exactly.
relate to it.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. Yeah, Chad
Yeah.
says I'm behind on stream, but I'm also a Pisces.
So many Pisces.
I love it.
Okay, what was
Okay,
what's
where
next?
are we
Oh,
at, by the way, in this chart? Like, are we almost done
I've
with
been
this?
jumping everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been jumping everywhere. No rhyme or reason. I'm kind of going through your main planets now. So I went from your main planets to your houses, and now I'm going through
Is it the
your
tiny
main
chart?
planets.
When you go to the tiny chart, tell me so I can get it on screen because it's not on screen right now.
Okay, now I'm at the tiny chart.
Let me switch charts. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. That's my stim song. I've had it in my head for weeks, if not months. Honestly, probably months.
Love that song.
Okay. Pink. How's that? Good, girls? Do you see it on screen? Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so these are your main planets, and so each of those are in a house. So the house, I know this is a lot. Just know it took me years, like a decade, to gather this information on my own
Love
and
that.
understand it.
It really is a
So-
study.
It is. Your sun. So I finished talking about your moon being in the 9th, right? And I also have moon in the 9th.
Okay.
So another similarity we have, which is why we get along so well, is our Mercury is both in the 6th house. So I also have Mercury in the 6th house. 6th house is health, fitness, analytical nature, organization, that kind of stuff. So it's very analytical. And I feel like we're both very analytical, right? Like we both can study something or someone and break it down into like systems and patterns.
Definitely.
And there's not necessarily like emotions or bias attached to it. It's like its own intellectual thing. Not only that, but we also have air sign within our Mercury. So there's just like this very intellectual, untethered, but analytical sort of way that we go about the way that we process things.
True.
If that makes sense.
True. I think it's why when we especially have our private conversations, one, we can go forever. And then two, it's just like, we're like, no. Like how many people take notes when they're talking? Like, yeah, this is so interesting, because we're really like, it's like, it's really nice. It's really stimulating.
Yeah. We could like track things very quickly, mentally and things like that. And then, okay, so those are, I think, the two placements that we both have the same house in, the 9th and the 6th. Mars. Is my Mars? Let's see.
Okay, the way the
Oh,
chat
shit.
is like roasting me right now, they're like the way
What are
she
they
said,
saying?
because I said I was stimming that song for like weeks now. They're like weeks, months, and I was like, okay. And they're like the way my eyebrow raised when she said weeks. Oh man.
Okay, so we both
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
We both have Mars in the 7th house too. Interesting. Okay.
Love Sailor Mars.
Yeah, so Mars is your sense of drive. It's also your sense of creativity. It's like how you approach all that kind of stuff. And we both have water Mars. So yours is Cancer Mars, mine is Pisces Mars, and we both have it in the 7th house. So what that tells me is I think partnership actually does influence us a lot. So 7th house is relationships, marriage contracts, stuff like that. So I agree with that. I don't know if you do, but for me, partnership and stuff like that, because I analyze whoever I'm with so much, it does naturally influence me a lot because I process them and what they're going through or us, and then I kind of let it bleed into other aspects of my life. especially because water sign is also very sensitive, right? And emotional. Like if you're engaging with someone that you love and in partnership at that, it does deeply impact who you are as a person, your values, and what you're doing. Do you resonate with that at all?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would even go so far as to say, like, if I'm even like living with anybody, like, especially if it's like a sibling or somebody, but yeah, especially in relationships, like I always tell chat, single Brittany is different than relationship Brittany. These are two different Britneys. And both are great, but both are very different. So like when I was single and I was courting my partner, I said, hey, this is single Brittany you're seeing. I will change when we're in the relationship because we have to be a team. I can't be single Brittany and be on a team. Single Brittany is very independent. She is very like, she does what she wants, when she wants, like how she wants. Like, I don't think about nothing. You know, maybe I'll consider the people that are nearest to me, but like, I really just make a decision and do it. Married Brittany, I'm very considerate. I'm very thoughtful. I'm very like patient. I'm very like everything. Even like my sister came to visit and she was like, oh, why is your apartment so clean? I was like, because I'm married. And she was like, wait, what? I was like, because she knows I'm disorganized as hell, but I'm married because like, you know, and I want to consider, and then by the way, he is disorganized too and he was single. But when we're married, our house is beautiful because like we're thinking about each other.
Yeah.
And if we didn't have the other one, we'd be a little bit more disorganized. But yeah, because we're married, we're like literally considerate, more considerate in a sense. And I think that relates.
Well, I'm like that too. When I'm in a relationship, I am completely different because the system required to be in a relationship has to change.
Has to
right?
change. And it is a system. Oh my, even doing dishes, like we went through this whole stage where he was like, man, I cannot figure out when to do dishes for my ADHD. And I was like, when do you want to do them? And he's like, of course at night. You know, ADHDers thrive in the night. And I was like, then do them at night. He was like, no, you'll wake up. You'll be sleeping. I was like, I will be dead to the world. I will not hear you. And once we incorporated a very custom way into existing, like the dishes are always done. And I wake up on time. And I have my favorite coffee mug ready. And that's the point is like, in like the way we have customized our life together was the same way I customized my life as a single person.
Yeah.
Because you have to,
Which
it's
is
all on systems.
I mean, your sun, your Mercury, and your Venus are all in the 6th house, which is systems.
There you go. It's all about that. My daily routine, everything about my life, even the way I get ready, like everything happens like almost the same every day.
Yep. Who you are, how you process, and how you are in relationships is very systems oriented. Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, chat said I'll live in a mess, but you can't. I won't allow it. Yeah, like that's kind of the thought. Is like it's kind of like, you know, when your dirty clothes are on the floor, you're like, whatever, it's mine. But when it's like it's in the way of somebody else, you're like, oh hell no, like I'm not gonna do that to somebody. And like that, you know, at the end of the day, I would have loved to have said that as a single person, I was like constantly on top of my dishes or something, but I was not. And like, that's just the truth. But, you know, maybe this Brittany would be different. I don't know, maybe my partner should die so I can find out. But like, you know, I'm good. I'm good. Tell me, may I never find out. May I never find out if I'm already good at dishes. But like, that's the kind of stuff that I do think makes me, also in line with my values is my consideration is a big value of mine. I'd like to consider people.
I'm the same way. And it's hard because I'm so systems oriented. This might just be the tism at this point, but like if I'm living with a partner and they are the type that leaves clothes around, I will literally change my routine to account for that.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
What does it look like for me to pick up their dirty clothes? And how does that impact other parts of my routine? And then sometimes I can be so logical where it's like, yes, I can ask them to not do that anymore. But if they just keep leaving dirty clothes, at some point, I'll just stop asking and I'll put it into my routine to pick up their dirty clothes for them.
How do you feel about that though? Like you want to pick up their clothes?
Well, that's why I say like, maybe this is just the tism talking at this point. But if I am not compatible with like living with someone, I just can't. I cannot live with them at all. It's so bad.
Yeah.
Because it stresses me out and I can't just leave things.
Right.
So I end up having to pick up the workload
Yep.
in order to cope. And then it's just, it's terrible.
And not to mention that I just recently read this thing about how people who are raised women have a tendency to have like more stress in their daily life because of all the background stuff they can see happening, all the things that have to be done. And people who are raised men under patriarchy just like don't think that's their responsibility, so they don't see it. And so regardless of how deconstructed your gender is, like you really have to really catch yourself on learning all of these things. And so that's why like this was such an important part, because in my past relationships, I would like work all day and come home to like a very messy house and messy partner. And I was like, oh my God, like it was driving me crazy. And this relationship is so different. Like I said, my partner's in charge of the dailies. So like they bought a hamper that separates things. They have like they do all the laundry. I have been married for 3 years almost, and I haven't done one load of laundry. Like, you know what I mean? And like, I feel like that's such a brag coming from a relationship where I felt like I was doing everything alone and I had no help. And so it was just like, I don't have to worry about it. Like my partner has systems. We have systems. We put systems in place and we stick to the systems, and we do it deeply from a place of consideration and love. And I think that's what the other part is. Like I'd lived with partners before, and it's so clear, like maybe they loved me, but it must not have meant much, because the way I would come home to a dirty house or things that just like they were unreliable. And so I think that's probably why I also like being in a relationship should make you a better person, I feel. Yeah. Also,
wait.
Well, chat wants to know what your big three are.
Mine?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me open up chat real quick. My big three is I have a son, Pisces, in the 7th house.
Oh my God, girl. I thought you, like, when you said I have a son, I was like,
no, I do not have a son. I have 2 cats.
I was like,
that are boys.
Do you have a child? I'm sorry, I don't even know. I believe that. I know you don't have a child.
No kids.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So my sun sign's Pisces in the 7th house. My moon sign is Aries in the 9th house. And then my rising is Leo. So what do you guys think of that?
Yeah, what do you think of that?
People never expect me to have Aries placements because,
really,
Brittany, if you don't know, Aries is known, Julie and Solomita, like they're known to be very chaotic. They're the first sign of the zodiac. Fire.
You're a YouTuber.
Cardinal,
I know you're chaotic.
Chaos. But like people who, I feel like people don't associate me to chaos. If that makes sense.
Your brand is very like, I mean, you do breathing exercises with people. And I'm like,
I
girl,
like that though. That's me.
You are. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Well, you're deeply, you know what you are, is like you're deeply open-minded and very curious. And I think like, even if that doesn't always show through in your like daily content, though I think it is like there, I know it in the way that our friendship is formed or the way that we talk. Like, obviously, listen, like I obviously was going to get along with somebody who was like very curious and like very like, you have opinions, and that to me comes from a place of like, maybe it connects to that Aries in a sense, but I think it makes sense. I believe it.
I feel like my moon sign being Aries is unexpected because I seem very sensitive, which I've noticed a lot in a parasocial way, where people who reach out to me think that I'm ready to have a very sensitive, deep emotional conversation / connection. And for me, it's like that just because I can be very sensitive doesn't mean I actually want to engage like that all the time. A lot of the people in my personal life that I'm closest to are actually not very sensitive people because it's too much for me.
Sure.
Because when it comes to like sensitivity and emotions, I'm actually very simple. Like, yes, very nuanced and complex, but also at the end of the day, it's like, and this rubs a lot of people the wrong way, where it's like, okay, we're suffering. Okay, what do we do about it? After we understand it, what do we do about it? Like, how do we put this into practical practice, or what sort of changes can we make? What sort of realizations? I find myself feeling very frustrated when people get really bogged down and they stay there.
Sure. Sure.
Do you feel that way at all?
Yeah, no, I totally do. Okay, this is going to sound so weird. I feel like people come to me for a lot of sensitive stuff because I'm like, I'm going to like a strong mother. And I wonder if people go to you, and I honestly sometimes feel like it's objectifying, but when they sometimes don't internalize that chat, but like do you think people come to you for this also because you're Asian? And like Asian women do a lot of emotional support and they're very sensitive and people think they're like very like they use them as empty vessels to tell their problems to. Like that's a very racist stereotype. It's a racist, it's real. White people do this. It's real. Okay. I'm just saying they do treat Asian women like they're just like, you know.
I think it's because my external energy is very calming and sensitive. And so people think that means that I automatically invite that to me all the time. When in reality, in my personal life, like I don't always talk about deep things. I actually don't very often with my inner circle. Like I am someone who likes to joke and be very sarcastic and dark. I very rarely actually have very deep, sensitive conversations like the things I talk about in my videos. And so when I think certain people befriend me online and they're having these really deep, sensitive, emotional conversations, and I'm like, ooh, yeah, that sucks. Or I reply with a meme. They're just like, I can tell they're not getting what they're expecting from me, but that's just a very real part of who I am. And I'm, you know, like anyone who makes videos, like you only see a part of them.
Yeah. Also, chat says it's they experience it as well, and it's because they're an active listener, a curious person, and calm. I also think that's a part of it. Like sometimes I will be talking to someone, and I'm like, Brittany, end this conversation. I'm like, can you tell me more about that? And I'm like, Brittany, and I'm like, stop, because like sometimes I'm really genuinely curious, and I'm like, Brittany, end this social interaction. What are those shoes about? Can you explain that to me? Like, what did we make? Why do we, you know, I just like, and that's because I'm just so curious. Like, that's what I mean. I'm like, oh, I got to know why this person made this decision. I got to know. And like, it eats me up if I don't know. But then that's the problem. And then people feel like, oh, we're having intimate conversations I never have with anybody. And so then they're feeling picked because listen, I've read so many books in my life and every angsty teen book starts off with some girl sitting in a corridor all alone or some boy sitting all alone. And somebody comes up to them and goes, something interesting about something they're wearing, and all of a sudden they're like the romance couple of the novel, you know. So I get it, you know what I mean? And maybe that's subconsciously I did it. Maybe I did do it. Maybe my whole life I autistically played out romance books and thought, oh my God, because like how many times as a kid did I also sit waiting for someone to ask me a cute question about my hair or about the book I was carrying or my book bag, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So maybe I'm giving it back to people the way that I would have wanted to feel seen or the way that I would have wanted to be like picked. And also now it is just like a deep curiosity where I'm like, why'd you do that? Like, I just got to know, like, why out of all the decisions you could have made, why was that the decision? Because I
literally have to put a cap on my curiosity.
Exactly. 100%. Me too.
There's moments where in my mind, I'm like, I want to ask these questions, but I'm going to stop the conversation here.
Yeah. That's how I feel when I go on a deep dive too on TikTok where my partner's like, what are you doing? I was like, I'm in a hole. I got to figure out everything about this thing. And then he'll listen and he'll literally be like, what did you learn about today? I was like, I don't know what this word means. So now I got to figure out why they said it. And then I got to go down this. But then I love it because it feels like, you know, I always say TikTok sometimes drops me off in the most wild places. I'm like, what is this? Why are they saying these words? What do these words mean? You know? Anyways. Also, how are we doing on time? How are you doing on spoons?
I'm doing pretty good. Wait, what do you guys think about my my 3?
Let me see. Let me scroll up. Let me see if I can find some replies about that.
Pisces Sun, Capricorn Moon. Heaven's a Pisces Sun, Capricorn Moon.
What does Aries Moon in 8th mean?
I have Aries Moon in 9th. So when it comes to my emotions, I have Aries, which is known to be like Aries is like one of the worst signs I think to have in your moon because Aries is less about processing, more about action. And I actually do resonate with that because I literally said it a few minutes ago where whenever I have emotions about something, I very rarely just sulk in it. I usually have an immediate action I want to do from it, whether that's like a change in my life or like everything has to go into a realization for me. Like, and that's, I think the whole purpose of life is to process your emotions and then to ask yourself, what do I want to do about this? Like, how do I want to translate this into action and expression? And I'm very much so like that. And I think that's why I tend to not, I tend to be very picky with my inner circle because I don't like someone who's not sensitive enough, but I also don't get along with people who are too sensitive and very unstable.
Definitely.
So usually my closest inner circle people are people who are deeply sensitive, but will always naturally ask themselves, okay, what do I want to do about it? And I get along really well with them because I could be in their sensitivity with them
Definitely.
and process it. But afterwards, we're like, okay, what do we want to do? Like, and then I could give some sort of advice or at least process options with them, and they don't see it as a bad thing. They actually like it. And then
Yeah.
it's just very productive, you know?
Relatable. I mean, so relatable. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it's the balance of it all. It's the reliability of the vulnerability that allows the connection and intimacy to occur. And then there's the reliability of saying we're gonna be okay after this. Like not everything's not
Yeah.
gonna come crashing down because we dug a little deeper into the self, you know? Because I do
Yeah.
think a lot of people aren't there yet. And that's okay. And sometimes you go through a stage where you've never even slightly allowed the bubble pop. And so sometimes when you do it, it all comes gushing out at once. And, there definitely needs to be a reassurance that at some point you can, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Question in terms of spoons. I was kind of hoping to end in 20 minutes ish. Do you think we can do it?
Yeah.
Okay. We can get through that chart. Okay. Just checking.
Okay. You want to go back to your chart then?
The tiny chart, just so we can say we did it. Though I'm
Okay.
not sure what this tiny chart is again. What's the difference between the two charts? I have them both on screen. What's the technical?
Okay.
I'm still learning. I feel like I'm in school.
So the square is your planets and your houses.
Okay.
And then the rectangular one is basically going into detail of your planets and saying which house the planet is in.
What does the house
So-
symbolize?
Basically, let's say your sun sign is in Taurus, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you specify it more, Taurus in the 6th house. That means your sun sign is going to have themes of Taurus and 6th house together.
Okay.
6th
What is-
house,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Go.
What were you saying? 6th house is analytical systems, and then Taurus. So your main identity is going to be Taurus and then analytical nature type of a thing. And you have a lot of 6th house within your main planets, which is why you're very analytical in your nature.
You're welcome, everybody. That's why I am what I am. What is Saturn returns? Everyone says do Saturn returns. What is that? Talk about Saturn return.
Okay, let's see. Oh, okay. So your Saturn is in Capricorn in 1st house, I think is what that means. So Saturn, we go through Saturn returns every 30 years, and usually it's going to be around a 2-year period where I guess the stereotype is you're going through hell. Like things in your life are going to be rapidly changing. And if you're not actively changing it, life will kind of throw really big.
At your 30th? So like my 30th?
The age range is anywhere between like 28 into your 30s, like that range of age.
Hell on earth, bro. Hell on earth, 20s to 30.
What
But
was your
30 was
Do you
a-
remember your Saturn return at all? That would be Capricorn is, oh, that's a while ago then. Because we're in Saturn Aries now. I just finished mine. Oh my God, that was
Is that
absolutely
was I don't even know when that was. What year was that?
for me or you?
For me. What
Let me
would
search
that have
it
been? Yeah, let me know.
Okay. When did
What year was I'm 37. So I feel like 7 years ago 7 years ago was when I really came into myself, slowed the fuck down. Everything kind of started to become real.
it's around 2017, 2020.
Oh, girl, started therapy, got diagnosed, had the back and forth with my ex until I finally at 2019 was when I stopped my toxic cycle. 2019 was the beginning of my new life.
Okay, so your Saturn return was very
life changing,
transformative.
life changing. That
Yeah.
was it. That was the start of everything.
Same.
Yeah.
My Saturn return was literally so terrible. Like, oh my God.
Truly the rock bottom. Truly.
Wait, let me see what would it mean for someone's Saturn to be in? See, Capricorn is, I could be wrong, but isn't Capricorn a Saturnian sign? Okay,
You're gonna know better than I would.
Let me see.
Chad says, what your website are we using? Do you remember what website this was? Because I do not. No, Irene and I, guys, disclaimer, Irene and I actually did this privately like a long time ago. And because I share all the details with her because I trust her. And so we talked about like, you know, what time I was born and when my birthday and all the details. And we did it privately. And that was a fun conversation. And then I just had screen capped this and kept it. And that's why we're reusing it because that's what it was. And so I don't actually remember what website, but it's whichever the first 5 are when you Google your chart.
It's the first 10 links.
Yeah, 10 links or
listed.
something, one of them, you know?
Okay, Saturn in Capricorn is one of Saturn's strongest placements because Capricorn is the sign Saturn traditionally rules. It tends to create someone who is extremely aware of reality, time, consequences, structure, and long-term sustainability. I feel like that's pretty accurate. So my Saturn is in Pisces, which is like the opposite of a responsible sign. I don't have a good Saturn placement. And then
what does that mean for you? Is that disappointing to you, or do you think that makes sense, or is that bad?
Oh, it makes sense. Let's see. Let me look up a direct definition. Okay, so having a Pisces in your Saturn often creates a life path centered around learning how to give form, boundaries, and structure to things that are naturally fluid, emotional, spiritual, imaginative, and intangible. I feel like that's pretty accurate.
To you?
Yeah.
Okay. And then wait, Chet says, what is Irene's Saturn placement? Pisces, what house?
I have Saturn in 8th, y'all.
Saturn in 8th.
Very intense Saturn placement. But your Saturn, I think, is in the first house. So if it's in the first house, which is you,
Taurus?
It's you have a Saturn Capricorn in first house.
Oh.
So that can make you appear kind of reserved, composed, observant, cautious, mature, intimidating at first. Even if you're humorous and sociable, people often initially sense a seriousness or distance around you. You could soften over time rather than harden. They tend to become warmer, freer, more emotionally open once they've built enough internal stability and self-trust. Okay.
All I'm getting from this chart, y'all, is that I'm a top. That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm like processing. Basically, Irene has told me I'm a top. I'm in charge. I make shit happen. And they call me daddy. That's all I'm hearing so far. That's what that's what I'm getting.
Your chart is very earth dominant.
True. And Chat's right. Chat said, Brittany said even adults used to come to her for advice when she was a kid. True. Honestly, very interesting. But you know what? You know, because I was so curious. I was like, oh, tell me more. Grown person with 2 kids who has a question for me. You know what I mean? I was just like, because what an interesting phenomenon. What a social, and then the internet. Oh, the moment I got the internet, girl, I was in chat rooms. I was talking to married people. I was on cheating websites, lecturing adults about cheating. I was like, I'm 15 and you're a loser. Like, think about what you're doing, bro. You're cheating on your wife. Like, I was so autistically online that I was just like, oh my God. Like, I just wanted to get in there. And like, that's why people always thought I was older. But then of course, because people thought you were older, there's like a little bit of like, I'm still a kid. You know, I'm not mature for my age. I'm still just a child. Maybe the adults are just immature for their age.
I think that's just like autism aging. Because when I was a kid, I was seen as more mature. But now that I'm older, everyone thinks I'm younger.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
checks out.
Is there anything, maybe we should answer questions for the last few minutes.
Yeah, great. Guys, do you have any questions? Questions and comments. We'll answer it now. Go for the next 5-10 minutes. Let's go. Because I've got family and friends who it's now their time zone and they want to call and like catch up. So that's why I wanted to end stream on time to catch up with people, say hi to people. Also, we did a crazy stream today. 6 hours and the first fucking 4 were just intense, you know?
That's insane. I still have to finish editing my video for tomorrow. It's about how your gender impacts your autistic experience.
Shut up. Oh my God, exciting.
I'm taking forever editing it because I'm trying to like not ruffle too many feathers.
Girl.
but I don't know how much I could.
Let me actually
Stay
link your
safe with
channel
that.
too. Guys, this is Irene from the Thought Spot in case you guys don't know her work, which would be kind of insane. But if you don't, please check her out. I will link her. I think Irene and I ended up, I always forget how I end up talking to people, but I know one of you shared a video she had made and she had put one of my videos in it a long time ago. I think it was a BPD one. And they're like, oh my God, this girl Thought Spot, like she showed your video. And I was like, oh, cute. And then I started watching Irene and then I don't even remember. Did I message you or you messaged me?
I
slid
messaged
into-
you.
You slid into my DMs first. You see that?
Because you commented on my video, and then for
Oh.
YouTube, they notify you when another creator
Yeah.
comments. And I was like, oh my God. And then so I reached out to you.
There you go.
And then we started talking. Yeah.
And then we got married and now we have 10 babies.
Your
Okay.
harem of Pisces people.
Yes. Oh my God. Okay. It says, are you guys using, oh my God, what is this word? Platypus or a well sign? What's that? Platysius?
I have no idea.
We don't know what this word is, girl.
Placidius?
Placidius. For your mom. How do you interpret these things? Do you have any resource for getting a deeper understanding? Yeah. How do you learn about this stuff?
I just read things as I'm scrolling through the internet and I have it in my head. That's it. I'm not like specifically researching. It's just I'm happening upon information and I remember it. And it's been like that for the last 12
Amazing.
years.
Honestly, genius. What about this? If Capricorn rules the skeleton of the zodiacs, what do the other signs represent? What does that even mean?
Oh, I think each zodiac is supposed to represent a body part. Like Pisces represents feet, I think. But that I don't really care. Like there's certain things I don't really care about like that and cusps. People always say I'm a Leo Gemini cusp and I'm like, I don't care about that stuff.
Okay. Yeah, it's hard because sometimes like I will show, like I do like this stuff, but then sometimes I know for people it's like really, really like they know everything about it. It's like really detailed and they're really into it. I do notice that if like it's too serious, then I lose interest. So you have to keep it fun and light for me. Otherwise I will feel like I'm in school again about a topic I didn't sign up for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that with
I'm the
everything.
same way.
Mhm.
When someone's too like bought into something, for some reason I feel like a very immediate aversion of like, I don't want to engage in this.
Yeah. I think it's a partial is that it feels like I'm lying to them. Like I accidentally misrepresented myself as like a fan or something. And then some other part of me is just like, I feel like you might be more religious about it or fanatic about it, which is so fine. But like also because I don't feel that way, now it feels like I'm a liar somehow, or like we're not going to get along. Because again, it's not it just feels like look, I tell my partner this all the time. If you talk about something for too long I'm not interested in, I will daydream. And that's what it starts to feel like to me.
Yeah.
Like I just start thinking about other things because I'm like, I'm sorry, what? Like
for me, I feel like I don't want to enable something that I think is unhealthy.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. But at the same time, like, hey, if you got a special interest girl, you do that. You know, like you do that, kids. Okay, let's see. Some develop what is this? I don't even want to say these words, girl. Often stems from abuse from where you're forced to mature faster. Oh, like the growing up or being called mature when you're young. Okay, let's see. Her moon being Virgo is a sister sign or Pisces, and we naturally attract and are attracted to opposites, so that could be why. Let me see. It's kind of PDA for me. Yeah, I feel like sometimes I can trigger my PDA. Let's see. Did a quick birth chart, and apparently my big threes are Virgo. All Virgo. What does this mean? Oh, all Virgo? Uh-oh. I don't know what that means either. Uh-oh.
Are you okay? Are you doing okay?
I bet they're doing great. See, that's the part that like, what does it mean though? What does it mean to have 3 Virgos?
Virgos are known to be very, very perfectionistic, detail-oriented.
Uh-oh. That's hard.
Like Beyonce is a Virgo.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Beyonce is like, if I could name a perfectionist, it'd be her. But that's why she's so good. That's why she's Beyonce.
Yeah.
Like Beyonce says, thank you. When people say her name, they're like, you're Beyonce. And she goes, thank you.
anytime there's too much of one thing in a chart, like a stellium, that kind of tells me that this person can tend to lean too far into one area of their life and they don't have enough balance. So that could be a good thing and a bad thing, or both, you know?
Yeah, I could see that. But honestly, like, Chat says I'm very unequivocally myself, but I am not a perfectionist. Hey, that's good. Maybe you're the exception to the Virgo. Like, one of my friends is a Gemini, and every time I learn about Gemini, I'm like, this is not you. I'm annoyed by it. She's a May Gemini. And I'm like,
also, I feel like sometimes mutable signs can look very different, and they could have other aspects of their chart present more. So for example, whenever I meet Pisces doesn't have a specific flavor the way that Leos or Tauruses do, like fixed signs. So when I see a bunch of different types of Pisces, I usually see it as like, oh, if their main thing is a mutable sign, then you're gonna get other aspects of their personality in their chart. Sure. Yeah.
I was gonna say I would love for someone to read her chart in more details, but I've noticed that I also see the differences between my loved ones that are Pisces February and then Pisces March. Like, they're so different, and they're so like when I read their stuff, I'm like, oh yeah, that is you. But like, it's so distinctly different. So even that like nuance. And then I do wonder, like, I think the reason astrology is interesting to me, especially like on Indian Matchmaker, they do like an astrology reading for the couples. I think what's interesting for me is it really brings into a philosophical question of existence and like, why does this stuff work? And a big part of why it works is because we are like pattern seeking creatures. And I do think that we're not that unique that we wouldn't fit into a pattern. And so like, I think there could be a system that could literally explain who we are without ever meeting us just because of where we're born. Like, I feel like that it seems plausible for what we are as a species. And I do think people I think because I don't believe in free will, it makes people feel threatened about their free will, but I don't believe in free will. So then it's easier for me to accept that, oh yeah, like this astrology stuff might have some merit in terms of it being able to identify or give us a framework to know ourselves better. But only because I don't believe in free will in that way that people do. I think we make choices, but the choices are predicated on the limitations of who we are. Like, even the fact that we look different and the way our bodies are shaped or the way that our voices sound or the way that our personalities are, it's just like, how much free will do I have if this is what I am? You know, I'm working with what I got. And so, it feels, as you talk today, I just felt good. You know, I felt good about it, but maybe that's because I got a good reading or I got a good chart.
You're like, I learned I'm a hard worker. I'm like tough. I am philosophical, analytical,
protective. You know what I mean? Sexy, apparently. You know, I'm everything.
I'm a top.
I'm a top. You know what I mean? Like, damn. You know, does anyone ever read their charts and hate it? You know, that's the question.
I think that's the thing about astrology sometimes that I think is kind of frustrating is that a lot of the times people use it just to enable their biases. Like,
sure,
they'll blindly only look at the good aspects of their chart while nitpicking another person's chart based off of their placements all the time. I mean, I see it often, even on my TikTok when I'm scrolling, is just like a lot of stereotypes of like people saying certain placements, like if you have a certain placement, that means you're guaranteed to be a cheater. No. If you have this placement, you should wear these type of clothes in order to bring out your energy or whatever. It's just like when it starts getting like that, I'm like, okay, that's really weird. I don't know.
No. You remember that show, The Button? It was like a thing for a second. And I just remember this girl saying her astrology sign, and the guy was like, oh no. And I was like, or whatever gender they were, honestly, everyone could have been a man or a woman. I don't know. But it was like, I just remember like that I could not do. But when I got with my partner, I'm not going to share their information on stream, but when I got with my partner, I did ask them what their Myers-Briggs was, and I did ask them what their astrology sign was. And I was like, just for funsies. And you know what my partner said? They said, are you asking me because it's something that's literally like integrated into your life? Or are you asking me for fun? And I said, I'm asking you mostly for fun. I think it would just be fun. And they're like, oh, then I'm going to have fun with you. Because if we're having fun, we're into it. But if it is something a little bit more serious, which is valid, it just might be a difference of compatibility, you know?
Yeah.
And because it is really serious for some people. Some people, it's really important to them. And I value that in them. And I'm glad for you. And also, like, you know, so yeah, chat says, great question. I see why y'all got married. Great. One of my favorite questions I ever asked them because they received it so well. You know why I asked? I watched a lot of dating shows. And when the girls ask like what their sign is, men get so upset. I don't care about that shit. That shit's stupid. And I was like, you're so mean. She just asked when you were born. Like, why are you being mean? And like, that's what it is. It was like, my partner isn't a mean person. So they're like, oh, like, you know, I'll share with you. I'm like, okay. And like, that's so nice. And by the way, I think if I remember correctly, I could be wrong. I don't know which one is which, but I know one of them said we wouldn't be compatible. One of them said we'd be super compatible. So
see, that stuff I don't believe in either. Like when you do a chart synastry and they're like, you guys are the perfect match. And I'm like, we literally we hated each other. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Or they'll say you're incompatible and you get along with them really well. It's just, when it gets to that point, I'm like, yeah.
And so that's why he was really asking me. He's like, how serious is this for you? Like, are you not going to be with me if it says not to be? And I was like, I make the final decisions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that, again, that's the part where it gets like a little too much for me. But how exciting was this? Like, did we finish, by the way?
I mean, I'm sure I didn't go over every detail. Like, I didn't go over all your houses, but I did go over a lot of your houses.
So mostly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. Are you guys happy with it? I'm pretty happy. Does anyone have any last minute questions, or we're done? We'll call it. Thank you, Irene. I really enjoyed this, actually. I think it was a nice light way to end my birthday stream. So thank you.
Yay. What, you've been streaming for 8 hours now?
No. Oh my God, 6 hours.
You act like that's so much less.
I mean, it is quite less, but yeah.
6 hours only.
Actually, yeah, 6 hours, 1 minute, 58 seconds. Look at us. Thank you guys for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it. Guys, please go check out Irene's channel, The Thought Spot. She is going to post a video about autism and how gender impacts your experience. I mean, that is right up our alley. So please go subscribe. She's fabulous. A lot of you already follow her. My Discord loves you. Every time you put out a new video, someone's posting it.
Aw, that's so sweet.
Yeah. They really love you. Sweet. Anything else you want to say, or you want to tell anybody anything about yourself, or do you want to sell yourself a little bit to the crowd? Tell them how wonderful you are.
No, I have nothing to say. I'm just here for vibes and for you.
Well, in that case, thank you for making my birthday really fabulous. It means so much to me. I know I reached out to you too, like so last minute, and I was like, I'm sorry if you can do this. And I was like,
what are we doing?
I love it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Guys, we'll go ahead and end it. Thank you for being here. I'll go ahead and just leave you on this final screen of me and Irene. We'll do it that way. Thank you for being here, guys. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow because the week is not done. So I'll be back for stream tomorrow, and I'll see you then. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye.